Steinhagen, and this is a special edition of the Bunker Bob Show. It is great to be with you on this Sunday morning, a rainy Sunday morning here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but it is beautiful inside because today we're going to be hearing from President Donald Trump, who is going to be addressing this august body of deplorables, fellow deplorables, I should say. And it is great to have him in town. But the opening of today's Cpac conference starts with Louis Gohmert and Alan West. And so I wanted to make sure that we got on live. Now, the irony of this whole thing is that yesterday we could not get online, and so we were not able to broadcast live. This has been a learning experience the whole time through. But today, everything is kind of worked out. We've kind of figured everything out. And so the good news is that you're going to see this Cpac live. You're going to hear Alan West. You're going to hear one of the greatest congressmen ever to go into Congress, Louis Gohmert. You're going to hear Ben Carson. And, of course, later today around 3:30 is when he's scheduled, but I've been talking to some here on the press podium who follow Trump, who are actually supporting Trump, that tell me that he's usually late, and so we're expecting him probably around 4:30. But I'll get some information on that once we have it. And so what's interesting is Cpac 2021 is sold out, and so this ballroom, which basically you're basically seeing maybe a quarter of it on camera when I pan back. So it is a big room, but it's going to be packed, and there's a lot of people that you cannot see. We're about to do the Pledge of Allegiance, so why don't we stand, why don't we honor the flag right now? So I'm going to...
Are you ready for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, we have the greatest country on earth, so let's make it really loud and strong. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stay standing for our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
USA! 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 USA!
Good morning, Cpac, and welcome to America Uncanceled. To kick things off, it's time for a power play. Please welcome former chairman of the Republican Party of Texas, Allen West.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Welcome to Cpac. It is a pleasure and an honor to be back on the main stage of Cpac. It was 10 years ago in 2011 when I was the keynote speaker for Cpac up in Washington, D.C. And here I am today in my own hometown right here in Dallas, Texas. But I got to ask you this. How is it that a young man born in a blacks-only hospital in 1961 that grew up in the old Fourth Ward of Atlanta, Georgia, the same neighborhood that produced Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., can be standing on this stage before you, the great stage of conservatives here in the United States of America? You saw earlier when Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. A week ago, we heard Maxine Waters and Representative Cori Bush talk about how blacks are not free in America. Well, let me tell you something. If you're a conservative in America, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, it doesn't matter. You are free. It's all about the constitutional principles and values that we believe in, that we honor, that we love, and that right now in this time, it is your duty, it is your responsibility as a constitutional conservative to stand up for those principles and values. See, conservatism believes in the individual. The progressive socialists believe in the collective. They don't believe that you have the right or the ability to think for yourself. They believe that you have to follow along with whatever the current there is. But Thomas Jefferson once said that in matters of style, swim with the current. But in matters of substance, stand like a rock. And now in America today, we need more conservatives to stand like a rock, because that's how we make sure that we don't find our nation canceled for future generations, for our children and for our grandchildren. Now is the time, much as it says in the book of Esther. Each and every one of you here, each and every one of you watching, you were made for a time such as this. You were made for a time to stand in the gap for liberty and freedom. You were made for a time just the same as we remember here in Texas, where 183 stood on freedom's ramparts of the place called the Alamo. And a young 26-year-old, William Barrett Travis, wrote an impeccable letter on February 24th of 1836. And he said that there would be no surrender. He said that there would be no retreat. And in the face of the tyranny that we are looking at today, the tyranny that would continue to tell us to shelter in place, the tyranny that is paying people to stay at home instead of going out there and being part of the American dream and working and earning their own way, it is now our time to make that stand with no surrender, no retreat, for liberty and freedom. You know, I look out at this audience, there's quite a few white folks out there. But you know something? I don't feel one bit oppressed. I don't feel like a victim, because as an American, as a Texan, I am a victor and not a victim. And as an American and a Texan, we all are victors. We are not victims. If we are going to make sure that America is not canceled, we have to step foot on this ideological battlefield on which we find ourselves. Back when things were not going very well, in the American Revolution. George Washington turned to a young man by the name of Thomas Paine, and he asked Thomas Paine to write to the American people. And Thomas Paine wrote a simple pamphlet called The Crisis. And maybe y'all remember those impeccable words, that these are the times which try men's souls, when the summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from their duties. But to those who will make a stand, they will deserve the love and admiration of all men and women. Now is your moment that you will earn the love and admiration of future Americans, our children and our grandchildren, because you will ensure that America, the incredible ideal that enables me to stand here before you today, shall never be canceled. God bless you all, and thank you.
Please welcome, from the great state of Texas, Congressman Louis Gohmert.
Man, oh, it is so great to be here. All right, I got a lot to cover. Y'all have seen how Biden gets upset when somebody asks him a legitimate question? You know the saying, if you can't stand the heat, go back to the basement, right? Yeah. Well, look, I want to make clear, I've been vilified all kinds of ways, and that's fine, but I advocate for what Dr. King did, peaceful protests, but we can't let them intimidate us from not protesting. That's what this treatment of people that got arrested was all about. Intimidation. There is tyrannical leadership that we're experiencing in Washington, D.C. For example, they're advocating that all across the country, people be taught, our students be taught, judge people by the color of their skin. That is tyrannical. That is fascist, and it needs to stop. They advocate that we need to protect the Constitution. Biden, Harris, they took an oath. It says they'll protect us from invasion, and they have tyrannically encouraged invasion. And it's happening as I speak. I've seen the busloads go in, buses go in empty, come out full, one after another. But for the first time since I've been in Congress, last week I was denied access to the border. I'm on the committee that oversees the Border Patrol, and they had the nerve to zoom up cars and keep me from getting there. They said the higher up said we couldn't. This administration is about tyrannical rule. They don't want to follow the Constitution, or they would allow Congress to have oversight. I know you've seen about the metal detectors around the House floor, and it's not that we're too good to go through metal detectors. We do every week. We do all the time. It's ridiculous, but we've heard from the chief of the Capitol Police and another with Sergeant Arms. There is no intelligence from any source that any member of Congress is a threat to another member. That means those metal detectors are tyrannical and should not be there. No member of Congress has ever been searched to go be with other members of Congress. That's the tyranny of trying to mistreat people that were elected just like the Speaker was. Well, not just like, She's rather special. But anyway, on January 6th, the sergeant at arms had turned down, on behalf of the Speaker, having National Guard there to help protect the Capitol. Why did that happen? You think they were setting things up? Well, I did read pleadings in the Michigan cases where they're charged with trying to conspire to kidnap the governor. And what I read said 5 out of the 14 were working for the FBI, the feds. Well, the question becomes, when does a conspiracy become government from non-government? What percentage does it take of federal agents to make it a government conspiracy? This has got to stop. We need to know. A judge this week said, hey, you can't let somebody languish in jail here for 6 months and not let them see the evidence against them. Well, I got news for you. The law is clear. You get not only the evidence against you, you get to see anything exculpatory, and that means 14,000 hours of videotape of what went on that day. Anything less is tyranny. Look, there's been fraud in our elections, and some of us stood up and objected, and the Democrats went nuts. Same Democrats that objected in January 6, 2017. And then they're out there demanding that we be ostracized from public life, harassed. That's tyranny and hypocrisy. And we are the ones that have got to do something about it. Now, encourage your member of Congress to join me in going to the jail in D.C. and demanding to see those prisoners. Tell your Congress members. And in the meantime, we have got to stand strong and not be intimidated by the federales using tyranny to try to stop us. God bless you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Please welcome actor Eduardo Verostegui.
Good morning, Cpac. Buenos dias, amigos de Cpac. My name is Eduardo Verostegui. I am from a very small town in northern Mexico called Jicotencal, Tamaulipas. I always wanted to be a filmmaker. So in 2002, I moved to Los Angeles to pursue my dream. But before I continue, I want to begin by saying how grateful I am to the United States of America. This nation has been such an amazing gift to me in my life, as it has for so many millions of people. It has opened the doors to my dreams. So with a heart full of love and gratitude, I want to say this. God bless America. My life was changed for the better when I moved to Los Angeles. I was 30 when my partners and I started our production company. Our mission is to make films that not only entertain, but hopefully change people's hearts. Our upcoming film, Sound of Freedom, is coming out in January. It is a true story about a real hero that rescues children from sexual exploitation, an American hero. Child trafficking is a huge problem everywhere, but especially so in the US and Mexico. I am convinced that by working together, Mexico and the United States can end this nightmare. Please help me. Help us to raise awareness about these innocent victims of modern slavery and human trafficking by telling everyone you know to see the film when it comes out. We believe that art has the power to change the world for the better. And in a similar way, that is exactly what you are doing, working for a better America and a better world. That's why today I want to encourage you to continue to fight for this wonderful country, for its sacred principles, its culture, its freedoms. You see, America continues to be a beacon of hope. It continues to inspire people around the world.
especially those who suffer oppression, real discrimination, and a lack of basic freedoms and economic opportunities. So don't give up, don't give in. Protect your country from those who seek to destroy it. Stand up for America. The world needs you. We need you. Today, I also want to express my deep belief in the strong ties that bind Mexico and the United States together. I believe we must strengthen our relationship. We are more than neighbors. We are brothers and sisters. This doesn't mean that we abandon the sovereignty of our respective nations. To the contrary, as President Trump consistently argued, we have the best chance of building strong ties among nations when each nation puts the interests of their own people first. And this is especially true when it comes to safeguarding the border of our two countries. Today, we are seeing a dramatic surge of the flow of migrants through Mexico and into the United States. That is a national security threat for both countries, as well as a serious humanitarian crisis for both countries. Poor and humble people are leaving their countries to embark on a dangerous journey north, in which so many are victims of all sorts of crimes, including violent crime. Studies show that perhaps up to 60% of women and girls are victims of some form of sexual violence, including rape. Moreover, the massive and irregular movement of people facilitates human trafficking as well as child trafficking. So today, to Mr. Biden, not my president, I would like to say this. Please change course. The border policies you are now carrying out are inhumane and immoral. For the safety and well-being of the people of Mexico and the people of the United States, please secure the border as President Trump did. Trade is another area where we can strengthen the ties that binds us. The USMCA, championed by President Trump and negotiated with Mexico and Canada, is an important milestone that will create jobs and better paid jobs for Mexicans and for Americans. For Mexico, the USMCA is an essential tool that will help Mexico reduce poverty among our people and create a stable and large middle class, which should be our #1 goal for my country. Finally, let me say that as freedom lovers, we should all be concerned with the spread of socialism that are seen in Latin America. The dictatorships in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are tragic problems we all know about. But socialists are making inroads elsewhere. They are now in government in Argentina and are promoting unrest and violence in Chile and Colombia with a bloodthirsty desire to seize power. And we know the socialists are working very hard to conquer Mexico and the US. But my friends, we won't let that happen ever. In their march towards full socialism, leftist governments are taking away fundamental freedoms, expanding the power of state, weakening private property protections, and imposing a cultural Marxist agenda which seeks to undermine the dignity of the human person by promoting abortion and other attacks on the family, including attacks on religious freedom. That's why I am proud to announce that next year we will host, through the Viva Mexico Foundation, the first ever Cpac Mexico in Mexico City. Our goal is to build partnerships among defenders of freedom throughout the hemisphere, and you are all invited. You will have a great time, I guarantee it. We have to take advantage of these opportunities to come together and forge the relations and strategic alliances that we need to defend freedom here in the US, in my beloved Mexico, and in the whole world. So let's continue the fight, let's move forward, and let's make America and Mexico great together. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. God bless America, and God bless Mexico. Thank you.
Please welcome former Georgia State Representative Vernon Jones.
And hello, Georgia. Do y'all have Georgia on your minds? Let me tell you right now, Georgia is a red state. Make no mistakes about it. I'm honored to be here at this event. Matt Slapp and Cpac, what they're doing, they're changing this country. I am a part of that army. I have signed up. I am a member of the Grand Old Party. I've been a lifelong conservative. I'm a defender of the Second Amendment. Yes, the right to bear arms. I'm a deplorable. And just in case you didn't notice, I'm black. But I'm not going to back down, back away, or back off from my conservative values. That's how I was raised. Even as an African American, we too are raised conservative. Let me tell you what's on Georgia's mind. Election integrity. We are going to provide an environment where we are going to have free, fair, and transparent elections in the state of Georgia. So goes Georgia, so goes this country. Now, you may call me a dino, but you'll never call me a rhino. I'm sick of these Republican rhinos who want to talk like Ron DeSantis, but they want to wobble like Mitt Romney. Our governor, Governor Kemp, cost us 2 United States Senate seats and the president's election in the state of Georgia because he was afraid of Stacey Abrams. But let me tell y'all right now, I am not afraid of Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams is afraid of Vernon Jones. The Democratic Party is afraid of Vernon Jones. They know when I came to the Grand Old Party, the party of abolition, the party of Abraham Lincoln, the party of Frederick Douglass, that I was coming not just to be a member, but to bring brand new ideas and brand new opportunities and brand new people to the Grand Old Party. Vernon Jones and others, we're going to grow this party. We are going to grow with young people and we're going to grow with minorities. We're not going to leave anybody behind. When I look at Georgia right now and that rhino governor, he's the direct result of us having Nancy Hairdo Pelosi, crying Chuck Schumer, and Jim Crow, Joe Crow, basement Biden. When I think about the three of them, I think about the Wizard of Oz. One has no heart, the other has no courage, and you know which one that has no damn brains. Come on, America, let's fight. Come on, America, let's fight. I'm ready to fight to defend this country. Now, they're not being led by Dorothy and Toto from Kansas. They're being led by the wicked witch of the South, Stacey Abrams. The liberal media, they're falling apart right now. They're burning up. No, I am burning them up right now because I don't fit their narrative. Ask the CNN reporter just recently how we handle those liberals. But let me tell y'all something. It's my time winding down. This is a movement. This is a movement. We're going to take back our country. We're going to take back Georgia. We're going to take back this country. But we sign up all newcomers now, young people, minorities, all across the board. Republicans, you got to engage the minority and young folks community. Let's stand up and fight. If you want to fight with me, go to jonesforgeorgia.com and let's burn this damn house down. Jim.
corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
Who is Antifa, and what do they want?
In here, no one tells us what to think.
Welcome to Fox Nation's Cpac All Access Live.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason.
This is one sick person.
There is a way to find justice.
Absolutely beautiful.
And it all leads to this.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the greatness of America, with remarks by CEO of New Journey PAC, Autry Pruitt.
Special thanks go to Matthew Schlapp, Ian and Corinne Walters, Bo Snerdley, who's the founder of the organization, and Elbert Guillory, who may not be known to a lot of you, but he's a leader of men, a fountain of wisdom. He stepped up and supported us when no one would. He's a national treasure, so we give special thanks to him. Anyone that has been on the greatness road can witness that it is a long journey. The road to riches can be short, the road to fame shorter still. But the road to greatness is winding, obscure, not paved, and often chock full of distractions. As you continue to navigate the road, many stops a traveler will make. And all but one stop is different for every traveler. You see, any entity striving to reach the pinnacle of greatness will have to make a stop at pain. And the nation is no exception. There is no detour, there is no bypass, and indeed, trying to do so will only lengthen the journey. The popular crowd, the blue checks, would have you believe that America's past pain is an illustration of why we are not so great. But fellow conservatives, all of the wrestlings, all of the toil, all of the fighting with which the Stars and Stripes has had to contend is actually proof that we are great. You see, pain squeezes, it molds, and it shapes greatness. America's history includes pain because, like I said, without it, you can't be great. Not a company, not a woman, not a man, and certainly not a nation. Even the left instinctively knows this. Why else would they spend year after year trying to manufacture suffering and pain where none exists? St. Paul, in his letter to the Romans, said, "We glory in pain because pain produces endurance. Endurance tests your character, and that leads to hope." And that's the nugget. Pain leads to hope. This country, with the framers in pain, was founded in hope. Yes, the Declaration of Independence is important, the Constitution is important, but the most effective message in pushing back against the venomous, hateful, tyrannical, disgusting left is not complex. America is the land of hope. You don't have to believe me. Believe Harry. Prince Harry, a member of the most adored aristocracy on the planet, gave all that up to marry an American woman and come to the USA. And when asked about it, what did the prince say? He said, and I quote, "I found the love and happiness I had hoped for all of my life." Now, the Royals may not be popular in this crowd, so believe the facts. USA takes on more immigrants than any other country. There are 195 nations where someone could go. They could have gone to Scandinavia and chose a free college education, but instead they went to Michigan to see the Great Lakes. They could have gone to our sister country, the United Kingdom, and picked up some free health care, but instead they came here to learn how to shoot in Texas. They could have gone to the French Riviera. That was an option too, with culinary delights, but instead they decided to land on the beautiful Florida coast. People have gone through hell and high water, all so they can reach these shores where there is hope for life and liberty. Mothers don't care about legalities. The men didn't care about the language. Ticks and disease did not slow them down. The hope of this country is so great that when you watch the news, you see mothers tossing their babies over the fence, all to pursue hope. They're not even guaranteed it. They just hope to pursue it. The left has done so much damage so quickly to our country because for decades, they have controlled public opinion. They've spent their time, their energy, their money indoctrinating our children and influencing Hollywood to shove a narrative down our gullet that there is no hope. But you, as an activist, can work to restore the freedoms and integrity of our great nation by constantly, consistently putting hope into action. How can we do that? First and foremost, conservatives, we need to stop fighting amongst ourselves. We need to stop investigating ourselves. You have no moral obligation to put all your business on Twitter. Some conversations are just for home. When attending Cpac, a great event like this, bring a skeptic, someone that's on the verge of becoming a conservative, because we can show them our hopeful and kind hearts better than we can tell them. For Christians, let's visit other churches outside of what we know. For Jews, invite us Christians to enjoy your cantor's lovely voice. Be active in our local political organizations. Local matters. Local matters. School board matters. They are the breeding grounds of great politicians. You must accept this call to rekindle this country's greatness and to activate every single conservative to post, share, knock on doors, do outreach, fundraise, and give and proselytize the message of hope. We are in a fight for our lives, and we must continue on the path with one single goal and one unified message. When the world is on fire, when dictators are raging, and when crime is rampant in the streets and not a job anywhere in sight, America is the last nation of refuge because we stand up, we step up, and give hope not only to each other, but to a dying people in a global community. May God bless you, may God bless your family, and may God bless the best damn country on the planet, the United States of America.
and welcome to the 4th Annual Japan Conservative Union Conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Spare the Fraud, Spoil the Child, the future of American elections. Please welcome your panel. From the National Review, John Fund. From Cpac, Grant Newsham. American Conservative Union Foundation Senior Fellow, Matt Whitaker. And your moderator, from the American Conservative Union Foundation, Denise Cohen.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Trump Day. All right. Yeah, okay. So, exciting panel today. We're going to be talking about the future of elections. I think everybody remembers what happened last year. We don't want to revisit that. What do they say? Okay, so, all right, let's have a productive conversation now and talk about what we actually want. And what we want is for states to take their constitutional authority and run elections, conduct elections as they see fit along the individual state needs, whatever everybody needs. Texas needs something very different than Massachusetts, right? Right. So, we learned a lot in 2020, and we're not going to spend a lot of time looking backwards because that's going to get us nowhere. But we want to learn a little bit about what happened, how we got here. And so John Fund has been writing about this for the National Review about 20 years plus now. He also has a book coming out in the fall, and you can talk a little bit about that. But why don't you tell us briefly, like, what we did to get here? What happened last year?
The election was changed, altered, maneuvered, manipulated.
Okay, let him talk, let him talk.
In the spring and summer of 2020, not on election day. With COVID-19, the left had the perfect opportunity, the perfect excuse to, without consulting legislatures, change our election laws in state after state, including many of the swing states. They had health directors announce there would be absentee ballots sent out to everyone. They had governors overriding legislatures in places like Nevada and New Jersey. You had everywhere a complete changeover to a new election system. This created chaos and confusion as well as everything else that you've read about. For example, Congresswoman Tenney in New York, the election laws were changed in the spring. They didn't even have the opportunity at the county level to adjust to them. That meant there was chaos at the polls, newfound ballots, miscounted ballots, miscast ballots. She had to go through a recount, and she wasn't even sworn in until February. So one of the things I caution you is, when we talk about the election, there was a lot of fraud. There was also a lot of bureaucratic incompetence. The problem with our election system today is our system is so sloppy, Our enforcement is so sporadic, you can't tell where the incompetence on our elections ends and where the fraud begins.
So, to my left, everybody knows former Attorney General Matt Whitaker, who knows.
Hello, Cpac. Are we ready for Donald Trump tonight?
I think we can stop now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, here he is. No, I'm kidding.
So you had a bird's eye view to see what John was talking about and how they got away with this legally. How did this happen?
Well, I've talked about this on Thursday with some folks here at Cpac, and one of the challenges is that while the left was going to the states and litigating, we on the right were, I think, just assuming that everything was going to be the same and didn't put in the same amount of fight. At the state level, I would compare and contrast what happened in Georgia, where the Republican governor, Secretary of State, Attorney General, for some reason entered into a consent decree instead of litigating these issues and protecting the election integrity. And in Texas, this great state, the Attorney General fought at every turn, and the governor fought at every turn, and won those cases. And I think, I think you're seeing that now play out in the state legislatures, where they are tightening up some of these election standards and regaining and retaking their power that constitutionally they have. I point to one other example in Arizona, where the president sent me after the election to work on some of that litigation. A judge ordered that registrations remain open in Maricopa County for 10 days longer than the legislature had said. They registered another 31,000 voters in Maricopa County, and the vote totals, Joe Biden won by about 10,000 votes in Arizona. And so it's those types of things, those types of small advantages that, to John's point, that were used in these kind of swing states, purple states, where they litigated and we didn't. And this time, I think in 22 and in 2024, when we take back the presidency, I think, we're going to litigate to the hilt. And, one of the groups that I'm involved in, America First Legal, is going to be on the vanguard of those efforts, along with some of the other folks on the right, making sure that these lawsuits about election integrity and who can vote and what's a free and fair election, that we fight at every turn.
I mean, and there's no question, we have a huge fight on our hands. We were talking backstage about how this is actually going to be a constitutional issue, and we'll address that a little bit later in this conversation. But the difficult thing here is that we saw this coming. John had been writing about it, but even closer to that, we had perfect example of what goes wrong when the laws are changed like this in Korea. Grant Newsham, to my right here, runs Korea Cpac, our partner organization, and he knows firsthand what happened. And I'd like, if you don't mind, to talk a little bit about drop boxes. You call them kiosks. If you could talk a little bit about the troubles that came from the kiosks that you had in Korea and where you're going with that now.
Okay, well, what happened is in April 2020, so about 7 months before the US election, the Koreans had an election for their National Assembly. And they had substantial irregularities at nearly every part of the electoral process, from the voter rolls to the actual voting, the operations of the vote centers, the counting, the hardware, the computer networks, counterfeit ballots, just from start to finish, there was problems. And where many of the problems focused was on something called early voting, which is a couple days of voting, 4 or 5 days before actual voting date. And that seems to be where the real opportunity for skullduggery, or call it what you will, took place. And it resembles, like our absentee ballot process, the American absentee ballot process, the mail-in ballots, etc. But that is where the real problems were. But as I said, they were at every part of the process. And I at first was skeptical that anything had happened. When I looked into it, I said, my goodness, if this wasn't rigged, God did it, and he probably didn't do it. So.
But one of the really important things that we ought to learn from Korea is that here in the United States, each state makes its own law, each state votes. Korea, it's a popular vote. The government controls all of it, and the big fight that we have right now is to make sure that we can keep it at the state level. So some of the states have done great work already this year, coming up with new reforms. They're getting attacked by, by people on the left who are calling these laws voter suppression, not accurate. Could you tell us about some of the states that you think are doing a great job?
I mean, for example, we saw Georgia has been in the news, has been playing out, and they tried to do some voter reform. They lost the All-Star game from Major League Baseball, who moved it to Colorado, who had a more restrictive law than what they passed in Georgia. And so that's obviously the cancel culture, which this conference is all about, and reversing is alive and well. But a lot of states, I think, looked at some of the abuses, especially to the absentee ballot process in the early voting period, whether it's the drop box, whether it's the satellite voting, and they understood that those were the touch points of where fraud could happen and most likely would happen. And so a lot of state legislators who have the power under the Constitution to reform these things made those changes to make sure that the fraud was cleaned up and that we could have clean elections, that everybody trusts the outcome. It cannot be a country. You cannot sustain a republic if about 50% of Americans don't believe in the outcome. That is just no way to run a railroad, and it's not sustainable long term.
The most important thing I'm going to tell you is right now, the left says this is a civil rights issue. Well, yes, it is. We have two civil rights when it comes to voting. The first one is we want to make sure that everyone has the right to vote. No one is prevented from voting. There are no artificial barriers. There's no poll taxes. There's no literacy tests. They are means by which everyone can vote. We want to make it easy to vote, but we also want to make it hard to cheat. So while we keep the gains and the great things that the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act did, we also have a second civil right, and that is the right not to have your vote canceled out by someone who shouldn't be voting, someone who's dead, someone who's moved out of state, someone who's a college student who's voting in 2 jurisdictions, someone who doesn't even exist, the dead. I'm all in favor of honoring our ancestors, but I don't believe in representation without respiration. So here's the big lie they're telling. The big lie they're telling is that this is voter suppression. Let me tell you why that is poppycock. The Washington Post poll, the Monmouth University poll, all of these polls that a few weeks ago came out, and suddenly Stacey Abrams is on television saying, oh, we've always supported voter ID. We're just against some forms of it. It was a head-spinning 180-degree reversal. I mean, I haven't seen that out of an amusement park ride ever before. Why did they do that? If you look at the polls, the percentages of minorities supporting voter ID were as high or higher than whites. The percentage of minorities who said voter fraud was a serious problem was higher among Hispanics and Asians than among whites, and almost as high among blacks. Why would that be? Let me tell you the dirty little secret of the left. It's called projection. They project unto us the things that they are doing themselves. Their voter suppression is having machines in places like New York City and Minneapolis and Detroit and St. Louis, all over the country, where they deliver bad roads, bad schools, bad public services, and they crush the hopes and aspirations of small business owners in the minority community. Whenever reformers rise up and they try to fight the machine, fight the man, fight City Hall in St. Louis or in Detroit or in New York, what does the left do? It crushes them, and it will use any effort, including voter fraud, to do that. The head election commissioner of Manhattan admitted to James O'Keefe a few years ago on camera, voter fraud is everywhere in New York City. They bring buses everywhere. This was the head Democratic voter commissioner in Manhattan. Bill de Blasio, the mayor, fired him the next day because he spoke out of turn. The secret is they are accusing us of what they're doing. The irony is the biggest victims of voter fraud and voter manipulation in this country are minorities, and it's by the other party.
So we're all familiar with this level of hypocrisy. John and I are neighbors in New York, so we feel the pain all the time with that craziness.
We dodged a bullet, though. The left lost it.
Like literally, probably, you had to dodge bullets.
Sad, okay. Okay, so we know about this hypocrisy, but we've seen this fight against the states now, and maybe there's a good reason for I disagree, that's not what I'm saying. But we have a fight at the federal level right now, where I think most of you saw a few weeks ago, the Department of Justice sued the state of Georgia for their very good election integrity reform bill. They sued them. The Department of Justice has so much power. They can do all kinds of things, and I think, Matt, you can speak a little bit to the power, what they can do, what their reach is, and why are they going after states? Because they've also said they're going after more after Georgia.
Well, I know a little bit about the Department of Justice, if you didn't know that. And aren't you all tired of the politicization of the Department of Justice? I am too. And we worked hard to fix many of these problems. And what you saw as soon as the Biden administration took over, as soon as Merrick Garland became the Attorney General, what did they do? They immediately said they were going to double the size of the Civil Rights Division voter rights section. They were going to throw more lawyers at it. They were going to start suing these states on ballot access and alleged discrimination in voting laws. Well, the bottom line is we need to remember the states created the federal government. And so when the federal government comes in and tells the states, even though it's their role in the Constitution, the states to make the election laws, when the federal government comes in and suggests that somehow they did something illegal, that puts everything on its head. And so we need to make sure, and we need to encourage our state legislators, our attorney generals, and our governors to never relent when the Department of Justice comes in, to make sure that the law and the Constitution is always followed, and that we don't enter into these consent decrees because we're afraid or can't fight in court. Because at the bottom line, and one of the great things that President Trump did, in addition to many other things, was he put a lot of great federal judges on the bench, including on the Supreme Court.
And it looks like we're actually really going to need that over there. It was great foresight over there, because there's a lot more of this litigation. It seems the way of the future.
And you saw that with the Arizona case that just came out. The state legislator had passed certain changes to the voting laws of Arizona, and it was upheld by the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court said ballot harvesting is wrong, and states are perfectly right to regulate it and block it and put it to shame.
And that it's not discriminatory, which is what the case was, exactly. So given the nature of the new Civil Rights Division, what do we need to look out for? Where are they going to go with this?
Well, we need to look out, like Ronald Reagan reminded us, for anybody that comes and says, I'm from the federal government and I'm here to help. Because, the federal government usually is a one-size-fits-all ideological, especially when the left is in control, ideological solution to problems that don't exist. And so the long story short is we need to watch every one of these insertions of the federal government into states trying to affect their voting laws. And we're going to see it. I think you're going to see some in 22, but I think you're going to see a renaissance leading up to the 24 election. And you're going to see really an explosion in every state of some of these laws that the legislatures have passed and a litigation of those based on a theory that it violates the Voting Rights Act.
The most important thing we have to do is let the states keep running elections as they have since the Founding Fathers decided that was the best course. But there's one other thing. The second most important thing I have to tell you is this. You are all good and generous people, and you help out the cause. But I just want to warn you, not everything you see on the internet is true. There are grifters out there who are trying to take your money for election audits that don't work, election audits that aren't going to show anything, for schemes that basically don't have any evidence behind them. Check out, do your due diligence. If you buy a car, you research it. If you're going to give money to a voter integrity group, research it. There are groups out there that do good work, like the Heritage Foundation and the Public Interest Legal Foundation. Don't feed the grifters. Don't feed the grifters.
Right. Listen, it's a great point, John. What we all need to do as good citizens is stay informed, know what the laws are. There are a lot of good organizations that are trying to make sure that everybody has knowledge about what's changing at the state level. Certainly ACU is doing that. and at the federal level. And I think many of you saw certain attempts at federalizing election law failed recently. H.R. 1 failed, S.1 failed. It failed in large part thanks to people like you who had your voices heard, and congressmen and senators heard that this isn't going to work, at least those that are listening. And the louder we are, the more they will listen. So they're not done. They're still trying to federalize, either by suing the states or bringing forward other legislation. And I think next week, they're talking about bringing forth H.R. 4, which really gives the Department of Justice a tremendous amount of power.
Yeah, and I think we need to, at every turn, to fight these and be active. I mean, I know that after 2020 election that we all are probably a little weary. We started feeling like Republican and conservatives in California and New York, where we know that we are right, and we know that our way of life is working in places like Florida and Texas and my home state of Iowa. And we were frustrated, but that doesn't mean we give up. And I think the rally around the defeat of H.R. 1 and S.1 was good. H.R. 4, they're going to keep coming at it.
The Attorney General is right. We beat them back on H.R. 1 and S.1. The Attorney General is right that we have them on the run. They're retreating. They're amending their original bill. ACU and Cpac has done a wonderful job alerting people what the next fight is on voter fraud. Watch their messages. Follow their advice. ACU has been a leader in this battle, and they will continue to be.
So with that, we did some direct action training earlier at the beginning of Cpac, and the goal is really to get people much more involved with making the changes, restoring the way of life that we want. And we want to make it easier for you. So within the next 24, 48 hours, there'll be a petition that's coming out to tell your representatives, your federal representatives, that you want them staying out of state business. States will make the election laws, and the federal government has plenty else to do. So take a look for that. It'll be on the ACU site, but we'll also be mailing it out to you. Now, we're running out of time, maybe out of time actually, but let's end on a positive note. What do we have to look forward to in 30 seconds or less? What's coming?
Well, I'll go with that one. With Korea, what happened there is the same thing that happened here. And what you've had is lawyers, academics, citizens groups, religious groups going all out to try and keep this issue alive, to fight it, to recommend new laws, and say to keep shining light onto the problem. And this is what you can do. And also what we have done at Cpac is we've memorialized the evidence. We put out 2 volumes of the evidence for anyone to review to show what happened and allow it to be verified, vetted, or challenged. And
you should take a look at that. That's really good work. It's at kcpac.org. And you'll really see some things that'll make your eyes open. One more word of positivity from you, John, please.
If we simply just say no to the people who accuse us of being racist and vote suppressors and tell them, do you have anything else? Don't you have any new arguments? Don't you have any facts on your side? If we just say no to them, and if we have the courage to pass in the states the kind of laws that the Attorney General mentioned, I can guarantee you we are going to have a freer, fairer, and more transparent election system next year than we had in 2020, and an even better one in 2024. They're running scared. Time is not on their side, it's on our side.
And we are happy warriors. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. God bless you all.
Thank you, thank you. Following John out.
I think we follow John.
Coming up next is the impact of
Ladies
the
and
left's
gentlemen, this is why
anti-Semitism.
faith matters. Please welcome Father James Altman and American Conservative Union Executive Vice President Dan Schneider.
Father Altman.
Good morning.
I don't think they're cheering for me.
They're us. They're cheering for us because they know faith matters.
Faith does matter. But I'll tell you, I don't think we've been, at least in our country, where we've not experienced this situation where universal truths and universal values have been under greater attack. I've got a simple question for you to begin with. Today, it's become sort of a vogue thing for people to say, well, Dan, I think I can use your piece of land better than you can and create more value. Or you own a particular piece of technology, I can create more value out of it, so I'm going to just take your property. What's wrong with taking property?
Well, from a faith standpoint, it's pretty clear, thou shalt not steal. It's yours is yours, what's mine is mine. Without that boundary that is given to us by faith, even by the natural law which is written into our hearts, I know what is yours, what is mine. Without that, we break down into anarchy, and anybody can steal anything, and we know thou shalt not steal.
Right, so this is self-evident to, I assume, almost every single person who's here, that rules matter, and who sets those rules matter. Who sets the rules in a faith system?
Well, depending on which faith system you belong to, nevertheless, there's always this transcendent truth to which all humanity throughout all time has looked as the arbiter of what is right and what is wrong. And we've had that interior sense since creation, really, because it is across all places and all times. So it is a transcendent truth that we know that guides us in our daily interrelationships with each other, which is what society is completely built on. Wasn't it? Hobbes said that. Without it, life is short, nasty, brutish, maybe short words. There's 4 words, but he makes the point that there has to be this transcendent faith and truth.
Without it, what happens?
Well, it is, like he said. Life is short and nasty and brutish. Without it, everybody gets to make up their own rules. Well, that's not civilization. That's not civilized society. But without a reference to God and to a transcendent truth, then any ruler can make up their own rules. So, for instance, we know what happened in the 40s with Hitler. He was a leader. He made up his own rules. He had his own ethics. Problem was, they weren't any transcendent truth to his ethics. And we saw what happened as a result. So,
Today, in this politically correct world, it seems like there are a handful of elitist leaders. They tend to adopt a Marxist ideology.
Right.
And what I find most interesting about how they're operating is that they change the rules every day. So that way, you have to check in with them every day. You are then beholden to them every day.
Right.
How can our society continue to be cohesive and coherent if there are changing rules every day dictated by crazy people?
Right. That's a good way. That's a good way to call it. That's a good adjective. We hear it expressed in another way. They're moving the goalposts. Like they're constantly moving the goalposts. Yet the truth is unchanged and unchangeable. As we were talking there, I said 2 + 2 is 4 2,000 years ago in Jesus' day. 2 + 2 is 4 in our day. And 2,000 years from now, in all times and places, it's going to be 4. But if somebody can arbitrarily change the rules to suit them in their elitist governance, well, the rest of us we're done.
Yeah, Father, I am not Catholic. And I wasn't planning on doing this, but I'm now looking out here and I'm thinking, this conference is always about action. How we can take action to improve society. And I guess I will just offer to every person here this idea, and I'd like your response as we begin to close. It seems to me that one thing each of you can do to take action is to make your own faith more serious. Live your own life in a way where you respect and honor your own God. I assume you would agree with that.
So we see it we always know when we're in the presence of someone who's faithful because it just shows. And it shows in their relationship, not just to their own family, but to each other. And if I could just say in maybe 15 seconds, I was out last weekend at a wedding in Virginia where there were 12 kids, and all 12 practiced they were grown-ups. The youngest one was in college, practiced their faith assiduously in a beautiful way. So on the ride home from the rehearsal dinner, I asked the father, what's your secret? I want to share the secret with everybody, not realizing I was going to have this opportunity. I want to share a secret with everybody. And he said, well, for his family, they're Catholic, that going to daily mass. So you enter into your faith relationship every day, and then the family prayed together every single day. And when the teenagers weren't at the house, they had to call in on their phones at family prayer time and join in. So it all comes down to this: you get out of it what you put into it. So put something into your faith, and you see the results, and it was such a beautiful thing. Thank you for letting me share that.
And we all said, amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Father.
All right, thank you. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is the impact of the left's anti-Semitism at home and abroad. Please welcome former U.S. Deputy Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism, Eli Kohanim. From George Mason University Scalia Law School, Eugene Kontorovich. Former Special Assistant to the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Milstein. And your moderator, from American Conservative Union Foundation, Yitz Tendler.
Okay. Well, hello, Cpac. Good morning. It is so wonderful to be here with y'all here in Dallas, Texas. The topic today, of course, is anti-Semitism, the left's anti-Semitism, both here at home as well as abroad. And here on this very stage, in just a few hours, we will be hearing from President Donald J. Trump, the most pro-Israel president in American history. As well as a courageous fighter against anti-Semitism. And in so doing, President Trump was channeling our founding fathers. Our founding fathers, George Washington specifically, pledged that these United States will give to bigotry no sanction, and President Trump did that in many, many various ways. We're going to hear about some of them this morning. We're going to start with Eli Kohanim. Eli worked for President Trump. She's Iranian-American. She was a former Deputy Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism. Iran is a genocidal regime abroad, and here in the States as well, we see anti-Semitism on the streets of the United States of America. What do you think is the cause of that?
Well, yeah, first of all, I want to say good morning, Cpac. And there is one president who's going to go down in history as the best friend of the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel, and that is Donald J. Trump. And the Jewish people will be forever grateful to President Trump for his support of our people. And in our administration, there was one thing that we were clear on, which is that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. We understood that if you hate the Jewish state of Israel, you hate the Jewish people. Unequivocally, we were really clear on that point. And let me say that when these haters and these leftists, when you hear them saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, what are they saying? Well, they want to get rid of the one country that's there to defend and support the Jewish people, and that's Israel. Look, in our historical experience, when the Jewish people didn't have a country and didn't have an army, 6 million of us were murdered by the Nazis. So I am here to tell the left, and I'm here to tell the haters, that those days are over. Israel is here to stay, and you are with the Jewish people.
Israel.
So when they call for Palestine from the river to the sea, they're calling for the elimination and the genocide of the Jewish people. And we heard these lies and accusations from Rashida Tlaib, from Ilhan Omar, from AOC, from Bernie Sanders, from Elizabeth Warren. These people are spewing vicious lies and accusations against the Jewish state of Israel. And the next thing that we experience in America, which we have never experienced before, is Jews being viciously attacked on the streets of New York and Los Angeles by Palestinian flag-waving mobs. And I am here to demand that the Democratic Party stand up to anti-Semitism, combat the anti-Semitism that they're finding in their ranks. I want to also talk about Iran. You mentioned Iran. I was born in Iran to a Jewish family. And fast forward 1979, there's a radical Islamic revolution. We escaped for our lives to America. Iran is the one country in the world where they say death to Israel, death to America. It's the one country in the world that is seeking a nuclear bomb, and it's the one country in the world that says they want to eliminate the Jewish state of Israel. And so the Biden administration needs to ask themselves, 76 years after the Holocaust, how is it moral and ethical to be making a deal with the Iranian regime which puts them on the pathway to a nuclear bomb?
Thank you, Ellie.
So I just want to say God bless this audience and thank you for standing with the Jewish people.
Thank you, Ellie. So, Eugene, you're a professor of international law. What would you say to critics of Israel who say, oh, we just care about human rights? What's your response to them?
It's a great question. So I want to tell you, I came here from Israel for this conference, and it's wonderful being coming from, thank you. And Israel and Texas have a lot in common. They're both Lone Star states, if you look at the flags. So I feel right at home here. How do you tell anti-Semitism today? Because today's anti-Semite doesn't come up and say, he's not wearing like Nazi insignia, he's not wearing a clanny robe, and he's certainly not saying, I'm a bad guy, I'm an anti-Semite, I just hate Jews. People don't say that. People always say, I'm not an anti-Semite, there's just certain things I object to. And if you look at the history of anti-Semitism, that has always been true. It has never been the case that anti-Semites said they just hated Jews for no good reason. Anti-Semitism has always said that Jews are doing something usually crazy, outrageous, and illogical to believe, but that would offend the norms and shock the society of the times the most. Classically, that accusation would be called a blood libel. So anti-Semites used to say in the Middle Ages that Jews were using the blood of Christian children to make their matzahs for Passover. Now, you don't have to know a lot about matzah making to know that's like the most un-Jewish thing ever. It's impossible. But that's what makes it a big lie. It's as untrue as something could be, and the more untrue, the more opposite of the truth something is, the harder it is to refute. So today, now the blood libel resonated with things people cared about in the Middle Ages, religious issues, a lot more. Today, the people who make arguments about the Jews, so after that it was Jews invented capitalism. Then they invented communism. Whatever were the burning issues of the day, the Jews were blamed for. Today, the criticisms of the Jews are put in the language of human rights. One thing we've heard lately, and unfortunately we have heard this, as Ellie has said, from people in Congress, from people in the parliaments of Europe, that Israel is spreading disease, one of the most ancient blood libels possible, dug up from the Middle Ages, by not providing vaccines to the Palestinian Authority. Now, it turns out that under international law, Israel has no obligation for the Palestinians. It's black-letter international law. And anyway, Israel just offered 700,000 vaccines to the Palestinians. The Palestinians said, no, we don't want them. We think they're no good. And so South Korea took them instead. In other words, it was a completely made-up libel. Another libel, Israel's being accused of being an apartheid state. Apartheid is an international crime. So people say, we don't like the Jews, we have no problem with the Jews, we just don't like their apartheid. In Israel, there is not a single public facility that is separated between Jews and Arabs. You have Arabs who are members of the government, Arabs in the Supreme Court. There is not a single legal distinction between Jews and Arabs in terms of their rights. So why say apartheid state? It completely mocks the history and insults the history of blacks in South Africa. Because first of all, it's the opposite of the truth, making it a big lie. And it resonates with the racial justice concerns that people are very sensitive about. So like a classic blood libel, it frames the criticism of the Jews in terms of what people are most sensitive about today. So, of course, no one comes and says, I'm just against the Jews. They come in the language of human rights. But you need to see beneath those arguments and see when those arguments are completely made up or applying standards to Israel that don't apply to any other country. That itself is another form of anti-Semitism. So we're going to see in the coming months, unfortunately, the United States has made clear that it wants to open up a consulate to the Palestinians in Jerusalem. Now, forget about what the U.S. law says about this. Under international law, there is you cannot have a consulate in the same city as you have an embassy, a consulate in one city representing to an enemy country. This is yet another way. Where does the United States, ask yourself, where does the United States have a consulate in the same city that it has an embassy representing to a hostile foreign power? There's no example. And when you treat Israel by a standard that you don't apply to anyone else, that's the definition of anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Eugene. So, David, you just completed a stint in the Middle East. You were a special assistant to the United States ambassador to Israel, our good friend David Friedman, who was a phenomenal diplomat. David, you were in the heart of everything, Abraham Accords and beyond. How can you compare and contrast the current Biden administration attitude towards the Middle East with the attitude that you experienced working under President Trump?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Yitz. And it's really a tremendous honor to be here at Cpac and to be on this stage. I think it's worth recalling what the Trump administration did to show that it is the most pro-Israel administration ever, and really there is no comparison to the current administration. So if you remember back in December of 2017, it was actually President Trump, after Republican and Democrat presidents promised to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, it was actually President Trump who delivered on that promise.
Right.
He then, in May 14th, 2018, which actually coincided with the 70th anniversary of the creation of the modern state of Israel, moved our embassy to Jerusalem. He then recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, which is an extremely important territory in Israel's north, and also the historic connection of the Jewish people to the Golan Heights goes back many, many years. He then made an announcement that Jewish communities in Judea and Samaria, in fact, one of the communities I believe that Eugene even lives in, is not in violation of international law, and also, again, reaffirming the historic right of the Jewish people to live throughout the land of Israel. He cut off funding to the Palestinians because they continued their hostility towards Israel. He also stood up for America's sovereignty at international institutions like the United Nations, which not only is anti-American, but is anti-Israel.
Right.
And you compare all of these decisions and many, many more, which no other administration ever had done in the past, to what the current administration is doing. And the current administration is seeking to become more hostile to Israel. And they want to empower the Iranian regime in Tehran through renegotiating and re-entering a disastrous deal that, sort of, to Ellie's point, it's not even the fact that they want to re-enter the deal. It's the fact that the deal itself, even if Iran follows the deal, paves Iran's path to an arsenal of nuclear weapons. At the same time, they've restored funding to the Palestinians. They've restored funding to the anti-Israel bodies at the United Nations. They continue to make false moral equivalents between Israel and terrorist organizations like Hamas that recently fired over 4,000 rockets targeting Israeli civilians. They want to appease the Palestinian leadership, trying to resurrect the false notion that failing to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is somehow the real cause for instability in the Middle East, when in fact, as we said before, it's the Iranian regime. So you can go down the line. And so one of the things I would encourage Cpac attendees to do is to continue to be vocal, but be in touch with your member of Congress, because this is a very, very important issue. A strong and secure Israel is inherently in U.S. national security interests, and a strong U.S.-Israel relationship helps protect us here at home. And so I would encourage all of you that when you're speaking with your members of Congress, you encourage them to not only be vocal, but to take real initiative, to stand up for the pro-Israel policies of the Trump administration and counter what's coming and what has already occurred from the Biden administration to undermine all of the pro-Israel policies of the last 4 years.
Excellent. And David, I love how you brought it back to practical action items that we all here at Cpac can do. Cpac is about solutions. It's about taking action. That was fantastic. Ellie, what are some practical actions that you think people here can take to address the issues you brought up?
Yes, you know, I just wrote an op-ed in Newsweek which made left-wing blue checkmark Twitter go crazy. They had like a whole meltdown on Twitter. But in this op-ed, I wrote about the fact that I believe the time has come for the United States president, for the White House, to appoint an anti-Semitism czar. And what the anti-Semitism czar would do is bring the resources of the federal government, take a whole-of-government approach to really combating domestic anti-Semitism. So when I was in office, I was the envoy in the State Department, and our mandate was exclusively foreign anti-Semitism, international anti-Semitism. And I think it's time, given what we're seeing in the halls of Congress with the Squad and the radical leftists and also Jews being attacked on the streets, we need our own anti-Semitism czar right here in the United States.
Excellent. Thank you. You know, Eugene, we can't all be international law experts like you, but what can rank and file Cpac attendees, the grassroots, what can we do to reinforce Israel's standing?
So on the question of the current administration attempting to water down, cut, and deny the Jewish people's historic and unbroken relationship with their holy city of Jerusalem by entertaining Palestinian claims to sovereignty in Jerusalem through the opening of a consulate, you again need to be in touch with your congressmen, with your senators in particular, and make clear this is something that needs to get blocked up. Funding for this cannot proceed. This is a fundamental issue of our standing with the Jewish people in the historic birthplace of the Judeo-Christian tradition.
Thank you. So a lot of this conversation is about Israel and Israel's standing. Putting that aside, here in the United States, American Jews have been attacked in the streets. Just last week, there was a rabbi in Boston who was stabbed in a clearly anti-Semitic attack. In our closing minutes, maybe David, we'll start with you. What can be done? This is a serious matter.
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, I think it's really important that in addition to what Ellie said, we have to pressure members of Congress to be vocal about condemning the anti-Semitism that occurs in the halls of Congress. And whether that's Omar and Tlaib, you know, it's interesting, a couple weeks ago, Omar compared the United States to terrorist organizations like the Taliban and like Hamas, claiming that all of us have been committing genocide or war crimes. And it was such a disgusting and reprehensible remark. And the failure of the Democrat leadership to unequivocally condemn her, which is not the first time, But even when they claimed to issue a press release, Pelosi went on one of the Sunday shows and was asked, why did you condemn her? And Pelosi said, oh, no, and she completely walked it back. They're so scared of actually holding accountable those who are spewing anti-Semitism and hatred. So it's really important that we speak out, but also it's worth contrasting that with Representative Kevin McCarthy, who leads the Republicans in the House. And what he has said is that people like Omar and Tlaib, they won't have committee assignments if the Republicans take the majority in 2022. And so we should be demanding that people like Omar and Tlaib be removed from their committee assignments. And also, I think it comes back to the importance of properly defining what is anti-Semitism. There's something called the IRA definition and its contemporary examples, which goes into grave detail. It's actually an internationally recognized definition. It's something actually that Ellie worked on to promote in her office at the State Department, encouraging other countries to adopt this definition, because if we don't have a clear and bold and strong definition of what is anti-Semitism, how do you properly combat it? How do you fight it? So one of the other things I would encourage you all to do is tell your member of Congress to encourage the executive branch to formally adopt the IRA definition and its contemporary examples in every aspect of the U.S. government, not only abroad, but also domestically, and also at the state level. We have 50 states. There's a lot of things that can be done at the states. We shouldn't forget that we have a 10th Amendment, and not everything needs to be so concentrated back in Washington, D.C. and in the swamp. So the more that we can do to define anti-Semitism, to call out those who are anti-Semites, the better we will be.
I also want to mention, we need, I know this audience does, but we need to support our law enforcement. We need to support our police. And I'll tell you why. Exactly right. When there was this Palestinian flag-waving mob that came to 47th Street, which is the jewelry district in New York, known to be a very Jewish location, and they threw an incendiary device into the Jewish people walking in the street. Apparently, NYPD did not do the most that they could do to arrest the perpetrators that were there on the scene. Now, we've seen this happen in New York over and again lately. I can tell you as a former New Yorker that under the Bloomberg and Giuliani administrations, NYPD was empowered and they made those arrests. The police in this country feel disempowered. They don't feel that when they see a hate crime taking place that they can make arrests, and we need to support our police officers and let them know, you see a hate crime, please make those arrests.
Excellent, thank you. Excellent. Well, thank you all for your very valuable comments. Thank you all for your support and your love. This is something that we appreciate. And God bless you and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Cpac.
The radical left is plotting a Supreme Court coup. Right now, they're working in the shadows of Washington to hijack the Biden Commission. Their extreme agenda? Add 4 new liberal justices to the Supreme Court. Our religious liberties, our freedom of speech, all our cherished constitutional rights. They're all on the line. You have until August 15th to make your voice heard. Go to supremecoup.com. Tell the Biden Commission to oppose court packing. Court packing. It's the tool of left-wing authoritarians. Hugo Chavez packed Venezuela's Supreme Court with his socialist cronies, paving the way for his tyrannical regime. Now America's socialist radicals want to pack our Supreme Court with 4 new liberal justices. Court packing is a coup to take away your constitutional freedoms and to turn America into a socialist country. Don't let them destroy our great republic. Go to supremecoup.com to learn more.
This isn't feminism. This is a destruction.
Ladies and gentlemen, is America prepared to deal with the pandemic of misery and addiction caused by the opioid crisis? Please welcome your panel. From Victoria's Voice Foundation, Jackie Siegel. From Deason Capital Services, LLC, Doug Deason. Former Florida Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And your host, From the American Conservative Union Foundation, Mercedes Schlapp.
Good morning, Cpac. Okay, so there must be a really special guest coming today. I wonder who it is, because people are sitting down and getting their seats. But what we first want to talk about, and I know this is a very tough subject, but it's an important subject to address because it's something that I think has destroyed so many lives and so many communities. But there are great leaders in this area who have done so much to help others with opioid addiction and drug addiction. And they're here on our stage. And so let's give a warm welcome to all three of our wonderful panelists, Jackie, Doug, and of course, Pam Bondi. So, Jackie, I want to start with you. She's the Queen of Versailles, and if you haven't seen that show, you must. And there's the other show, which is the other one, Under the Deck?
Well, I've been on Below Deck and stuff. But,
there you go, Below the Deck. And Jackie is just remarkable, and it's been wonderful to get to know her. But you also started Victoria's Voice Foundation. Talk to us how you started this foundation, why you did it, and what's the message that you are sharing with others across the nation to stop opioid addiction?
Well, in my life, I never imagined that my life would be devoted to saving lives through our foundation, Victoria's Voice. We always donated to many, many charities. But unfortunately, my husband and I, and he owns Westgate Resorts, our daughter, 18 years old, died of a drug overdose right beneath our nose. We didn't even know she was on drugs. And part of our foundation is educating people about opening your eyes, because this can happen to you too. And especially with the COVID lockdown, the deaths, drug overdoses, abuse is up 60% from last year, because with the COVID lockdowns, it's creating the worst environment possible for our youth to be isolated. It leads to depression, it can lead to mental illness, and even out of boredom, kids can experiment. But yeah, so it's now more than ever to raise the awareness about, there's so much to talk about.
Oh yes, Pam, jump in.
So this is a very humble woman. For a family who has so much, they took a horrible tragedy and they give back so much. So this doesn't have to happen to another family. So thank you for everything you do. And she's one of the kindest women I know too.
We also have books here that we're giving to everyone who is interested in this subject. It's my daughter's diary, and fully exposes what goes through the teenagers' minds. And we all have families or grandchildren, and or planning a future generation, but that's what we want to save, our future generation.
Jackie, that's really remarkable, the work you're doing. And Pam, let me turn to you, and then we're going to do the blondes first. Sorry, Doug. But 2 in 3 adults are treated for opioid addiction, and they first started using the drug younger than the age of 25. Now, you were the Attorney General in Florida. What did you all have to do? And on the President Trump's opioid commission, because this was something that was very important for President Trump. Talk to us about what you did in Florida when you were Attorney General, but also what you all were able to accomplish during the Trump administration in terms of the opioids commission.
When I took office, before I took office, I was campaigning all over the state of Florida, and parents were coming up to me, handing me high school pictures of their kids who are now dead. And then when I became AG, I framed those pictures in my office as my inspiration to stop the opioid abuse in Florida. Of the top 100 doctors, these call themselves doctors, they're criminals, who prescribed oxycodone, the top 100 in the country, 98 of them lived in Florida. And we fought so hard to pass that legislation. And I was down on the floor because I wanted it to be unanimous. I was so mad at anyway that it hadn't been passed before. And now, or at least a few years ago, none of them lived in Florida anymore. So that's, but it's still, it's ongoing. And then I was blessed to, when I was Attorney General, to sit on President Trump's opioid commission. And now I'm with also America First Policy Institute, and we're continuing the great policies that President Trump started while in office. But, you know, that was a bipartisan commission, and we did so much good working together to try to combat this around our country. But Doug can talk more about it. But, you know, now we have fentanyl, we have heroin, and it's just continues on. And my biggest plea would be if you have a child, a grandchild, a family member, and, you know, what's the drug of choice with college kids now? Adderall or Xanax, because they think it helps them study. Do not let anyone buy that on the street because they're lacing it with fentanyl. And in St. Pete, in 3 days, 5 young men overdosed because they thought they were buying, I can't remember if it was Adderall or Xanax, and it was laced with fentanyl and they didn't know it. So that's what we're up against in this world now.
Doug, let's turn to you. You are a champion for criminal justice reform. I know it's an issue that's dear to your heart, but we also know that there are many of those individuals who are addicted, who end up in jail, and they're not getting the treatment that they need. What do we need to do to make sure that we have the right programs in place so that these individuals can have a second chance?
Well, we work at Right on Crime, which is part of Texas Public Policy Foundation, which was chaired for the longest time by our mutual friend Brooke Rollins, and they started Right on Crime, and we're expanding Right on Crime now to work in this state. So we got distracted for 4 years by the Trump administration and advised Jared on criminal justice reform, and ended up, you know, advising and working on the First Step Act, which was a great bill. But at the state levels, we work, you know, in Texas, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arizona, Florida with Governor DeSantis. I'm on an advisory panel for him. And, you know, what we're trying to do is get, number one, have diversion programs and diversion courts, which Pam can talk about later, to keep people out of the system. So most people who go to jail or go to prison have either mental health issues or drug and alcohol addiction. So putting them in jail, putting them in prison, there's nothing there that's going to help. You're just going to exacerbate the problem, and then they're going to come out, they're going to be addicted, they're going to have the same issues. They probably got drugs and or alcohol while they're in jail or in prison, and they're going to go right back into the same circles. So what we try to do is steer them away from, or teach them skills, get them therapy, and teach them how to avoid going back to the same circles.
You know, we have, through our program, we've already developed an educational video series that's in 15-minute segments. And I would love to send that to you to possibly bring in for these criminals. And it's not just education about how bad drugs are and the risks of buying something off the street that's laced with fentanyl and all that, but it has life stories of how it ruins people's lives and how they've come back. And then we also ended up with the final few videos is coping skills. Like how, once I'm off of drugs, what do I do next? And how to look for help and get support. So I would love to send this to you, and we would love to bring this program nationwide. We thank you, Governor Noem, South Dakota. She's taking in our program. She's the most amazing woman in the world for the whole state. And we also are in Nevada, in Clark County, and 5 schools there, and also in Seminole County with the sheriffs, Sheriff Dennis Lima. I don't know if you know him, but he's helping us, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from him eventually because we want to bring this video series into the criminal justice system.
That's an excellent idea. Jackie, is the sheriff the Orlando sheriff, the one we met?
Sheriff Dennis Lima.
Okay, so this is what President Trump would say. He's central casting, okay? He looks like tough sheriff, let me tell you. Okay, but Jackie, let me ask you real quick. On the Narcan, now this is the antidote that would help on the opioid overdose. This is something that you all feel very strongly about, that we need to ensure that first responders have this.
Well, a lot of people actually, we never heard of Narcan, but Narcan is kind of an antidote. If someone's like already not breathing from an opioid, you can administer it through the nose. It's kind of like a Nazareth drug, or like if someone gets bit by a snake, you get anti-venom. And had the first responders, when they found Victoria, my daughter, had Narcan, she would have had a second chance in life. And there was no Narcan there. So my husband and I, when we were educated on this, we went up to Washington, D.C. and helped pass legislation for the CARA Act, which is a very comprehensive act, but part of it was getting the Narcan to be available for all the first responders in the country.
Pam, what we are seeing at the border is not only a humanitarian crisis, but there's a drug crisis happening. Can you walk us through what you've learned and what's happening down there?
Yes, Mercy. And when, we've talked about all these different drugs, but especially the fentanyl, because that's the deadliest. It only takes a few grains, like if you think of grains of salt, to kill you. And a vial half an inch big could kill a room of people. And what they're doing, this junk is made in China. They're sending it to Mexico, and it's coming right across the border. And when President Trump was in office, he was doing a great job, as we all know. That wall is about keeping drugs and human traffickers out of our country. And I don't share publicly many private conversations with the president, but he called me a couple months ago. It was in the morning, and something was going on at the border, and he said to me, "Can you believe all the drugs that are coming into our country now across that border?" And that's why we need the wall. As a prosecutor,
and I was
traffickers, the smugglers, but that's how it's getting into our country, and that's how it's killing our kids in our country. So we have to be so vigilant about that. And not only that, Jackie and I were talking, they're lacing marijuana now with fentanyl. And people say, well, wait, they don't want to kill you. No, but they want to get you so addicted so fast that your life is over. And I was telling Doug backstage, when I was a prosecutor, I prosecuted a World Series baseball player. He traded his World Series ring for one piece of crack. If that doesn't tell you the power of addiction, and he gave up on himself. But that's why everything Doug's doing, too, is so very important.
I was wondering, you were talking about the border, all the drugs coming across the border. What about, I heard recently that there is talk with this administration that they want to take away our border patrol and change it to social workers at the border. Is that true? And basically,
with this
give them a
administration, you
welcome
never
package?
know, because they say don't come, but then they're taking everything away that worked to strengthen our border. So this is a hypocritical administration that has done all the work that President Trump was able to control the border, and that is just, I think, a disgrace for our nation and for our families.
So Mercy, Texas historically, we do a biennium budget, so 2-year budgets, and we've spent $830 million. And Dan Patrick talks about this. Governor Abbott talks about it. $830 million to protect our border, which is not the state's job. And so historically, over the last few years, it's $830 every 2 years. So $415 per year, $1 million. Imagine all the other things we could do with that. We just jumped it up to $1.2 billion in the latest budget. So Texas alone is paying $1.2 billion to protect our border, to keep those drugs out. We're seeing more fentanyl than ever. And then, of course, all the red states are sending down National Guard and national troops, which we're so appreciative of. Florida, Ron DeSantis, Governor Bill Lee, Oklahoma, Kristi Noem in South Dakota. And, we're just creating our own militia to go down and guard the border because this administration won't do it. And then why won't they do it? Because it was a Trump program. It's that simple. It was perfectly logical. It was working, but it was Trump. And so
America, for sure, the opioid crisis. And this is one of the things that's important to to what happens here in America and why in Cpac it deals with all sorts of issues, and a great panel to listen to for sure. And of course, I've got with me the Iron Lady, Adrienne Balcom, and how are you this morning, by the way?
Oh my goodness, what a day it started out with. Basically, I had to go through 2 lines of Secret Service, so security is definitely tight today. I walked around an entire building for you guys. So
Yeah, so a lot of us were talking about, a lot of those who are in this media row were talking about the fact that this is a former president, and they do what's something called sanitize an area when a president comes in. Typically, you don't see that for a former president. And so typically a former president will have a Secret Service, and they'll surround him, and they'll make sure that if it's in a small area that he's protected. If he's up on stage, then they will make extra precautions. But there is no difference in the level of security of Donald Trump as when he was president. They've got magnetometers you have to go through. It's not something that you typically see when a former president comes to town. And the only thing that we can deduce from that is that our president has a lot of threats against his life, and they're serious threats. And it's understandable, because he is someone who makes things happen and who is a real threat to the Democrats. And so they would, if they can't beat him in the election, they want to probably take him out. So I'm so glad to see the level of security here. There's not any of us who are complaining about it. I mean,
it's definitely, we're not complaining at all. I think it's great. I think that the fact that they're changing whatever they needed to do to keep it secure, even keep everybody here secure. So totally agree with, totally support it. So
absolutely. And so a lot of great speakers this morning. And yeah, you want to start? Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about one of the things that we want to draw away from here is from Cpac is that they're bringing solutions, that the people that are speaking are taking the time to say, look, these are some ideas that we can be able to help the American people who are actually paying attention. They want to see change, but they don't know how to make that change. So the solutions are being brought up. As one of the things that they were talking about is election integrity, and it comes back down to our legislations need to remember what it says in the Constitution. You know, whether the federal government comes in and makes changes or whatever, the state needs to take the stand and don't go along with it, even though if they may be the only ones. We need to encourage our legislators, our Attorney General, to stay the course and don't make changes just because the federal government wants to.
I agree. That is so important. One of the great things, we started out this morning with the Alan West, our former state party chair, who is running for governor, and my all-time favorite Congressman Louis Gohmert. Really is great to hear him. He talked about tyranny, and that was such an important point, because if you've watched Back into Bondage, or America Returning Back into Bondage, the video that I did a few months ago, and my focus on tyranny and focus on the fact that we as a nation have nothing, we're not special enough that we can't fall exactly where Germany fell to the Nazis. And people think that the Nazi Party was something unique. It's not. They were the National Socialist Party, and what is growing what party is growing the largest and is getting feet in America, especially in the Democrat Party? The socialist. Bernie Sanders, a socialist. And to believe that, oh well, they're peaceful socialists. Okay, just go with that and think about what socialism means and what it will where it will bring us. And if you watch this conference, and again, I did want to remind you that I've just seen that the conference has been focusing on issues of tyranny, of the lies of socialism and the left.
One of the biggest lies that's being told is that there's voter suppression. That is absolutely fictitious. It's not true. That's what they're running on. You need to combat that by stating, you know, can you provide the facts? can you provide the information that shows that? Because in reality is that there's nothing wrong with showing your voter ID or identification, because anything else, you go on a plane, you have to get an ID. They're making it into an issue so that they will sit there and say it's a civil rights issue. It is not a civil rights issue. So don't fall in line with the whole idea about voter suppression, because they're trying to make more laws, more opportunity for them to continue this big lie and to give them more reason to continue this voter fraud. And we don't need more laws. I think at the end of the day, you just need to identify yourself. And all of the early voting was talked about that could be the areas of where they are actually doing the fraud. And so we need, again, to encourage our state legislators to stand by what the Constitution says and be vigilant and being active in our local elections so that we don't fall into the continuous fraud that's been happening, because it is true. There's fraud everywhere. And I think that whenever they start talking about it, those who are involved in supporting that, they get fired. So let's all try to make an effort to get involved locally, like such as voting, volunteer for your poll workers, any type of election administration, so that we can fight against that.
Well, and going along with that, they had a topic this morning, just a little while ago, spare the fraud, spoil the child, the future of American elections. And John Fund with National Review talked about the fact that there's a problem because some of it is electoral incompetence by those who are running the elections, and some of it's outright fraud. He said it's hard to tell where the incompetence of election officials ends and where the fraud by the others begins. And that's really an important point, because the election integrity is incredibly important. Isn't it interesting that the conservatives were focusing on election integrity? The left, they're focusing on disenfranchisement in a society that is actually allowing dead people to vote, allowing all sorts of people to vote, and so it is a real battle between the right and the left in this case. And there's nothing. I think it was Senator Hall who, when he was doing his update to our his legislative updates here in Rockwall, he focused on the fact that what is wrong with requiring a ID.
Exactly. And so again, we have to encourage and constantly speak up to our state legislators that they have the power to make clean elections, and they can write laws to make our elections more secure and to show more transparency, that kind of thing. So I think that we just need to make sure to stop continuing the lie that this is a civil rights issue or that we're suppressing the vote, because that's just not true.
That's absolutely right. One of the so I'm going to. Do you want to talk any more about the election? Do you have any comments? No. Okay, great. All right. So, all right. So one of the they then talked about anti-Semitism, and I'm not sure which one. The anti-Semitism, yeah. Well, before we do that, I think it was in that spare the fraud issue. They really kind of along this lines of this issue. One of the questions that was asked, it was John Fund. They were asking, what do you do? What do you do when you're attacked and things? And his answer was, I think, very trite to some, but it was right on. He said, just say no. When people bait you on race, when they call you a racist and things like that, you just say no. Just ignore it and say, sorry, just not true. You got anything else? All right. So now let's go on to the impact of leftism, of the left's anti-Semitism at home and abroad. You want to start?
Sure. So one of the things that David Milston, he's the former special assistant U.S. ambassador of Israel, he mentioned that President Trump really delivered. Out of all the presidents, the embassy was a big deal. It's going to be in Jerusalem and all that. And then there's some other things that are happening there that they're trying to bring a consulate, which is that's not normal for a country to have that. And considering that this particular group of people are, they're absolutely haters and they are causing a lot of disruption there. So one of the things that he did was he cut funding, President Trump did, he cut funding to the Palestinians because of their hostility towards Israel. And that's one way, is like, you know, you always cut the funding so that it doesn't continue to cause them to make change. So right now the current administration is trying to empower Iran. And then, so one of the things that we need to do is try to pressure or keep our communication open with our congressmen and encourage them to stand up and voice support for Israel. And that will help to encourage them. Like, you know, you need to stand up, you need to speak up to them, because there is currently congressmen right now that are trying to do everything they can to set a different standard for Israel versus other countries. And we cannot have that. It's causing division. And one thing that was said specifically.
You know what? I think, all right, it's Ken Paxton. We're not going to interrupt Ken Paxton. Texas Attorney General, we're going to turn it over to him. A great Attorney General, Ken Paxton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Isn't it great to have a president that cares about the border? I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to tell, are you guys okay if I tell a Donald Trump story before I start? I won't make my speech any longer. So I had been around him one other time, and he was coming into Texas for the Santa Fe shooting, flew into the Air Force Base close to Houston, Ellington Air Force Base, got off the plane, our governor greeted him, and then Dan Patrick, the lieutenant governor, and Ted Cruz and I spoke to President Trump just for a few minutes, and he immediately stopped everybody. He said, Ken, what am I going to do about Obamacare? What am I going to do about DACA? I don't want to defend those. We're defending them right now. I don't want to defend them. What do I do? And I tried to speak, and then somebody kind of interrupted, and we didn't finish the conversation. So then the president comes back to me again. He says, Ken, what am I going to do? I don't want to defend this stuff. I don't want to defend Obamacare. I don't want to defend DACA. And I tried to talk again, and somebody else started talking, and he finally said, Ken, I want you to go sit in the limousine right now. Okay. I mean, so I walked over to the limousine, and I asked the Secret Service, where do you want me? And they sat me in the chair that I knew was going to be next to the president. Ended up spending the day with them. And at the end of the day, he said, Ken, I want you to do me a favor. He goes, I want you to call my Solicitor General. Don't call the Attorney General. Call my Solicitor General. I want you to tell him that I don't want to defend these cases. And I said, well, Mr. President, I don't think you understand. I don't represent you. I'm suing you. Like, I'm on the other side. He goes, I don't care. He goes, make sure you tell Noel Francisco, the Solicitor General, that I like him, and I want you to report back to me. I said, well, Mr. President, I don't know how to call you. So he says to his advanced guy, and he says, hey, make sure he can get a hold of me. I said, okay. So I called the Solicitor General, just like he instructed. I said, Noel, I know you don't know me very well. You understand we think that DACA and Obamacare are unconstitutional. Would you understand if the president talked to me and he wanted me to tell you not to defend those cases, but he wanted me to tell you that he really likes you? And I said, I know this is very awkward because I'm suing you, but I said, I think you should just know. And he goes, okay, okay. And he said, and then I said, by the way, I'm supposed to report back to the president. And he said, well, can you call somebody else, like the White House counsel? I said, I'm calling the president. So oddly enough, when they had to file their answers to both these cases back-to-back days, they switched sides and they stuck with Texas. So why is that an important story? Because that type of leadership, where he was being advised by the Attorney General, his White House counsel, Solicitor General not to do something, and yet, against all of that, he stood next to us, knowing what the right thing to do was. And I think that's the kind of leadership that we're all looking for. Is that not right? By the way, Texas has a few heroes too. Have any of you all ever heard of Davy Crockett? So Davy Crockett was running for Congress in Tennessee, and I guess he thought he might lose. So he told his constituents, not yet to be, y'all can go to hell, I'm going to Texas. And he came to Texas, and he was one of those guys at the Alamo fighting for the freedom of the Texans. We became our own independent state, country, because of that type of spirit. And then, of course, we have our founders, Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin and John Adams, who wrote the Declaration of Independence, which said that it wasn't the government granting us our rights. Our rights come from our Creator. They're inalienable. We don't ask for them. They are given to us by our Creator. And I want you to know, in the few minutes that I have left, that Texas is in that fight because we believe that. We believe in what our founders said, not because they said it, because it's true. We believe in what our founders of our state said, not because they said it, because it's true. And so we're in the fight. You might have noticed we sued Obama 27 times in my first 2 years of office. And that was over 27 months. We've already sued Joe Biden 11 times in like 6 months. And I have a feeling, unfortunately, we're not done. 5 of those over immigration. And it's shocking to me, for those who have not been to the border yet, to see what is happening there, to see all of these policies that were instituted that were to overcome what Obama had done, that were working, from building the wall to the Stay in Mexico program to no more catch and release. All of these things ended, and these are what we're suing Biden over right now, because he's clearly not following federal law, and so far, we've only had 1 case decided. We're 1-0. So we're off to a good start. That fight, unfortunately, will be an everyday fight. The second thing that Texas is fighting is big tech. And the reason we're fighting big tech is because we know that those companies have tremendous power over our speech, over the narrative, over what we buy, what we think. They're monopolistic. We've already sued Google. We're already part of a Facebook lawsuit. And of course, Twitter sued us when we started investigating them over deplatforming President Trump. We will continue that fight as well. And finally, no more important issue than election integrity. For those of you who were not aware, Texas was involved in 12 lawsuits before the election. We didn't wait till after the election. We fought them before the election. We had 12 lawsuits, state court, federal court, all about mail-in ballots, trying to change our state laws. And I told my team, you can't lose a single lawsuit. You have to win 12, because if they win 1 lawsuit, we will lose Texas. It was in Harris County, which is Houston. It was in Austin. It was in San Antonio. And we fought and we fought and we fought, and we went 12-0. Thank you. Thank you. And why does that matter? It matters because if you look at the election results from 4 years ago, Georgia and Texas were almost exactly the same. The difference, we fought 12 lawsuits. They signed consent decrees allowing mail-in ballots, drop boxes, no signature verification, total capitulation. And so then we followed that up. Of course, you might remember Texas sued 4 states over what happened in the election, and we were told by a Supreme Court that somehow, even though it's the only place we could file as a state versus a state, that we had no standing. Amazing. But our fight is not done, and when people tell you there is no election fraud, let me just tell you, my office right now has 511 counts in court because of COVID waiting to be heard. We have another 386 that we're investigating. If you add those together, that's more election fraud than my office has prosecuted since it started investigating election fraud years and years ago. So do not believe the narrative, because in Texas, we are going to fight election fraud. Now, I know Gerald Ford may not have been our favorite Republican president, but one of the things he did say was that any government that can give you everything you want can take away everything you have. And so we in Texas are committed to the fight. Whether we're joining others or whether we're leading, we will be like Davy Crockett. We will be like Thomas Jefferson. We know where the fight is, and I can promise you this, the state of Texas, my office, is going to continue to fight with the people that are sitting right here, because we are the country that everybody else looks to for that freedom, and we cannot lose this fight. This is our time. God bless Cpac, and God bless this great state and this great country. Thank you all very much.
Okay, well, Ken Paxton really talked about a lot of the same things we were just talking about, election integrity. I found one of the things I found interesting was that he sued the Obama administration 27 times, 22 times, and the Biden administration, he has sued him 11 times. So I thought that was an interesting point.
Yeah, it was 22 times over the course of the term, and then 11 just started. So it should be a lot more, but in the next year. So it was another thing too is that if you're wondering if election fraud, if it does exist in Texas, yes, it does, because he has said that there's 511 counts just waiting to be heard through the court system, because the court system ended up using COVID as a reason why they can't continue the court the way that normally a process. You got to have jury duty involved and all that. So there's 300 cases that are just waiting to be investigated. So there is definitely election fraud.
All right. And so we want to hear from, well, this is, okay, so this is not, coming up next is going to be South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. And so we definitely want to hear her, and this is just a filler right now. So going back to the Israel discussion on Israel, you didn't get a chance to finish, so I'm going to let you.
Well, I was just saying that there's a lot of misconceptions of what we're talking about with anti-Semitism, and I think the thing is that we are in a time in our life that they're trying to redefine words, and it's the same thing with anti-Semitism. I think that needs to be defined clearly, and that's one of the things that they were talking about. And I think that it would be encouraging for people to understand what that is and educate people so that they can be on the lookout for what anti-Semitism is.
Yeah, and one of the speakers, her name was Ellie Kohanim. She's from Iran, but grew up. No, yeah, she's Iranian born, but grew up with Jewish parents in Israel. Anyway, one of the things that she talked about was creating an anti-Semitism czar, and talking about hate crimes and things. It really is antithetical to what conservatism believes. I think that's the wrong thing to do. So I thought that was a little misplaced at this convention, and I don't think that we need a government czar. I think all crime is hate. So she wanted to emphasize how we need to be speaking out against hate crime. Well, all crime is hate. So I don't buy that. I think the governor is about to speak, so we are going to go to her. So I'm going to hand it over to the governor.
Good to see all of you. You learn the most interesting things at Cpac, don't you? How many of you have learned something so far this conference? Me too. Whenever I come, I get involved. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. You're going to be, oh, okay. Well, I don't need to give a speech. Let's just stand. I'm just kidding. Okay, throw the speech out the window. You learn the most interesting things here at Cpac. You get to have good conservative discussions, meet incredible people. What you don't learn is that behind stage, like Sid Miller was just teaching me how to use a tie pin as a different type of a pin anywhere on your clothes. Mike Lindell has the best tips for hairspray. Did you know that? The guy, and eye drops, and then all kinds of tips from him. So if you get the chance to meet him, ask him for life hacks, because that guy is hooked up. And he's got it all in a pocket or in a pillow somewhere. Yeah. Every time I see him, I get a pillow and I go, Mike, is this your pillow or is this my pillow? Every time. I'm sure he's so sick of me. Or I say, let me be frank. Let me be frank with you, Mike. So I need to work on my humor maybe a little bit more. But listen, the only reason that I'm here today to visit with all of you is because I have a very big announcement to share with all of you. I do. I have a new job. Now, most people know that I've done a lot of different things in my life. You know I've been a farmer and a rancher. Probably what you don't know is I used to do carpet cleaning telemarketing. I used to sell carpet cleaning over the phone. I used to sell vacuum cleaners. I was a home health nurse. I was a grocery store checkout girl. What else did I do? I was a waitress. I loved that job, actually. That was great. I've done a lot of things. I've also been in Congress, a legislator, a leader, and now I'm governor. But I think I potentially just got the most important job that I've ever had in my entire life. And that is that I am a new grandma. I have officially become obnoxious. Anytime somebody says something, I'm like, oh, have you seen pictures of her? Well, I saw the ones you posted yesterday. Yes, but she's changed. She's changed. She looks different today. Her name is Adeline West Peters, and she is perfect. Yes, and I call her Miss Addie, and she calls me whatever she wants to call me because I love her so much. But honestly, listen, I hate the world that we are giving her. And so I'm here to ask you for help. I need you to help me save America. And that is literally what's happening right now. When I first got elected to Congress, I knew that when I walked into the House of Representatives, which is where I got elected as a farmer and a rancher to represent South Dakota, I knew after discussions with many members that I was serving with people who believed in socialist principles, who believed in Marxist principles. They would have never said it publicly. And look at how dramatically that has changed today. Look at how dramatically they have embraced those policies. They give press conferences on it. So I'm here just to have a candid conversation with all of you about what is at stake. I look at Joe Biden's America and I don't recognize the country that I grew up in. I do not recognize the country that I grew up in. We see crime and hate. We see division, lawlessness. It's completely unacceptable. And I need all of you to join the team and to do more than what you're doing. You're doing a lot just by being here and embracing conservative principles. But I need you engaged to do more. I grew up in a world where people were proud to have jobs. They got up every morning and wanted to go to work. We prayed in school when I went to school. We looked at birth certificates and never had a debate over what the person's sex was. We just didn't. We respected our flag, we protected it, and we all stood for the national anthem. And that's not the country that we're giving to little Miss Addie today. You know, I was thinking about how special it was where I grew up. Everybody knows I grew up on a farm and ranch. I had the most incredible parents in the world. They were not perfect, and they were tough. My mom, I think, spent most of her life just trying to keep us alive so we could keep up with Dad, because my dad was a go-getter. He was the kind of guy that woke us up every morning by yelling up the stairs, "Get up, more people die in bed than anywhere else." And so we got up, and I always used to, and then he would send us to bed, and he would say, "Sleep fast." And I remember being like a 10-year-old going, how do I sleep fast? I don't know what that means. But he was a cowboy, and he was incredibly tough, but he taught us life lessons that made us problem solvers. He gave us impossible things to do. And I was thinking the other day about this one story, if you'll just indulge me for a minute. But it was when my brother and I were real young. It was during calving season. You're going to get a real good farm story here. Sorry. Billy's going to love it. I don't know if anybody else will. It's during calving season, and cows, when they have babies, get fevers. They don't feel very good. I mean, how many women in the room know it's a little rough to give birth? Well, cows get fevers, and they don't feel good, and they don't like their calves. And we had a cow that wasn't letting her calf suck, and Dad sent me and my brother Rob over to get her in the barn, put her in a chute, and make sure that that baby could suck, could drink. And so we went over there, and with my dad, failure was not an option. It had rained that day. He was working in the shop. Go make that calf suck. So we went to the barn, and as soon as we got in the corral with her, she took after us and literally wanted to end our lives. chased us right back up over the fence. So Rob and I looked at each other and we tried to divide her attention. I opened the barn door. He got her to chase him. We tried to get her to chase him into the barn. We tried everything. Went back over to the shop and said to Dad, we can't get her in the barn. She's too mean. She just wants to kill us. And he said, you get back to that barn right now and you make that calf suck. So we drug our butts back over to the barn and went in there, and time again, that cow put us back up over the fence. Finally, we walked back over to the shop and heads hanging, disappointed. I think I was probably 13 years old. Rob was 4 years younger than me, and said, we can't do it, Dad, and he was mad. So he was gonna have to stop what he was doing and go back and help us get this cow in the barn. It was wet and muddy, so he took his cowboy boots and he had these rubber overshoes. I don't know, you guys remember rubber overshoes? Pulled them up over his boots, walked across the yard, didn't even take the time to buckle them, climbed over the corral fence, got into the pen with this cow, and she immediately put her head down and went 100 miles an hour straight for him. She got right to him, and Rob and I are watching from the fence. He puts her in a headlock. He's got her in a headlock, and they're going round and around the corral, and he's got her in a headlock, and he's going, you stupid cow, get in the barn, we gotta, and we're just watching all this, and all of a sudden, he goes down, and this cow kneels on his chest and starts rubbing him in the dirt. And we think he's gonna die. And so we jump off the fence, we run up to her, we distract her, get her off of him. He gets up, he comes back to the fence, we're all sitting up on the fence, he brushes himself off and he says, I had her right where I wanted her until I tripped on my overshoes. And we're like, sure you did. Sure you did. Had her right where you wanted her. But listen, it made me think of America today, because President Trump had America right where we wanted her. Right where we wanted her. And boy, have we tripped on our overshoes. Joe Biden has made us fall flat on our face. It is unbelievable to me, and we need to pick ourselves up and fix the damage that he's doing. There are two things in this country that will destroy us faster than anything else. And the first one is the Marxist indoctrination that they are teaching our children in our schools. That will destroy this country. I was the very first candidate in this entire country to sign on to the 1776 pledge. Dr. Ben Carson and I took on this challenge recognizing that we needed to teach our kids true, honest history. That the 1619 Project, critical race theory, is hate, division, and it's not American. It's offensive. We do not have racism in our DNA in this country. We love each other, and everybody deserves to be treated equally. I need you all to go home and challenge every single candidate running for office to sign the 1776 pledge. Make them do it. Everyone who's running for office needs to embrace our honest history of America, an America that was formed for freedom. Number two, the second most dangerous thing that's happening is down at our southern border. A nation without borders is a nation without laws and is not a nation at all. So here's what, I want to explain something to you. I was the very first governor that when Texas and Arizona asked for help, that sent my National Guard troops down there to help. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to explain to you why I sent National Guard. National Guard are the best, and our country deserves the best. They do missions like this all the time. You give them a mission, they are trained for it, they're equipped for it, they are ready, and they know how to complete that mission and then come home doing an excellent job. I, in South Dakota, have had the top National Guard unit the last 3 years in a row in the United States of America. They literally are the very best that you have. and they will go and they will complete their mission. I won't shortchange my law enforcement right now. I just won't do it. I think it's irresponsible right now with what we see across the country to shortchange law enforcement. They're needed at home. They do their jobs. We send our guard because they're used to the war zone that they're going to see down there at the border. They're prepared and trained for it, and they can deal with it. So I'm thankful that the governor's asked, and if the federal government's going to fail to do their job, then governors are the ones who are going to have to step up and do it for them to protect this country. I need you to lead by example. South Dakota's been leading by example. When I ran for governor almost 3 years ago, I ran on the message that South Dakota could be an example to the nation. I had no idea it was going to happen during a pandemic. But we have to speak the truth as well. Now, South Dakota was the only state to never close a single business. The only state. We talk about rewriting history. Let's talk about rewriting history. We've got Republican governors across this country pretending they didn't shut down their states, that they didn't close their beaches, that they didn't mandate masks, that they didn't issue shelter in places. Now, I'm not picking fights with Republican governors. All I'm saying is that we need leaders with grit, that their first instinct is to make the right decision, that they don't backtrack and then try to fool you into the fact that they never made the wrong decision. So demand honesty from your leaders. Demand honesty from your leaders and make sure that every one of them is willing to make the tough decisions. South Dakota did not do any of those. We didn't mandate. We trusted our people, issued and told them that personal responsibility was the best answer. And this is a short rundown of what's happening in South Dakota right now. I have the least amount of hours lost by any worker in the entire state, least amount of wages lost by any worker in the state, the least amount of businesses closed in the entire nation in South Dakota. My unemployment rate is 2.8% in the state of South Dakota. I have the fastest growing GDP rate in the nation. Texas in 2020, last quarter, their GDP rate was 7.5%. South Dakota's 9.9% in our state. Thousands and thousands of people are moving to our state. And they're moving there not because we have beaches and not for our weather. I don't know, that's shocking. They're moving because they want to live somewhere where the government respects them. They want to be free, and they know they can do that in South Dakota. Hundreds of businesses are moving into our state. What we did in South Dakota is what conservatives have always said they believed. We just did it. And we proved that it works for families, it works for businesses, and it works for this country. So we will continue to make the tough decisions to make sure that we're an example and that it is a story and a testimony we can tell to the rest of the country. But I'm going to ask you for one thing. I'm going to tell you one quick story because I know I'm already out of time. Back in 1773, there was a young man named Nathan Hale. Now, Nathan Hale, I'm sure you remember him, graduated from Yale with honors. He had 5 older brothers that quickly, after that, signed up to fight for the Continental Army in the Revolutionary War. And just months after that, Nathan himself joined. It was interesting because at that time, General George Washington was leading the troops. And he was fighting for freedom in this country and to ensure that America could be the great country that it is today. When Nathan signed up, he was quickly promoted in the ranks. He was quickly recognized for his leadership, his character, his integrity, his willingness to step forward and do the tough jobs that nobody else wanted to do. Now, the British Army was winning. They were gaining momentum, and the Continental Army was losing, and General Washington was in a tough spot. He had learned that the British Army was going to be invading Manhattan quickly, and he needed to have inside information in order to think before they could act and stop and win that battle so that they could win the war. He gathered all of his troops together and stood in front of them, and he said, I need a volunteer. I need one person who would be willing to go undercover as a spy behind enemy lines and gather the intelligence that we need to stop the British Army when they invade Manhattan. Only one person stepped forward to volunteer for that mission, and it was Nathan Hale. He disguised himself as a Dutch school teacher, went behind enemy lines, quickly gathered information, was being incredibly effective when he was discovered. They say it was a British officer that maybe revealed his identity. Perhaps it was even his cousin who was still a British loyalist. Regardless, he was captured, brought before the enemy, and quickly sentenced to die by hanging. Historians today still write about Nathan Hale like this. They are incredibly impressed with his composure, how he kept his dignity in front of him throughout his sentencing, condemnation, and as he stood before those who would carry out his death. In fact, they say he never once compromised General Washington, never once gave up any information that would put the Continental Army or the Revolutionary War at risk. He kept his integrity, was honest, and did his job. In fact, they write that the very last words that he said was that I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country. Listen, people, we have no idea what hard is. You just don't. We haven't done anything like those folks who've made this great country did. You need to do more. You need to do more. I don't think one person can save this country, but I think all of us have our part. I don't know. I don't know why I do what I do. I grew up dreaming of being a rancher, chasing cows and riding horses. My husband says to me all the time, he said, Christy, you always pick the hardest things to do. He said, there could be 4 choices in front of you, and you every time pick the hardest one. And I said, I know, but it's always the right one. Sorry. It's always the one that needs to be done. I'm going to ask all of you to do what needs to be done. Number 1, this country is addicted to being offended. We are offended by everything everybody says, and I just need you to get over yourselves, okay? Just get over yourselves. There are people that you quit talking to because they offended you, and you think they're too liberal, too left, too crazy, too insane, whatever, that you're not going to talk to them anymore. Get over yourself. Start having those conversations again, because that's how we win the hearts and minds of this country back. The second thing, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, I need you to wake up happy. You woke up this morning in the United States of America. You are better off. You are better off than 95% of the people in this world just because you woke up in this country. Be optimistic. Don't watch the news. It sucks. It really does. It's horrible. Be happy. People will be drawn to you by your optimism because we as conservatives are the only ones who really know what hope is. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Have a wonderful day.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem gives a great discussion and a great speech to the Cpac audience, and they are thrilled with that, and so am I. I mean, what a great speech, what a great true leader she is for not just South Dakota, but for America. And it is coming up is a topic that is really as I've talked about. I just came back or attended a wokeness and and am reading right now about the topic. So I think this is an important one, especially as things happen at school boards. Parents are outraged over what's going on, the whole wokeness nonsense that's going on. It is a threat not just to America, but also to the church. For those of you who are like me, who are Christians, who follow Christ as, who know Christ as Savior. This is creeping into the mindset, and when it gets into churches, this is a substantial threat, a systemic threat to the body of Christ. And so we've got to fight it from, I think, from a Christian point of view. The role of a Christian is to show mercy. Here we go. We're going to this topic, and I'm going to hand it over.
McIntosh.
Hello, everybody. Let's give a great big Cpac thanks to Matt and Mercedes for putting on yet another great Cpac. I'm David McIntosh, president of the Club for Growth. We are the largest conservative political machine in this country. We elect true champions to Congress, to the Senate, and to governors who will take back our country, save America, and let us continue to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. But today I am here to introduce, in a way, the next panel. It's a panel on the most important subject facing our nation today. What are our parents around this country doing to stop critical race theory from taking over our schools? What are we doing to stop them from taking over our corporations, taking over sports, even taking over the military? Martin Luther King had a dream that we would judge or be judged by the content of our character and not the color of our skin. I'm here to tell you, Cpac and conservatives, we have a dream that we will continue to love our brothers and our sisters and not judge them by the color of their skin. But radical Marxists have taken over this movement they call critical race theory that shames our children, treats them differently and punishes them based on the color of their skin, and tells them in America, our country, our capitalist free markets, our Constitution are evil and irretrievable. They are wrong. America continues to be the greatest country in the world, the freest land, and Americans will fight to stop that radical ideology from taking over our schools, our companies, our sports, our military. Now, Club for Growth has a solution in the education department. We realize that if we change the way we fund our public schools, then parents will have the tools they need to stand up to the bureaucrats, the teachers' unions, the radical left. So we're going to spend the next 3 years doing everything we can to promote parental choice in education, send the money through the parents so that those school bureaucrats know they have to listen to them when they stop teaching our kids radical ideology that hates America. If you want to join us in that fight, go to clubforgrowth.org/join, sign up. We'll build an army, and we'll change the way America funds our education. But more importantly, we'll stand up and fight for freedom and the dream that Martin Luther King had, that we will truly be a colorblind nation, the freest land in the world, the greatest country ever. So now my job is to bring out the next panel. It's a group of men and women who are out there on the front lines fighting this critical race theory. So I ask you, give them your full attention, and when you leave, if you see you can join the fight in your community, with your schools, on your school board elections, whatever it takes, stand up for the truth, and God will bless you. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Head of the Class. Why is the left committed to CRT when so many parents disagree? Please welcome your panel, activist She Van Fleet. From FlightForSchools.com, Ian Pryor. From CISD School Board, Hannah Smith. And your moderator, American Conservative Union Foundation's Heather Flick.
Panel of warriors. Attorney Ian Pryor is a former senior official at the Trump Department of Justice. He's CEO of Headwaters Media, and he's the executive director of FightForSchools.com, which you'll hear a lot more about in this panel. Hannah Smith is a religious liberty attorney. She clerks for both Justices Thomas and Alito. In addition to that, she's the mother of 4, and she was recently elected to a Dallas area school board with over 70% of the vote. Parents are paying attention, clearly, especially in Texas. She Van Fleet didn't want to become an activist, but she recognized CRT from her own experience as a student during China's Cultural Revolution. She's committed now to help Americans see what's happening in their own classrooms by sharing her own experiences that I think a lot of children aren't even taught about these days, the Cultural Revolution. So we look forward to hearing from She. She, I'm going to start for you. What's the left strategy with CRT? What was your own experience? Can you tell us a little bit about what it was like being a student in China during the Cultural Revolution?
Yes, we all know what CRT is. I'm here to introduce its twin brother. It's called CCT, and that's Mao's class conflict theory. They use the same strategy, is to divide people into opposing groups. One is oppressor, one is oppressed. And they share the same ancestor. That is the guy called Karl Marx. And they all, both of them, disguise themselves as something they are really not. CRT presented itself as an advocate for racial justice, CCT as the liberator of the oppressed from the oppression of feudalism, capitalism, and imperialism. One of the remarkable similarities between these two is CCT believes that you are guilty at birth. If you are born to parents who are categorized as the class enemy, you are too at birth. And CRT believes that if you're born white, you are inherently a racist, and you have white privilege no matter how poor you are. And both of them have the same goal, that is to divide, conquer, and control people. And what is cancel culture? Cancel culture is to cancel the culture of the oppressed. During the Cultural Revolution, we were instructed to destroy 4 old things: old thoughts, old tradition, old custom, and old habit. That is Chinese civilization. And they canceled it and replaced from something from the West, cultural Marxism. And what CRT is aiming at is to destroy the system. They call it systemic racism, institutional racism, and structural racism. What they are aiming at is to destroy the foundation of this country, that is the Western civilization, Christianity, and our Constitution.
You're exactly right. And I just want to add, can you imagine? Thank you so much for sharing your story. It's so inspirational to hear her talk because she's lived through this in China. Can you imagine the trauma that we're inflicting on our school-aged kids when we teach them that just because you're born white means that you are inherently a racist and that you're inherently an oppressor? You know, critical race theory takes its origin from critical theory. And critical theory is really a rejection of the Enlightenment. It's a rejection of reason. Critical theory says that we look through everything through the lens of power. Who are the oppressors and who are the oppressed? Well, critical race theory was born here in the United States in the 1970s at Harvard Law School. And critical race theory says that we look at race as the key factor in every human relationship. So if you are white, you're inherently an oppressor. If you are a person of color, you are inherently oppressed. Can you imagine the psychological trauma that we're inflicting on our school-aged kids by telling them they're inherently bad if they're born white, or if they're born a person of color, they're inherently a victim? That's exactly why we stood up and fought against critical race theory in our schools.
So this is a movement. She has tied it into what the communists in China did during the Cultural Revolution. We know this has been going on in America for a while. Ian, what are the other tie-ins here? We know that it's becoming an industry too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
It's not just a movement, it's actually a business.
It's an $8 billion industry. And what happens is you'll get these schools and they'll bring in these equity consultants to come in and basically find the racism. And it's like bringing your car to the shop. I mean, who brings their car to the shop and leaves without getting, oh, you gotta get your tires rotated, you gotta get your fluid changed, you gotta do this. Of course they're gonna find it. So, I first learned about this in Loudoun County Public Schools when, I attended a virtual school board and they talked about all of this equity assessment that they did. And I wondered, how much did they pay for that? So I decided to FOIA the documents, the contract, the bills, and I found out that they paid $500,000 to this equity collaborative in 2019. Turns out they're still on contract for $625 an hour. And what kind of things are they doing? They're doing things like anonymous reporting portals. So in Loudoun County Public Schools, there's now an anonymous bias portal where students and parents can anonymously report other students for incidents of bias. And then you click through and it's, some of the things are legitimate, but other things are not being inclusive. And then what do they do with that information? They give it to the equity office and then the equity ambassadors who get to have these discussions about students who have been anonymously reported and have no idea about that. So how could that go wrong in high school, where you can make anonymous reports on your friends for just about anything you want to do? There's no abuse potential in that one.
Well, and there's serious due process concerns with that as well. I mean, are kids getting their rights protected in that process?
So there's a huge industry of people who are making money off getting kids to hate themselves, hate their parents, hate their country, nationalize the education system.
Well, that's right. And the reason why we have local school boards is because we want the community to decide what values it wants its children to be learning in schools, right? That's why we elect people to represent our values on the school board. But these DEI audits, they come in and they try and nationalize our curriculum by making every school look exactly like every other school. And that's not what our federalist system contemplated when we set up local school boards.
CRT is getting such traction now in the media that now its proponents have shifted the way they've been marketing it, and now they're saying that we're making everything up. There is no CRT, right? This is all a boogeyman that we have made, the parents have made up to be over school boards, et cetera. It is real. You've all seen it. How do parents identify it? How do we counter the new message that this is just a figment of everybody's imagination?
Well, I think that the key phrases they will use, they'll say equity, culturally responsive learning. Those are really the two big phrases that they like to use. Now, equity is not equality. Equity is equal results. So we're gonna tinker with policies to make sure that everybody ends up in the same place. It's anti-meritocracy, it's anti-liberalism.
It's anti-equality for all,
exactly.
Right? It's anti-equality of opportunity. It rejects equality of opportunity for equity of results.
But to a 10-year-old, the word equity sounds a lot like equality. I mean, it's very confusing and it's very deliberate from what we
right? A political action committee in our town, and the PAC was really very influential in helping getting people organized into different committees, a legal committee, a communications committee, a grassroots neighborhood committee, a prayer team. There's a lot of ways that you can get your community organized, but you have to have a strategic focus so that you can fight back.
Well, and that's the kind of where I was going today, fighting back against this school board.
Yeah,
I want
I want to hear
add-
about. I want to hear because you gave a wonderful speech that sort of is what set you on this path, and it was something that you were compelled to do because of your concern for what was going on. There are a lot of people out there who think, I don't want to become a target. I don't want people to know who I am. Once you get out there and speak, you see how many other people appreciate you doing that and feel more motivated themselves to get involved because they can stand with people like you.
I just want to say that we won the Cold War, but we definitely did not defeat the communism. The communism is not only here in America, its infiltration is complete, especially in the educational system. Any Chinese that experienced the Cultural Revolution or had knowledge of Cultural Revolution can easily see what's happening here. It's a repeat. But sadly, too many Americans don't recognize it. They see the symptoms, they don't know what the disease. The disease is communism, is cultural Marxism. And that's very important. And as conservative, we need to educate ourselves. What is Cultural Revolution? What is communism? And I urge all the immigrants from China or from the communist countries who love this country to speak up, to share your stories. And I also urge conservatives, seek them out, encourage them, give them support, ask them to share the stories. And we need to educate Americans. I give you a quick example. There is, outside this ballroom, there is a sculpture of Mao. Mao was a mass murderer. Can you imagine someone put Hitler's statue there or Stalin's statue there? Mao killed more people than Stalin and Hitler together. And we have a statue here in the public space because we don't know the history. We need to teach the history. We need to tell the story. Yesterday I heard a lot about telling story. This is an important story. We need to tell this story.
Absolutely. And the teachers these days really are rewriting history. Anybody who didn't see Glenn Beck's speech last night, it was excellent. We really do all need to know our history, and we need to preserve the documents that teach what really happened in our country.
So can I just give a quick example of one thing that we found when we did our open records requests? People said, oh, we're not teaching CRT, critical race theory. That word is nowhere found in the Cultural Competence Action Plan. And we did an open records request, and we got the slide deck for an administrative retreat where all of our principals and executive directors in our entire district were taught about white fragility, white supremacy, white identity, implicit bias, intersectionality. And on one of the slides, it asked all of our employees to identify characteristics of white culture. Okay? Now think about that for a minute. You may be familiar with the Smithsonian's website. They put up a website that talked about characteristics of white culture: being on time, getting the right answer, working hard. Now, if that's not an insult to people who are not white, I don't know what is. But they said, that's not critical race theory. It is, because it has its origins in dividing people based on skin color. So just don't accept it when they say to you, critical race theory isn't in here. Look at what the roots of it are and understand it when you see it.
So that's very, very true. So for people who want to get more involved, there are recalls now. I know Ian's group is working somewhat with trying to recall school boards. I know Hannah just won an election to a school board. What else can parents do? I mean, are there school options? Are things changing? I know a lot of parents can't homeschool their kids. They're stuck with the school they have.
Well, you know, I think the first thing that people need to do is they need to get involved. They need to go and learn what is going on. Go to school board meetings. Xi is here because she went to a school board meeting and she gave a great speech. We have these school board meetings every 2 weeks, and we plan these things where we're going to try and, you know, focus on a particular issue, and then somebody shows up and like they give a viral speech. I'm like, who's that? That's amazing. And you know, it's really important to go there and challenge them. They won't listen to you, but they need to know that you're watching them. They need to know that you're sending FOIA requests. They need to know that you're digging in. I mean, you talk about critical race theory and how they deny it. We pulled from that $500,000 consultant their critical race theory training, and it said critical race theory training. It was on the invoice. Right. former superintendent emailed somebody saying, yes, our social justice instruction and teacher trainings do align with critical race theory. It's all there. It's in the documents. You got to find
And
it.
Ian, so fightforourschools.com is coming out with some new programs. People can go to your website next week. You're launching some new programs, right? There's places where parents
That's
can
right.
learn.
Fightforschools.com. We're launching our new website next week. And I get a lot of people say, why Loudoun County? Well, I've got three things why Loudoun County. Lexington, Concord, Bunker Hill. We are really ground zero right now. And if we didn't win those fights, there would be no Declaration of Independence, there would be no Yorktown, there would be no Constitution. So we're going to go win that fight there, and then we're going to take our army of Minute Moms, and we're going to go all across the country and fight these battles.
And you
we
people,
are setting up
Cpac Nation, you guys are the army, so everybody needs to get involved. Please learn more about these three wonderful warriors, these people. This is dividing our country, it's hurting our children, and it's not going to stop.
So you can go to my website at hannahsmith4CISD.com to get in touch with me. We are starting a conservative school board coalition, so we'd love for all of the conservative school board members out there to join our coalition.
I just want to say that we are at war. It's a war between tyranny and liberty. It is life and death of this country as we know it.
And that's all that can be said. Thank this panel. They're really brave people.
Well, okay, so okay, well, you didn't hear a word I just said, so I apologize for that. One of the things I wanted to highlight, one of the things I did when I started, came back on is, unfortunately, we had a firmware update in the middle of the wokeness or the CRT discussion, and so we went offline. But we've gotten back online. I apologize for that. Thank you for those of you who stayed with us on that. CRT is an issue, a very important issue, and one of the things I said when that. And I wasn't being heard, and I apologize. But one of the things I talked about is I saw some of the chat going on that some people don't believe in what CRT is or what is being expressed as CRT, and I respect that. That's the great thing about America. You should be able to disagree, and I love the fact that there are people who are watching the CRT conference who don't agree with some of the things they're hearing. That's a good thing, and I just want to tell you, those of you who are like that, thank you for demonstrating that you're opening your mind, that your mind is not fixed, hopefully, and hopefully you can provide a salient argument in opposition to some of the things you're hearing. Critical race theory, as I understand it, as it was established in 1984 by professor of sociology and another professor of marketing in 1984, basically establishes that if you're white, you are a racist, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no way you can get around it. And I don't agree. I think that's a very dangerous thing, and that's something that is that is creeping into our schools. It's what the panel talked about. But what I also think is important is that you saw someone not from America, from a communist country, and this is the thing. Those who come from communist countries, they are the most outspoken in opposition to the left, who are in opposition to socialism and communism and Marxism. And the reason why is because they understand what these things do in restricting our rights. And so they're passionate about it for that reason. And I realize there are some who say, well, people have just not done communism correctly. Well, I would disagree with that based upon history, because history demonstrates that communism has been tried so many different times. Well, and I'm sorry, and understand this. There is a fundamental difference between the right and the left. The right focuses and believes in, and I want to bring down my level a little bit. I'm sorry. The right believes in individual rights. We believe in the right to own property, things like that. This is fundamental. We believe that individuals must be responsible for themselves. The left believes that in communal. Focus on a communal solutions to everything. That's what's best for the masses rather than what's best for the individual. They believe that those of us who hold to the idea of individual liberty and who believe that individualism is a selfish thing don't recognize the fact that those of us who maybe own property, for instance, we take care of that property. We put value in that property. But when you don't own property, for instance, and you are, for instance, provided property, you don't value it. You show very little value for it. And how can I say that? Because look anywhere where you have those who are provided things by government. And because government is supposed to be equal for everyone, you have subsistence living. And people don't value what they have. One of the things I learned growing up is that we value what we pay for. And I've taught my daughter, who's 13 years old, that my wife and I are trying to teach her that, and we recognize this innately, that the things that we give her, she doesn't take care of as well as the things that she buys for herself. And so she has to earn an allowance. And she has to work as part of our family. And when she works for things and when she spends that money, she's more careful with the money. And the things that she purchases, she's more careful to take care of those things. That's a fundamental part of human nature, whether or not you may disagree with that. And that's okay. we should be able to have a conversation. And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, I wanted to give a shout out to my daughter and my wife who are heading to camp. My daughter's heading to a summer camp again, so she's on the road right now, and I didn't get to say goodbye to her. She was asleep. I gave her a kiss and a hug while she was still asleep this morning, so I had to leave to get here. But I tell you what, my wife and I are so blessed to have a 13-year-old girl who constantly makes us laugh, who is full of joy. And one of the things that I love about my little girl is that every night she goes to bed, she plays. She's got an Amazon Alexa, and she has Ben Shapiro plays and puts her to sleep every night. She is constantly focused on things that are right, and she loves Ben Shapiro, she loves Michael Knowles, and all of those guys, and she even has a boyfriend now, and that boyfriend's name is Kevin Trump. She's created this, and I've got it. She gave me the picture. I was going to bring it and show it on the show today, but Kevin Trump is a picture that she has created, and I'll show it on a later show. But I'm telling you, the girl is crazy funny, and but a heart for the Lord, and my wife and I are so grateful that God has given us such a beautiful little girl. So Campbell, I know you're on the road, I know you're watching, and I want to tell you, Mom and Dad are proud of you. We love you so very much, and God has made you for a very special purpose, and I hope that this week at camp will help expand that, and that you can really enjoy learning more about what God has created you to be. Be sure to give your mom a great big kiss before you leave, because she certainly deserves it. Honey, I love you, and I'll see you later tonight. Look forward to that. So, wanted to give the shout out on that. But one of the we're going to be hearing another panel. And by the way, Adrian Balcom has come up here. Come on in, Adrian. And you know, we heard, and I think you know that we got bumped on the CRT discussion. What did you any thoughts about that discussion that you thought were notable?
I think the thing that you need to remember is that, being organized and not just dropping by and start screaming at people when you're at a public meeting. You need to be proactive on learning what's going on in the school board meetings. Do FOIA requests, be prepared with actual things that are happening in your own school district, and being familiar with the subject matter, because you're wasting everybody's time whenever you're not being familiar with the subject. So I think that I took away from it. It was very encouraging that they were explaining what CRT is, as well as explaining that these people are coming from different countries who have had, being suppressed and experiencing it. They need to be coming and educating us so that we can be able to recognize it. Because right now we're just seeing the symptoms, but we don't even know what those symptoms are. But you need to be asking your child, asking them, how was school today? Look at the materials that they're looking at. That's your first step as a parent. And then in addition to that, if there is things that's concerning, get organized, get in groups. We actually have a Patriot Parents at Rockwell ISD if you want to join, if you're here in my area. And so we are basically reviewing and holding accountable our school board as well. And so just do your part of being a citizen, and also if you're a taxpayer, you're paying for this. You need to know what we're paying for. So one of the things that they brought up was that one of the FOIA requests that they came up with, there was apparently a diversity type of discussion at an administration camp. And through that, literally the invoices came back and it said like it was critical race theory was labeled on the invoice. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But they were asking questions about white privilege and what the characteristics are and all that. And that's just really odd. But anyway, I think that the thing is that we need to do is to step up and get involved into our in our school board, and to knowing what's being said by attending meetings, do FOIA requests, and asking our children how their day was, and noticing the behavior changes if there is anything, because if there is, they're going to be depressed, they're going to be feeling down because of the color of their skin, and that's not what we should be teaching. You know, we need to talk about our character and working hard, and also the skills that you need to be learning in school and the education. We need to be talking about our history too, and that's something that Z mentioned, is that the history was basically rewritten, or they didn't teach it. Like 300 years of classic China history was not being taught in school. So, anyway, I'm going to go back and.
Yeah, find out. It looks like we're a little off schedule because this is this former speechwriter, and I know that we've got Ben Carson coming up. But Big Tech's Power Trip is what should be next, and that's something obviously that we want to hear about, because obviously Big Tech is big news going on right now, and especially with Donald Trump, President Trump, filing a lawsuit against Facebook, against Twitter, for violating their own policies. They're creating policies out of whole cloth and cutting people off that they don't agree with. I mean, one of the things that we got an opportunity to see on the first night on Friday was Project Veritas came in. And they paraded reporter after reporter after reporter who had been on the front line and being told by their editors that there are things that they cannot report on. They refuse to allow certain things to be put out because they hold to a conservative bent. And these are some problematic issues for sure. So I hope that this CRT or Cpac conference, excuse me, CRT, we were talking about that. I hope the Cpac conference has been helpful to be able to see it and see what happens in a conference. Hopefully that was unusual to have a firmware update in the middle of our of our broadcast, so hopefully that won't happen again, and hopefully we'll be able to stay with everything. Ben Carson is going to be coming up, and he's going to be talking about this issue, the issues that we've been, the whole Black Lives Matter issue, and sorry, let me get this open. But he's going to be talking about, since Black Lives really do matter, a conversation. And one of the most winsome guys I've ever watched, and Ben Carson is a huge. I'm a huge fan of Ben Carson for a lot of reasons. Former HUD secretary under President Trump, and it's going to be moderated by Mercedes Schlapp, who's the wife, who she and her husband created Cpac, I believe. It's my understanding that they are the founders of this organization. So that'll be an interesting conversation, and he's scheduled for 12:35, but we are already almost there, but they've been running a little bit behind. So who I understand is speaking right now is Stephen Miller, former White House director of speech writing, and basically providing kind of a rah-rah session right now about to the Cpac crowd. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to what's happening, and so that you can hear what's happening now. And let me get that over to over there.
Generation. And I'll leave you with this thought. The most powerful force that we have. We don't have all the money, folks. No, Jeff Bezos has all the money. We don't have the media. We know that. We don't have education, although we're taking it back. We don't have journalism. We don't have the legal profession. The deck is stacked against us pretty good. But there's one thing that we have, and it's the same thing that sent our American ancestors across the plains to settle the West, to victory in every great American battle. It's the same thing that sent people in covered wagons. It's the same thing that inspired the lawmen and the sheriffs in the frontier to establish law and order. It's the same thing that has willed patriots to victory in every generation. And it's the spirit that lives inside your heart as patriots. That's what we have. That's what you have. And if you act on that, if you seek guidance from God and strength and courage from our Creator, and you call upon the American spirit within yourself, if you remember that you are a proud citizen in the greatest country that has ever existed, and you call upon that force and you act on it every day, then I promise you this: though times may seem bleak, we will prevail, we will win, we will take back this country, we will reclaim our destiny, we will reclaim our borders, we will establish an immigration policy, a trade policy, an education policy, and a foreign policy that puts America first, that puts American children first, and that puts American families first. Ladies and gentlemen, we will triumph. God bless you. God bless Texas. And God bless the United States of America.
The shadows of Washington to hijack the Biden Commission. Their extreme agenda? Add 4 new liberal justices to the Supreme Court. Our religious liberties, our freedom of speech, all our cherished constitutional rights. They're all on the line. You have until August 15th to make your voice heard. Go to SupremeCoop.com. Tell the Biden Commission to oppose court packing. The Supreme Court justices. Court packing is a coup to take away your constitutional freedoms and to turn America into a socialist country. Don't let them destroy our great republic. Go to SupremeCoop.com to learn more.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
Dr. Ben Carson we are waiting for Dr. Ben Carson, I believe, who is next on the agenda, and one of the things that we wanted to really focus on is that former Secretary Carson is now the founder of the Cornerstone Institute, and so hopefully he'll talk a little bit about that and share some information about what that organization is. As far as the schedule goes, if you're able to follow online schedule, if the last person to speak was in fact here we go, let's see. Okay, here's Big Tech's power. This is what we wanted to see. So here we go with that.
AR Global, Harrison Rogers. And from Epoch Times, Jan Jekielek.
Well, Congressman Stubbe, Harrison, big tech censorship, obviously a massive issue for everybody listening here. Let's start off by just talking about how it hit home, how it hits home for yourself, for your constituents, Congressman Stubbe.
Well, it hits home because all of you in this room have probably been censored at some point in time or another, and you knew it or you didn't know it. Years ago, this was something that we all talked about as being a problem, but it was a conspiracy theory, and it was just a thought process. It wasn't something that was actually happening, and we've actually seen now, and the biggest example is the Hunter Biden story in the New York Post of Twitter censoring that. So we know it's been happening. We know it's going on. We now have a lot of facts and evidence to back it up. And one of the challenges that Republicans and conservatives have is getting their message out. And we are constantly met with, obviously, the leftist mainstream media, who's not going to say what we want to get our message out. And when we try to put our message out directly, which is why President Trump used Twitter all the time, was it was his only way to get exactly what he was trying to say to America and to all of you, directly to you without being editorialized or your quote cut off. So it's a real problem that we're seeing, and it's more pervasive than it's ever been.
And Harrison, you're approaching this from a very, very kind of different perspective. You've invested in a lot of small businesses, and somehow they're being hit by this. Tell me about that.
Absolutely. So real quick, though, what a great topic. We're all frustrated about it. But if we would have talked about this a week ago, I would have been like, where the heck is the outrage, actual action takers? Obviously, Congressman Stubbe has been doing great in the politics side, but where are the civilian outrage? Who's taking the action? Who's going to take the first step that everybody else can jump on the bandwagon? And of course, Mr. Trump, President Trump says, okay, you guys, I'm going to start this train. And, last week he filed the class action lawsuit. So give everybody a hand real quick for... And ACU, quickly thereafter, and they're already now feeling censored. What was it? Their YouTube channel got completely taken down because they joined the class action. And so this is what so many of us business owners have been waiting for. How can we take action? Luckily, we have a leader in President Trump who said, I'm going to be the train, everybody hop on. And so, sorry, I just wanted to say it's so great that we're now talking about it on this end. Because on the business owner side, so many of us business owners on the small business side have been able to remain ignorantly blissful or blissfully ignorant, however it is, to politics. Us conservatives especially say, we're going to keep our head down, we're going to work, we're going to build businesses, and we're going to leave politics to the politicians. We can't do that anymore. I mean, that time is gone, unfortunately, or fortunately, because it was more evident than ever in 2020. Government, the saying, your business might not care about politics, but politics cares about your business. It was so true when government is able to pick who's essential, who's not, who's too big to fail and who's not. No more. We need to educate ourselves enough as business owners, as individuals to, even if we don't have the time because we're actually working, to be activists, to go out, we need to self-educate ourselves enough to be able to know how to hold our representatives accountable, to be our voice. And so it's amazing to see, the sleeping giant that has been poked, and we're now waking up, and that's why I'm here.
So Congressman Stubbe, he was talking about accountability, and one big question that I think a lot of people in the audience, and I certainly have as well, is we hear about this big tech lobby, so to speak. There's apparently a lot of big tech money in Congress and in DC in general. So how does that actually look like on the inside?
Well, I, like not as many as I would like of my colleagues, I have completely denied taking any money whatsoever from the big tech companies, any PAC donations from any big tech companies. And I call upon my Republican colleagues to do the same, because not all of them are doing that. And I think if we finally say, we're not going to take your money, we're going to fight against you in every way that we can, it's going to send a very strong signal. But what we have to do, and I have a bill that addresses this very issue. I sit on the Judiciary Committee. We just went through a whole host of bills with Democrat support of their kind of approach as to what they think needs to happen to go after big tech. You will not impact big tech until you deal with Section 230 and their liability protection, 100%. So you can break them up, and there's been talk about breaking them up. Well, let's take Google, for example, and break them up in 10 individual companies. If those 10 individual companies still have liability protection, then you haven't accomplished anything but made 10 more bigger companies that then can have liability protection. So until we reform Section 230 and allow citizens like you, the New York Post and otherwise, to sue big tech if they are violating your First Amendment rights, we've got to do that to get to the point where we need to be.
So, and you've got a bill that you put forward that's trying to address this. Now, there's also a suite of bills dealing with that are actually bipartisan, that are dealing with simply the antitrust question. You mentioned the breakups aren't going to necessarily deal with the censorship directly, but What is your take on those?
So there's 6 bills that passed the Judiciary Committee a couple of weeks ago when we were back in Washington that are making its way to the floor. I would imagine there'll be a lot of amendments to the floor. But in my estimation, my calculations, just kind of nibbling at the real issue, which is that liability protection. But what it does is it flips the burden. There's several of them. There's 6 bills. But one of them flips the burden of proof, creates a rebuttable presumption for the lawyers in the room. It creates a rebuttable presumption, and it flips it on behalf of big tech. So big tech has to prove, and there's a market dominance test, so we're only talking to big companies. They have to prove that the merger or acquisition that they're doing does not violate antitrust law. Right now, that burden is on the government to show that. So one of the bills would flip the burden to the big tech companies to make it harder to them to gobble up smaller companies. That's one bill. Another bill increases their abilities to do antitrust mergers by increasing the filing fee. It lowers it for smaller companies. It raises it for them. But again, we're just kind of dealing with these exoteric issues around the edge of the real issue that is affecting big tech.
So Harrison, how have your companies, the companies you're involved with, how have they been affected exactly?
So during the lockdowns, we had to innovate. You know, a lot of our businesses, just like everybody else, had to learn, you know, how do we do things virtually? How do we market ourselves more virtually? How do we, you know, innovate? And unfortunately, if you're a conservative business owner, it seemed that you were at a huge disadvantage, whether it's the outreach. I was talking to you about this earlier, that I'm actually putting together a little bit of an analysis that, you know, across multiple industries, how many pay-per-clicks, advertisement budgets, whatever, would a company that is a conservative-owned company have paid? How far would, say, a $100,000 budget a month have gone to their audience compared to a you know, liberal or Democrat-owned company? It's going to be fascinating to see what we come up with, but that would be another class action lawsuit that would be you know, a big eye-opener. I love that Trump started this first one, but hey, let's get some damages. We have a lot of conservative business owners who have been stolen from by these big tech companies by taking their ad spend money and either that way or by demonetizing this. I mean, this could be a huge recovery of damages.
So that's very interesting. You're basically saying take what is anecdotal at this point and kind of quantify it.
Yes, exactly.
How can people get you information about this?
Yeah, I don't want to let the floodgates open yet. This is a very new thing, but email me at harrison@hdrglobal and hdrglobal.com and be a part of this analysis, because we're called conspiracy theorists, we're called paranoid, we're called all these things. So let's take the next step and say, here's evidence. Here is stuff that you cannot disagree, or you can't, you know, argue with. So call me whatever you want, but pay up. Oh, yes.
And see, if we could sue them, which you can't right now, but if we could sue them, you could do discovery and get all the information that he's talking about. So right now, we know that this is going on, but we don't have actual evidence that this is going on because they have liability protection and we can't sue them and do discovery to get the evidence that we need to show it. So if we open up Section 230, allow people to sue these companies that have violated their First Amendment rights, and they ask for all this data and information, and you can then show that they were volitionally and intentionally feeding people and feeding news reports that were leftist in nature, and then pushing down and tamping down news reports that were conservative in nature, you can absolutely show that if you're able to do discovery on some of these companies.
Yeah, so Congressman Stubbe, so it seems like there isn't as much of an appetite on the Democratic side to deal with Section 230, for example. So how do you address that? How do you make these things go through?
Well, the first thing is we take the House back in 2022 and retire Nancy Pelosi for all. That's the first step. And then after we do that and the Republicans are in charge, I've talked about it, Kevin McCarthy, our leaders, talked about it, Jim Jordan has talked about it. We all have bills as it relates to Section 230 and addressing this very issue. And you're right, the Democrats aren't going to address this. You know why? Because right now, big tech is helping them. But what they don't realize is big tech's just looking out for themselves and trying to protect themselves. And once the pendulum swings the other way, you're going to see their behavior change. So what I've been trying to convince my Democratic colleagues is you can be censored just as fast as we can be censored, depending on what big tech wants to do. So when we take the House back in 2022, one of the first bills you're going to see come out of the Judiciary Committee, where Jim Jordan is chair, is going after these liability protections in Section 230. But until then, you're going to see a bunch of talk about it from Democrats.
So, as we kind of finish up here a little bit, let's talk about what individual folks can do. That's a big question here at Cpac, and that's a big question on, frankly, a lot of our readers and viewers' minds. Let's start with you, Harrison.
I love it, because Candace Owens yesterday spoke to some of us, and she brought up a good point in a different situation, but we get asked all the time, how can I help? What can I do? The answer is, well, what would you do? Like, if we put it in a scenario where your friend is getting bullied or is getting censored, this bully comes up and is just putting their hand on their mouth, you would do something about it. You'd get up and you would, Conor McGregor or Poirier, if you watched last night, you'd do whatever you could to stop the assault. We don't look at it the same way when they're bullying our neighbor or business owner friend. It's the same thing. We got to stand up and we got to join together, because the left, even though, or any extremist that is using cancel culture or anything to silence us, they are a minority, but they are a tight unit where they will bully together. And since, us conservatives, we're so used to putting our heads down, minding our own business, taking care of ourselves, we're individual units. And so even though they're a minority, they're, say, 3,000 to our 100,000, just for numbers' sake, they're 3,000 picking off our 100,000 ones. And so what we need to do is make sure that we're willing to stand up and defend our partners just as fiercely as they are. Because, man, they come and they intimidate and they scare, and we need to be just as ferocious.
Yeah. Congressman Stubbe.
Well, one of the things I like to say is Facebook has power and Google has power because we've given them power. So don't give them power anymore. I'm not personally on Facebook. I'm not personally on Twitter. We are on the official side. But until you start taking action for yourself and taking the power away, there are other options out there. And so I encourage people to take a stand personally. And then if you've individually seen evidence or it's happened to you where you've been censored, let your member of Congress know. I sent out an email to my district about a year ago, and I said, if you've been censored, if you have examples like pictures of what they did to you to censor you, or they didn't let you post something, or you posted something and they forced you to take it down, send that information to us so we have it. I got a litany list of all these examples that I now can use the next time the Facebook CEO is sitting in front of the Judiciary Committee answering questions under oath. I can start asking him all of these questions. So make sure your member of Congress knows that there's instances like that have affected you. But again, don't give them power that they shouldn't have. We collectively have the power to take the power that they've gained away from them.
Well, Harrison Rogers?
Yeah, I know we're running out of time, but I think they gypped us 5 minutes. So I'm going to take a little bit and explain that another thing we conservatives do are we're entrepreneurs. We are problem solvers. We all want to be a solution to these social media alternatives or whatnot. I was actually talking with Dan Bongino at the last Cpac, who obviously is very involved with Parler, and we were talking about, I invest in CloutHub. CloutHub is another alternative to Facebook, and Parler was the alternative to Twitter. We're all capitalists here. We're trying to find a solution, but we're fractured. We're trying to get 1 million users here, a couple 100,000 a year. That's not going to be an alternative to Facebook. We need to come together and just put our normal capitalistic hats aside for a second so that we can actually be, a 100 million user, a whatever, and then we can actually have competing solutions. Right now, we just can't gain any ground, because then it's like, oh, I'm with Gab, I'm with Parler, I'm with CloutHub. Well, I'm not on one of those, so let's just go back to Facebook. So the other thing is, real quick, is on that note, I was talking with an ACU member. We need to think about the next technology. We could spend years trying to be a perfect replacement or alternative to Facebook, but we need to start thinking about the next technology where people just come to us anyway. What's the next problem? Like maybe we have, virtual social media, like a Ready Player One type interaction thing. Like Facebook's not going to be able to compete with that. I'm a high fiver, so if we can virtually high five people and feel it, let's get everybody over, and then we can start having social media done correctly.
And Congressman Stubbe, final thought?
My final thoughts is, look, everybody's here to support a conservative agenda. I would encourage you to continue to support a conservative agenda, support Republicans so we can take the House back in 2022, because that is the single most important thing for us to be a check and balance of the craziness that's going on in Washington right now.
All right.
Do we believe this clock?
So, yeah.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
Who is Antifa, and what do they want?
In here, no one tells us what to think.
Welcome to Fox Nation's Cpac All Access Live.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason.
This is one sick person.
There is a way to find justice.
Absolutely beautiful.
And it all leads to this.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, a conversation since Black lives really do matter. Please welcome founder of American Cornerstone, Ben Carson. And from the American Conservative Union Foundation, Mercedes Schlapp.
Gosh, Dr. Carson, I don't think they really like you out here. I mean, isn't he the best? And you know what I always loved about Dr. Carson, and I had a great opportunity to work with him while I was at the White House with President Trump, is that he has a heart of gold and always did the right thing for the American people.
And I always refer to her as No Mercy.
No mercy, that's right. No mercy against those liberals, right? Well, let's get started. This is, I think, a very important topic because we know Black lives really matter. But yet, the Black Lives Matter, Inc., they've distorted this message. So talk to us about how Black Lives Matter, Inc. has been so destructive in really distorting this message for the Black people.
Yes, interestingly enough, a couple of weeks before the 4th of July this year, I said, on that extended weekend, there are going to be dozens of people shot in Chicago and many fatalities. And it'll barely get any mention unless there's a white police officer who shoots an unarmed Black person. And that would be the only case in which to them it mattered. They really don't care otherwise. And why is it that the lives of Black babies don't seem to matter, you know? Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, made sure that those clinics were primarily in the communities of minorities. And she believed that it was prudent to get rid of certain individuals. She believed in eugenics. She was a hero in Nazi Germany, and she was the hero of Hillary Clinton. Isn't that interesting? And yet, if that was a conservative or a Republican and Margaret Sanger was their hero, then there would be a major outcry on the base of the news media. So why is it that there's such selective outrage in our society depending on who says something and who does something? You know, I remember at HUD, in the first speech I gave, I said there were many immigrants who came here, including some maybe who didn't come voluntarily in the bottom of slave ships. And they said, how could you possibly refer to slaves as immigrants? And then they found multiple episodes where Barack Obama referred to them as immigrants also. Oh, then it's okay. Such hypocrisy. And I think that's one of the reasons that the news media these days rates just a little bit below used car salesmen in terms of credibility.
But you bring up the news media, and I would say the left that are implementing these Marxist ideology in terms of the destruction of the nuclear family, where it's really the government that's in charge of your life. How has this impacted the black community?
Well, when you look at what the black community has been through, go all the way back to slavery. It was the family, the strong family units, and the faith in God that got people through that. That got people through Jim Crow, through severe segregation, through all the difficulties. But what really had a negative impact was when the government came along and said, there, you poor little thing. I'm going to take care of all your needs. And started implementing policies that were destructive to family formation. Those are the things that have hurt the black community the most. And now you have the same people, you know, they claim that the party switched and that the Republicans became a Democrat because they don't want to admit what they did, but they're the same people. And the same people are now saying, let's defund the police. Well, when I was a kid growing up, I spent a lot of time in the projects and in places where there was a lot of violence. The police were a very important part of keeping order. And if, in fact, you get rid of the police, who are the people who are going to be hurt the most? And you look in the cities that are run by radical left-wingers, what is going on in those cities? Drug addiction and murders, crime, poor education. You look at some of those cities, you have very few, maybe just a handful of people who graduate from high school who have any real proficiency in math and in the critical areas where they need to succeed. And then we have all of this talk about race. Everything comes back to race. How crazy is that? And I cannot buy into it because, first of all, I have tremendous faith in God. And what did he say? When you look in 1 Samuel 16:7, it says, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. And you know, think about that. Isn't that the same thing that Dr. Martin Luther King was talking about when he said people should be judged on the basis of their character and not on the color of their skin? Why would you judge somebody on the basis of something that they cannot control? Wouldn't it make more sense to talk about something that they do have control over, their character? Isn't that what we should be talking about in America?
You mentioned about the poor
quality of education in so many of these inner cities. Obviously, and I think with the pandemic, we saw that the groups that were mostly impacted by the lockdowns and not allowing for in-school learning were low-income American children, as well as the minority communities. But then we're seeing this critical race theory being pushed on them while where we're failing in math and reading, the basics of what we need to learn. Why is critical race theory such a problem in our schools? And are you in any way surprised that parents are finally waking up and trying to stop this indoctrination?
Well, you think about children who are very impressionable. First of all, it was Vladimir Lenin who said, "Give me your children for 4 years, and the seeds that I plant will never be uprooted." They knew what they were talking about and what they were trying to do. And the Bible, in a way, says the same thing, because Proverbs 22:6 says, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it." They're using that in a very negative way to implant what they want to implant in our children. The 1619 Project, all of these talking about how slavery is the center of everything that happened in this country, and for that reason, the United States is an evil place. Well, think about this. If you know your history, you know that slavery has been in existence since there have been human societies. And there's actually more slavery in the world today than there was in 1863 when the Emancipation Proclamation was proclaimed. Why aren't we concerned about the slavery that is going on today? And why aren't we concerned about the increase in human trafficking that has occurred just in the last several months? And it's so hard for those children. We should be thinking about that and dealing with that. Let's think about our future and not spend every moment thinking about the past. And back to the slavery issue for just one moment. Even though it's been prevalent throughout the world, the United States is the country that fought a civil war to get rid of it. And that's what we should be talking about.
Dr. Carson, you must have been talking to Glenn Beck, who gave us an incredible history lesson yesterday, right? And he mentioned many of those facts. In fact, he even reminded us that the KKK was actually a political arm of the Democrat Party, and they want to call conservatives and Republicans the white supremacists.
Right. Well, they've called me a white supremacist, you know. You know, one of the things that you'll notice is whatever the far left accuses you of is exactly what they are doing. They are the experts on it, so they know it, and they recognize what's going on. It would be comical if it weren't so serious in terms of what's happening to us as a nation. We, the American people, are not each other's enemies. And the people who are our enemies are the ones who try to make us think you're enemies. Because that person who lives across the street from you for the last 20 years has a different yard sign, they're your enemy. That is total crap, and we should not buy it. We should not buy into it. And you know, particularly when we look at, you know, the things that have happened in the black community, we have made such incredible progress, and the left will not admit it. But when I was a kid, I remember distinctly when a black person came on television in a non-servile role, everybody was so excited. Hey, come in here. Everybody could come and watch. That was during my lifetime. Now, we have black generals and admirals and CEOs of Fortune 500 companies and presidents of universities, even Ivy Leagues, a black president, a black vice president. Give me a break. Does it mean that we have achieved everything we need to achieve? No. But it means we've made tremendous progress, and we as Americans should be proud of the progress we've made, and we should continue to make that progress. And I think conservatives have done a much better job than liberals who sit around and try to decide what you're supposed to think and who you're supposed to be if you're black. You don't have any rights to your own opinion. You have to think what they think. That is racism. That is systemic racism.
But Dr. Carson, we've had tremendous progress with the black community, but I really believe black conservatives have paid a price. I always find that even within the community and just liberals, they will pounce on black conservatives.
Yes.
So what's your message to black conservatives on pushing back and saying why what they stand for is truly American and it's for the right direction of our country?
Well, you know, this is nothing new. There have always been people who wanted to keep the black community divided. You know, in the time of slavery, they would tell the slaves that worked in the house, you're better than the ones in the yard. The ones in the yard, you're better than the ones in the field. Keep them fighting amongst themselves because you didn't want them to coalesce. And then after slavery, the ones who are light-skinned, you're better than the ones who are dark-skinned. Today, the conservatives are your enemies, or the liberals are your enemies. Keep them fighting each other, because if people unite and look at what the real problems are, the real things that cause poverty and dysfunction, you know, like breaking up of the family, not having fathers in the home, not having traditional complete families, which is what God intended for people. And, you know, if we would do that, that would make a big difference. And recognize this, you know, if we were a systemically racist country, which is a narrative the left is trying to push, why would people be forming caravans trying to get in here? So that they could be persecuted? I don't think so. And in terms of per capita income, one of the groups with the highest per capita income, if not the highest in the United States, Nigerians. It so happens that most of them are black. And, but if you know any Nigerian families, you know that for them, the baseline is a bachelor's degree. Education. Education is the thing that makes people successful in our country. Why is it that so many on the left oppose choice in education? Why do they keep people depressed and ignorant and not functioning at a high level? Why is that?
So recently we saw the Black Lives Matter Utah chapter say that the American flag is a symbol of hatred. What does the American flag mean to you?
Well, all you have to do is think about the Star Spangled Banner. And there was Francis Scott Key on that British frigate. And they had said to General Armistead at Fort McHenry, take down that American flag or we will destroy you. And he didn't take that flag down, and they bombarded him all night long. And when Francis Scott Key got up at dawn, and he looked, and believe it or not, that flag was still there, with all the bombs bursting in air. And there were Americans on the ground dead who worked all night to make sure that that flag stayed up. That flag means freedom. It means freedom for every single one of us. And I will always stand and salute the American flag.
So I want to get your final thoughts on what we can do better to make sure that we are taking our message of freedom and hope and opportunity and unity to the black community.
Well, that is so vitally important. What we have to recognize is that we have to be courageous. Each one of us has a sphere of influence. We need to be willing to stand up for the things that we believe in. You cannot be the land of the free if you're not the home of the brave. And that means every single one of us has to stand up. This is why we created the American Cornerstone Institute. Please, if you have an iPhone, go to our website, AmericanCornerstone.org, sign up, follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, get involved. That's what it's all about. Our Little Patriots program, teaching the young people at the earliest stages the true history, the unvarnished history, warts and all, so that they will actually be extremely proud of this nation in which we live. God gave us this nation. We are one nation under God.
Let's give a round of applause to Ben Carson.
That was Ben Carson, one great American who focused on talking about the American flag, Francis Scott Key, and what he did to overnight, waiting for to see if the flag was still flying. And that is what motivates Carson, according to him, to be an American, to be proud of being to be proud of being here in America, and not ashamed of what America is. While those on the left try to make blacks in America something that they're not, something that we should be ashamed of being an American. Carson focuses on the fact that, Carson focuses on the fact that America is still the land of the free. And his emphasis, which I thought was excellent, was that we need to still be the home of the brave. That what can we do? Well, we need to be brave. We need to be willing to stand up and speak out against those who are in opposition to our nation, who are trying to tell us that America is not a great nation, is not exceptional, even though we as a nation have done so much to help the world. He started talking about how slavery is something that existed since the beginning, since the dawn of time, and as obviously Glenn Beck had talked about yesterday, how slavery, the first slave owner in America to own a slave, a black slave, happened to be a black slave owner, and which I thought was a really a poignant point, and really was interesting. All right, so the truth about energy, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over there.
As if your life depended on it. Please welcome, from the great state of Texas, Congressman Michael Burgess and Congressman Lance Gooden. And from New Mexico, Congresswoman Yvette Harrell. And from Fox News Nation, your moderator, also from Fox Nation and Fox News, Tammy Bruce.
I have a feeling that you're all here for us, of course, or some really popular guy who is heading our way. Yeah. I'm Tammy Bruce. Thank you very much for being here. You know me from Fox News and Fox Nation. So thank you very much. A very exciting time. And I know when you hear about energy, it's something we take for granted, the lights in this room, right? The energy that it takes to make the drinks and eat the food you're enjoying. And it's a very serious issue, but it's one that seems to go under the radar a little bit, but not for President Trump. Do you remember how great you felt when it was announced that we were energy independent finally? You know, and that matters. And President Trump addressed the issues that mattered to the quality of our lives, and the quality of our lives, as you heard very wonderfully from Dr. Carson, really is about freedom and independence. That you are able to live a life that best suits you, based on how you want to live that life, and that you have every option possible. And we have that because we're Americans. The three people here sitting to my right are our representatives, two from your great state of Texas, of course, and also from New Mexico. First of all, Michael Burgess, and Les Gooden here as well, both from Texas. Congratulations, Texas. And Yvette Harrell from New Mexico. So I'm going to open this. Yay for New Mexico, man. You guys have got your hands full. Yeah. So let's start this because I want to have a conversation. You all three have important projects. We know we hire people, we elect them to get stuff done. We also know the Democrats have been rolling back everything the president has done, and that is stopping the Keystone Pipeline, ignoring and making the international scene worse, not dealing with China properly. Gas prices. What the heck is going on with gas prices, right? Gas price of oil goes up. Who benefits from that? Russia and Iran. Now, this is all unacceptable and it was unnecessary. So let's start with you, Representative Burgess. Tell us what you're doing. We know, of course, this is for representatives. They can make a big difference. But we also know you want to know what you can do. And this issue is at the foundation of everything else that matters to you. Sir, let everybody know what you're up to these days.
Well, one of my principal goals, I do sit on the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and one of my principal goals is to educate people that watch what we're doing in Texas, watch what we're doing in Texas with energy, watch what Texas Energy has done for the national economy. The Texas experience has lifted more people out of poverty and established more people as commanders of their own fate. Look, I'm old enough to remember the Arab oil embargo of the 1970s. I'm old enough to remember Jimmy Carter's gas lines. We don't want to go back there. We want to go forward. We want to explore this bold new world of energy, not just independence, but energy dominance in the world.
Yes, excellent. Dominance. Dominance. Excellent point. And Texas is for, Representative Gooden, if you could follow up on this. We know, of course, when we think of Texas, we think of oil. We think of the nature of, thank God, Texas is part of this great union of ours, right? It is big enough to be its own country, but we're grateful that you've stayed. Tell us about the importance of your state in particular, but of course, how it affects the entire nation.
Sure, and New Mexico is a pretty good place too. So we've got some great representation up in D.C. I also want to talk about a project that's near and dear to me as respects energy independence, and that's the RARE Act. I know you're hearing a lot of information, but look up the RARE Act when you get home or on your way home. What that is a bill that I need help. I need other members of Congress on board helping me to get that passed. Even Democrats are for this in some respects. And what we're trying to do is bring home the production of the rare earth minerals that China currently has a monopoly on.
This is important.
You know, Joe Biden says he wants us to get green energy. He wants us to have a more healthy energy industry. I don't know what that means, but I do know that we can't do anything with respect to beating China and being independent unless we bring home those rare earth minerals. Another thing I want to mention to you is how China is beating us in places like Africa. They're going to places in Africa, they're buying off corrupt governments, they're developing these rare earth minerals. Their goal is to make us dependent on green energy because the Chinese have a monopoly on green energy. And what we've got to do is bring that home. We also need to pay special attention to what the Chinese are doing with respect to some of these green groups in the U.S. They're sending millions of dollars donating to these nonprofits like the Safari Club and others, and they hide their donations. Some of these are offshore nonprofits over in Bermuda, and I believe that they're spending this money to influence elections. Chinese money, dirty Chinese money, is coming into the U.S. in the name of green energy and making America
That's a great point.
A better place to live. It's ridiculous, but I think that we are losing elections in part because of the Chinese money.
And of course, we see what's happening with the Squad, with this very small group of people pushing us now into an arena where it's about energy and the Green New Deal, supposedly, which will bring us right back to the Carter years. I worked in a car wash during those gas lines. I was like 12 years old. I was working. And it was a horrible experience. And thank God we got out of that. We can't return to it. Representative Harrell, you're involved in all of this. New Mexico, clearly key to the nation and to the world. Tell us your thoughts on these issues.
Well, thank you. And I really think what's very ironic about this is that the topic here is energy security. And it's a sad day that we're having to fight against our own administration to secure our energy independence, because they're more than willing to give our independence away to China and Russia and other adversaries. So yeah, you can clap, because we deserve to be energy independent, just like we were under the Trump administration. And even more so, to think that they are locking us away from our public lands. So in New Mexico, 50% of our oil production comes from public lands, 60% of our natural gas. And now we are so running down the path of stupidity that we are going to cut off our producers from being able to drill on public lands. We've got to protect our America from our government. And we need to be able to be sure that we can, thank you. And we've got to have the ability to understand that if we go in our homes, our offices, when we flip on the switch, it's going to turn on the lights. Or we can go to the gas pumps and afford the fuel there. But right now, what they're trying to do is shove the inability for us to even have all green in the next number of years. We're not there yet. If they're serious about it, then let's get rid of this grid and let's replace it with American-made parts, not the Chinese components that are keeping people unsafe. We've got to stand up to our government so that we can protect our energy, our natural resources.
Yeah, great points. Representative Burgess, you know, we've got a situation here where we saw President Trump get a lot done, and he changed things. We keep being told that these things are too big. Now we've realized that that's a lie, that if you really have a mission and an intention, you can change things. But that was due, I think, in large part to the fact that we had the president's back. Americans were engaged. We realized we rejected this so-called new normal that the Obama administration told us was now part of our lives. And we said, no, enough already. When we think about what your constituents can do, or constituents in any district in this country, what would you encourage people to do on an issue that seems beyond their reach, but in fact, it's as close to us as our own light switch?
And it absolutely is. But let me just go back for a second to the mullahs in Iran decided it would be a good idea to send a drone strike to a refinery in Saudi Arabia. Who thought that the price of gas was not going to change after that? But it didn't. And that was the demonstration of what energy dominance looks like. Look, there's all choices we all make every day. So I actually just yesterday did an energy summit in my district, helping people understand how to become smart energy purchasers with the homes you buy, the cars you buy, the type of insulation you have. All of that is important. But one of the most important things you can do, and Lance referenced this, write us, communicate with us. Burgess.house.gov, Michael C. Burgess, at Michael C. Burgess on Twitter. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us know what your ideas are. That interaction with your duly elected representatives is just so critically important.
See, we've always been told this, right? Call your congressperson. It actually matters, because if you don't hear from people, you're either presuming they're fine with it or they're unengaged. I think that there's also a reminder, if someone calls you and you're accessible to them, that in fact they are partners in this effort. Is that how you would view it?
I would, yes. I also would agree with the sentiment that if I don't hear from you and it's not a big issue that everyone's talking about, I assume that my constituents don't have it on their radar either. And so if I get a bunch of phone calls from back home, then suddenly we're really looking into something, whether it's his bill. Maybe he stops me in the hall and says, hey, I've got this bill, but so do 100 other of my colleagues. But if I get a bunch of phone calls from back home, then it's really on the radar. And so whether it's the RARE Act or other things that are important to you, please reach out to your member of Congress and keep working it. But this next election is just so critical. We've got to get conservatives elected to the House. We've got to get people like Susan Wright elected to Congress. She's running in a special election in July. Let's give it up for Susan Wright. We need people like Susan on the front lines with us in Washington, because we've got to fight this Nancy Pelosi agenda, and it is going strong. Nancy knows that she's probably going to lose if we do everything right in the next election cycle, and so Democrats are fighting hard. We have got to take them down in the next cycle, and we need your help.
Yeah, that's great advice. Great advice. You know, I want to remind you, because there are so many other things in front of you, and you're hearing this weekend all about things like critical race theory. and the unions taking access and wanting to control more of your children and how they're raised and what, it's your values that matter. And by the way, what your values are, and when it comes to COVID or anything else you do, your health care, it's no one else's business, is it? It's no one else's business. Now, when we say that, and it can be, you're thinking, well, even like on an issue like energy, just like with health care, if you are controlled by a dynamic where, let's say, it's rationed, and you're not able to, let's say, drive, maybe, how many of you drove to this Cpac this year? Yeah, well, imagine if gas was $10 a gallon. Imagine if it was something that you could drive to Cpac or feed your family for a week, right? You shouldn't have to make that decision, and yet that's where we're being put into when it comes to access to energy, gas prices. It's not just convenience. This is another way to control the choices that you can make. And for New Mexico, for all of us from the Southwest, I think that really hits home to us, and it should for the country.
Well, and it absolutely should, because what we have to remember, it is not just about starting the car. I mean, let's just be honest. Right now, if we got rid of everything in this room that was touched by a petroleum product, it would look very, very different. And some of you would be naked. And so there's that.
You wouldn't have your
concern
sneakers.
ourselves with. But the truth is, we don't talk about the things that are in our daily lives that we take advantage of. I mean, plastics, medical supplies, eyeglasses, asphalt, makeup, lipstick, clothing, sports, there's so many things. So I would just implore that you start talking about the day-to-day items that we really take advantage of that are touched by the petroleum products. In fact, if you've gotten the vaccine, or if you're thinking about getting the vaccine, thank the oil and gas industry, because almost every one of those syringes was touched by the petroleum products out of the ground, the fossil fuels. So let's be real about how these products touch our everyday lives. And no, it's not just about starting the car, but it's about understanding that we have the ability to depend on ourselves, on our own resources. And I had introduced, and it's still introduced now, the Pump Act, which would actually give us a tax holiday from the federal tax of 18.4 cents a gallon per gas. And just so you know, if they'd have passed my bill, you'd have saved 2 cents more than what Biden said you could save on July 4th. He said 16 cents. My bill was 18, so there.
Wow. What do you know? There's another issue, too, when we think about the federal government's commitment to, and we hear a lot about infrastructure, right? It's always about infrastructure. I thought we did that with Obama, didn't we? But that just generated a bunch of signs, we found out. Now we're back to that red herring again. And yet, one of the biggest important elements of our infrastructure is the grid, the electrical grid, right? And we also know, and the media doesn't talk about it much, these hackings that have been going on. Now, there seems to be a bunch of head scratching about who could be doing this. Well, it's not Utah. It's people who speak Russian. And whether or not it is Russian sanctioned, state sanctioned, or approved, or they just look away, we have an electrical grid that is vulnerable, like the pipelines, like meat processors. Lance, could you address the concern? While we find out who's doing this, they're American enemies. I think it's pretty clear. When we think about infrastructure and making the grid safe, which the federal government seems to have forgotten about.
Yeah, it's ironic. The Russians are clearly behind so much of these hacks. They say it's Russian-based. It's actually Russian government-sponsored. But you've got a Biden administration that's too afraid to call them out. They're worried about sending people door to door to give folks vaccines. And I realize this is an energy panel, but I just got to say, can I get a show of hands or a round of applause on who agrees with me that it's not Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, or anyone's damn business if I have a vaccine or not?
It is no one's business. And a great point to bring that up, because, this is where, we'll borrow a phrase from Nancy Reagan, just say no. Just say no. It's no one's business, no matter where you come from, what part of town you live in, how much money you make. It's strangers coming to the door. Jen Psaki the other day said, don't worry, it's not going to be federal employees. Well, it might be better if it was. Instead, it's going to be activists. just say, no, this is
Community
one thing.
organizers.
This is a kind of thing where you're being vocal, because all of this is nonpartisan. It's not like Democrats don't need gas or electricity. This is nonpartisan. And that is a very good point. Representative Burgess, when it comes to, you got the great state of Texas. I know you have a sense appropriately about being somewhat independent. However, the nation does rely on you. Texans rely on you. The state is under assault a great deal because you do represent that independence. When it comes to the sensibility of that, what would you encourage Americans to do and to think about when it comes to maintaining their independence during what are going to be the next few very difficult years?
Well, you certainly, and thank you for that question, and thanks for being here for this. This is really good.
I love you guys.
It's great to have you in Texas.
This makes everything worthwhile.
But I can't emphasize enough, it is about making your voice heard. It's about making sure you have the right people representing you. It is a choice we get to make every 2 years in this country as far as the House of Representatives is concerned, and we all need to be involved in that. We all need to be participants in that. You can't expect someone else to do it for you and be happy with the end result. Look, we learned during our 1 week of winter this past year that without energy, life is cold, brutal, and short. But I promise you this, we have to, as to Yvette's point, we have to establish the reliability of that. It has to be above question, because in Texas, we'd lose a lot more people in the summertime than we ever lost in the wintertime. Heat can be very, very deadly, as someone who's lived here my entire life. So our grid must be reliable. We have to go after the hackers that are bringing things down. The Colonial Pipeline did not happen in a vacuum, and the president should have challenged the president of Russia. This must never happen again.
Lance, as we close up here, you know, this is a lot of people are here because they're generally activists. We do know things are going to be difficult in the next few years. Hopefully, elections will go properly. But it really is about being accessible and being able to relate to everyone. That, as representatives, yes, it's your district, but it also is about working together, and the Republicans. Do you see the Republicans being actually able to overcome the establishment and the swamp for once? We know President Trump's voice matters and will continue to matter, to say the least. What would you like to say closing us out?
I'd say we're more united than ever, and people from all walks of our party are on board. We know the critical stakes in the next election, and I think we all agree, at least the folks in this room and the people I represent, that this is a Republican Party led by Donald Trump, and we need to get on board.
Yeah, and Yvette?
Yeah,
go ahead.
I would just say we are living in the greatest country on the earth, and thank you to our veterans, to our military who fought for our freedoms, and we will stand and fight for our energy independence and all our other freedoms, because we as Americans deserve them, and we owe the gratitude to our veterans and our service members. So thank you.
Great job, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Burgess, Gooden, Carroll, thank you very much. Enjoy the president later.
Congressman,
God bless America. Thank you, everybody.
Congressman Michael Burgess. Lance Gooden had some great things to say, and obviously speaking to a great and favorable audience, and that makes obviously a difference. And what I thought was interesting is focusing on the electrical grid was an important point for Burgess to make, because it is one of the bigger issues, and we almost lost our entire electrical grid. We were just within minutes of losing that grid, and that is what's so important about what's happening in America now. Next up is going to be Senator Rick Scott. And so that should be an outstanding speaker, and I want to make sure that you get to hear them or him, because it should be a really excellent speaker. energy independence, the Keystone Pipeline, I mean, they dealt with a lot of issues that really impact the great state of Texas, those of us in Rockwall, Texas, obviously. And as inflation increases as well, you got to think about what that's going to look like over the next year and a half as we see inflation increase along with gas prices increasing. As inflation increases, or let me put it this way, if inflation were not going to increase, if we were going to see it remain steady, the cost of gasoline still would increase. Well, now with inflation encroaching, it is very likely that the increases that we're going to see on gas and that kind of energy is going to grow exponentially. And so I think the 2024 election is going to be something of what it was, I guess, if you remember when Bush 41 ran again, it was big mistake there. No, it was James Carville who was constantly bang the drum and talk about how it was the economy stupid. Well, in 2024, it is going to be the economy, and that is going to drive, I think, a lot of people back to Donald Trump, because I am predicting that he is going to be running again, and he is going to win again. And I think that that in addition to the economy, it's going to be energy. It's going to be the fact that we are not independent, that we are dependent upon other nations, and the energy problems that we saw in the snowmageddon that we like to call it is going to pale in comparison to what we're going to see coming up, especially if we have extremely hot days. I think we have extremely hot days in Rockwall, in the Rockwall County area. We do. And we're going to see even more of that. And so these are some important issues that I think that they brought up. And so we really need to understand that energy independence is key. And for conservatives, what that means is that we use things like the Keystone Pipeline that Joe Biden shut down and that Donald Trump was so focused on doing. And I think, you know what? I'm gonna transfer it to what's being played, because this is pretty good.
Official on your side, and they're from your party. Look. Let's put that to the side, okay?
Wrong.
Just put it to the side. Do yourself a favor.
I respect
what I'm saying
you, but you
is,
are so wrong. You have not won on one substantive case. Give me a substantive.
You never get to substance.
Why it was okay
you never get to a
not
substantive case because you
on
never.
Mailed-in ballots.
Hold on, Matt. You guys never. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Get out of my ear. You guys never get to the point of having any type of judge get to review it, because there is never the basis for a claim upon which they can make a determination. And you guys have used this to your advantage. But here, my question is bigger than this. It's much bigger than this.
Did you read Justice Scalito's? Did you read Justice Scalito and what he said?
Alito.
Excuse me, Justice Alito.
I know, but I know why you'd want to combine the two, because he's trying to be like Scalia, even though he's Alito. I'll give you that.
Because I love
and they
Scalia.
are both Italian.
It's on my mind. I love him.
Listen,
I love him.
may
There's
rest in
nothing wrong
peace.
with being Italian.
What
and
I'm saying is this.
Chris,
I'm asking a different
let me
question.
talk just for a minute, okay? Because it's your show.
You've been talking a lot,
it's
Matt,
your
to
show.
be honest.
Let me just talk for
but go ahead.
Well, that's what being a guest is. You get to talk. But my
it's
only
a
point
conversation.
is this,
Two
which
people
is
talking to conversation.
You guys,
go ahead.
Fair enough, and I respect the fact that you have me on. But my point to you is the following, which is don't act like there's not a legitimate claim when you have an election that's one we've never had before with all these mailed-in ballots. Don't act like it's outrageous for Republicans and conservatives and people who like Trump to be really question this case of why didn't we vote the same way we voted in 2016, where everyone who voted by mail, you had to verify that you were a legal voter.
Matt, I'm
in
just telling you, I hear your point. You've made it a lot of times.
In these cities.
Here's the problem.
But we should do that. Do you agree? We should do that.
Of course, you should follow the rules.
Matt Schlapp, chairman of the American Conservative Union, joins us now.
We had more illegal ballots in the last election than we've ever had in our history because we stopped checking signatures on mailed-in ballots in our major cities, and I was in Nevada and in Georgia, and that we should never vote that way again. We should all agree that we should have to follow the laws. Both of those states contravened the laws by not checking those ballots. And in New York City, they had over 100,000 ballots that mysteriously got into the count. Now, they found out about those ballots, but you can't both say illegal voting doesn't really happen to a large extent and then have over 100,000 illegal ballots be in the count in New York City.
Not enough, but Matt, not enough to tip a presidential election.
Eric, how many illegal... I would like to ask you this question because you seem to know so much. How many illegal ballots were in the count in 2020? I'll wait for your answer.
I don't have that answer off the top of my head.
How do you know what the impact would be on those illegal ballots? I'll wait for your answer.
Because election officials across the country have said that there was no massive fraud that would have changed the result of the election.
That is untrue, Eric. Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State of Georgia, didn't check those signatures in violation of the law. Now, you can say that Brad Raffensperger thinks that was fine, but it was illegal. And I'm not about relitigating 2020. I'm just saying as we go into these midterms and into another presidential election, I have a very simple idea. Follow the election laws for Democrat voters and for Republican voters. If we're going to do more mail-in ballots, we have to make sure you're legally on the list and that you have to verify that you're on that list through your signature. I think it's a very American idea. If we don't do that, Eric, we'll have chaos in our election system. People won't agree that the elections are sound, and our nation will further split apart. What I'm saying is a very, very common sense thing.
I get cut off by the computer. I'd like to continue this with you at another time,
I'd love to continue it because I think people need to know the facts. We've got to stop just reclaiming things that aren't true. They didn't check signatures on ballots. Can't do that anymore. We don't know how big it was, but it was big enough to make a big impact in these important states, which were decided by thousands of votes.
10 seconds. We'll see what the election officials say if indeed they find the fraud that is alleged to have happened.
They have already
Matt
found
Schlapp,
a lot of fraud. They've
down in Dallas.
A lot.
Thank you.
That was Matt Schlapp, the head of the Cpac, on different.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, United States Senator Rick Scott.
Well, it's great to be in Texas, the great state of Texas, and it's great to be back at Cpac. By the way, watching that video, I think Matt did a great job, so let's give him a big round of applause. So I want to start by thanking Matt and his whole team for putting this together. They did also a great event in Florida, the great Sunshine State. Just before coming on stage, I had the opportunity to give Matt the National Republican Senatorial Committee's Champion for Freedom Award to honor him for all the work he's done to support the conservative cause. So let's give him a big round of applause for that. So it's great to be here. My wife is actually from Dallas. She told me it was never cold here. She said there's never any ice storms. Is that right? Not exactly. So both of our daughters, we lived here for about 18 years. Both of our daughters were born here, and one daughter still lives here in Austin with her family. And so it's a great place to come home to. You know, when I was here, I worked here quite a while. One of the things I did, I worked along the border. Have any of you been to Donna, Texas? Yep, right along the border. When I went there, we could work, and at the end of our day, we would go across the border into Mexico for dinner. You can't do that today. It's become extremely dangerous. Biden and Harris are directly responsible for this. This is clearly a border crisis, and no one knows it better than the people that live along the border and actually all over the state of Texas. I think we all should find it disgusting that Biden and Harris can sit idly by when you see a little 14-year-old boy, Nicaraguan boy, frightened because he was left in the desert by himself to die. Think about that. They're just sitting, Biden and Harris act like there's no problem here. but there's a 14-year-old little boy worried that he's going to die. Did you see that picture of those two little Ecuadorian girls, the 3- and 5-year-olds, dropped over a 14-foot wall, just abandoned in the middle of the night? Doesn't it disgust you? I mean, think about it. All of us, we all know, we can all think of a 3- and a 5-year-old little girl. What are they doing? They're playing out in the park. They're playing with their toys. But these girls were left alone, scared, and they had to be terrified, right? They probably just traveled hundreds of miles, probably had one set of clothes. They were, they have, their whole family was worried about what was going to happen, just dropped in a foreign place. That's what Biden and Harris are doing. I've talked to Border Patrol agents that said that women, they're so worried about being raped that they cover themselves with feces so they'll be disgusting to men. This is what Biden and Harris are doing. It's disgusting. And Harris has a cavalier attitude to this whole human toll that's happening around our border. And this is their crisis. It's Biden and Harris' crisis. They don't want to call it a crisis. They don't want anybody. They don't want the media to go down. They don't want us to talk about it at all. This is just emblematic of what we've got in our leadership in Washington right now. Going to the border, Harris had no interest in doing. But as you know, she finally came to El Paso a few weeks ago. And it's all, she had to come. She had to come because of her failed leadership. That's why she was there. Now, she could have gone with Governor Abbott. She could have gone with President Trump and see the real crisis. The crisis caused when you don't finish a border wall, when you don't electrify cameras and lights. So what we have to do is we have to talk about this, and we have to fight every day to make sure we have a secure border, and we got to call the Democrats out for exactly what they are doing. Now, that's my job. I'm the new chair of the National Republican Senatorial Committee. We are going to win in 22. And as a U.S. Senator, I will do it every day. And I know your senators from Texas are doing it every day. We're going to fight for a secure border. Now, I've been elected, I've been there 2 years. Every week we go to Washington, D.C., almost every week. You know, it's not full of a lot of conservatives like you. You know, strong conservatives are not really accepted in D.C. right now. The Democrats control Washington. They control the House and the Senate and the White House. But you know what? They do not control our country. We do. They want to control the way we think, what we say, how we say it, and what we do. But we together will never allow that. Democrats want to tell us what to say and how to say it, or else we will be canceled from our jobs, our churches, our schools, our entire life. They want to cancel us. How many of you are not even sure what you can say right now? You're worried about what you can say will be socially acceptable. I believe there's going to be a big backlash coming, and it's going to come from all of us, and there's nothing the Democrats can do to stop us. Now, in my 2 years in D.C., I've watched a lot of crazy things. You wouldn't believe how things work up there. So I've watched the Democrats what? They want to defund the police. They want gut funding for our military. We've watched the Democrats push for open borders and closed schools. We watched them try to impeach a duly elected president twice for nonsense. But those aren't even the craziest things they're trying to do. No, the craziest bill that they have is what they call the For the People Act. Have you heard of it? So let's call it, it's not for the people. We should call it what it is. It's called the Corrupt Politicians Act. So far, we've been able to block this insane partisan Washington power grab from the Democrats. But they're going to try it again and again and again. This is their whole focus. They will do anything to gain power and try to control our elections and all future elections in this country. They don't want free and fair elections. They want elections only Democrats can win. So let me start by asking you a couple questions. How many, do you believe it's racist to require voters to show their ID? Of course not. Now, think about it. It's common sense. You have to show it to open up a checking account. And you do have to, I think we should tell the Delta CEO, you do have to do it when you get on an airplane also. But the Democrats' plan is to block it. Now, not for everything, just for elections. Now, do you want unmonitored, unattended drop boxes, or liberal groups harvesting ballots so they can pick and choose? Well, I don't think that would be a vote my way. I want to put that one in. Just pick which ones I want to discard and which ones I put in. Do we want that? The American people don't either. The Democrat bill does both of those things. The Democrats' bill, here's the best part. The Democrats' Corrupt Politicians Act has you paying for their political attack ads. How many of you think that we should be paying for Democrats' political attack ads with your money? Now, we're not talking about a little bit of money. We're talking about a lot of money. So here's some examples. Arizona, Democrat Mark Kelly is running next November, and we will beat him. But he will get, if this bill passed, he would get as much as $18 million of your tax dollars. How about Raphael Warnock in Georgia? He would get as much as $25 million of your tax dollars. New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan, by the way, call Chris Sununu, the governor of New Hampshire, to make sure you want him to run for Senate. If he does, we will win. But Maggie Hassan would get as much as $9 million. Cortez Masto in Nevada, she would get as much as $11 million. In Colorado, Michael Bennett, he'll get up to $11 million, or $16 million. Now, let's talk about our good friend Chuck Schumer. Now, Chuck Schumer, don't you just love the guy? So, you know, he's not partisan at all. So he says we have to pass this bill. He's working on it really hard because we have to pass it to save democracy. No, he wants to pass it to save his skin. Guess how much he would get? Up to $45 million of your money to run attack ads. It's corruption for the Democrats right out in the open. And it's based on a complete lie. There's no basis for this. Now, first off, we should all congratulate the Arizona GOP because they had a historic victory in the Supreme Court, right? So, thank God for President Trump's picks to the Supreme Court. They upheld the election security laws in Arizona. So now, hopefully, in 22, we're going to have all across the country a secure, free, and fair election, which is all we expect. But the Democrats are going to fight tooth and nail to strip states of all local control. But we have to be reunited as conservatives and as Republicans to make sure that every election is free and fair. In free and fair elections, we win. But this lie is a complete lie from Biden on down. They believe if you have any election reform, all we're trying to do, we're racist and we're trying to oppress voters. It's a complete lie. We have to stand up and say the Democrats are lying. Voter ID is not racist. It's common sense. Preventing ballot harvesting or drop boxes aren't secure, it's not racist, it's common sense. Preventing illegal immigrants from voting is not racist, it's common sense. The Democrats' Corrupt Politicians Act is a clear assault on free and fair elections and erodes state safeguards that are going to make sure our elections are fair, and in a free and fair election, we will win. Our goal is maximum participation in zero fraud, period. Not some fraud, not 1,000 ballots here, 1,000 ballots there, zero fraud. The Democrats call everything they don't like racist. Now, you know, the filibuster is racist, right? Even though Biden, when he was a senator, and many Senate Democrats used it to block bills. And the Democrat did last year to block Tim Scott's police reform bill. But somehow, all of a sudden, it's become racist. The Democrats are complete hypocrites. And they're teaching our kids that America is racist. We are not racist. This country is not a racist country. Democrats are absolutely wrong. America is the greatest country in the history of the world, a country that's given more opportunities to people to live their individual dreams than any place on earth. Now, in the past, Republicans have been intimidated when Democrats call us racist. But we got to stop being intimidated. We can't allow that. The Democrats know that they lose on actual policy. We win on policy, so that's when they play the race card. We can't stand down and we can't cower to the Democrats calling us names. They're going to call us racist no matter what we do. That game has to be over. We've got to stand up and fight for what we believe in. Fight for our conservative principles. We're going to fight for free, fair, and secure elections. We're going to fight for a government in Washington that doesn't represent liberal special interests or woke corporations or woke CEOs or Democrat activists that want our children, teach our children that our country and our values are bad. We're going to fight for the values that make our country great because we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We have to stand up every day and fight for our faith, our families, and this country we love. So as I said, I just got elected to be the chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee. And that means my job over the next year and a half is not only just raise $1 gazillion to make sure we get good candidates, but also talk about how crazy these Senate Democrats are. Make sure we have strong conservative Republicans running, and make sure we take back the majority, which we will. I have my oldest grandson loves military. He's going to be a paratrooper like my adopted father. And I recently took him to a military museum, and they asked anybody if they knew the Pledge of Allegiance. And so my grandson was all excited. He raised his hat immediately. So let's all do the same thing. Let's all stand up and say the pledge and what we believe in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As a grandparent, you get pretty excited when you watch your grandchildren grow up to believe in this country. And so I'm proud of my daughters. We have 6 grandsons and 1 granddaughter, and I think they're all going to grow up to be great conservatives. But we're living in a nation where the Democrat Party, woke athletes and woke CEOs, big tech, Hollywood, academia, and the liberal media are attacking our values every day. They attack the values that are embodied in the pledge, the national anthem, our flag, and our Constitution. They shame us and cancel us when we fight to defend our values, our faith, and our freedoms. No more. When you see groups like this, you know we're winning. Watching my grandson that day gives me hope that our future generations won't lose sight of the importance of our flag, our anthem, our flag, and they will respect the values that my adoptive father fought for and as a member of the 82nd Airborne in World War II. But as we all know, it's going to take all of us to fight back this woke mob and these radical Democrats who are trying to destroy the values that we all believe in this great nation. The backlash against the Democrats, woke athletes, CEOs, big tech, Hollywood, academia, and their liberal media is coming. It's because we're doing it. If you want to see a backlash, we can do it together. We can do it by winning in 22. We should win in 22. We can win in 22. We will win in 22. Thank you. God bless America. God bless every one of you. God bless our values. Bye-bye.
That is Senator Rick Scott from Florida, who basically focused on the fundamental principles of Americanism and making America, what makes America great, and really a lot of platitudes, and these things are pretty common at these kinds of events where you basically hear from some people basically giving you some rah-rah statements, and as someone who attends the state conventions for the great state of Texas, Republican state conventions, this is what you hear a lot of general platitudes, things like that. Wasn't an arousing speech, probably one of the less impressive, I guess, of the speakers, but nonetheless, he said some great things. Obviously, that everyone in the crowd agrees with. Did not have a lot of applause lines or much standing ovations, but that's kind of sometimes you can't always hit a home run, right? But we've had some amazing speakers today, and I think Ben Carson's a discussion, and of course he's not the most dynamic speaker, but he is certainly someone that just pulls you in and captivates you with facts, with his understanding of issues. So let's move it back to
Texas, Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne. Former NFL player for the Dallas Cowboys, Chad Henning. From DCP Action, Dr. Lee Gross. And your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Caroline Thaw.
Hello. Obamacare made a lot of lofty promises. I think we all remember. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you love your health insurance policy, you can keep it. Not a problem. We were promised better health care at more affordable prices and access for all Americans. Well, how's that working for us? America's free markets were really driven down by another big government program. And for many of us, it looks and feels like socialized medicine. No matter how well-intentioned it might have been, it has failed the average American. And with the recent Supreme Court ruling a few weeks ago, pretty much holding up the essence of what Obamacare is, now Democrat leader Schumer is doubling down, saying he's going to make it bigger than ever. So we all have to ask, what kind of America do we want to live in? What kind of America do you want to live in? It is up to us. And the good news is that individual liberty and freedom and innovation is alive and well. Sometimes you have to go looking for it, and you have to reach deep down inside and help it to happen. Joining us today, some of the best and brightest in healthcare and government, we have Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne, rumored from Texas, rumored to be Nancy Pelosi's most bitter loss, which we love that. Then we have Dallas's own Chad Hennings, 3-time Super Bowl champ, Air Force Academy, the works. And yet somehow the American healthcare system failed him and his family, and he found a better way. So you're going to hear about that. Then we have Dr. Lee Gross, who was seeing patients and got so fed up, he decided to reject the whole system, and he fixed it himself. So we're going to hear from all of them. Congresswoman Van Dyne, I'm going to start with you. You were mayor of Irving, Texas, when Obamacare was first implemented. So you were really boots on the ground. What did you hear? What did you see? What changes?
Well, I mean, what we saw was increased cost. The first year that Obamacare was implemented at the city, We had to raise the deductibles of our police, our fire, to ridiculous amounts that they never had to pay before. But we also saw it cost the city between $600,000 and $700,000 to implement it the first year. What we saw was increased cost, decreased access, and decreased quality. And I think we're trying to find the exact opposite of that right now, right?
Right.
And we do have solutions for that.
Okay, and Dr. Gross, I'm gonna go to you next. You were embedded in seeing patients, and you had pretty much an epiphany. You just said, turning point, I'm done. Tell us about that moment and what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. So the name of my medical practice is Epiphany Healthcare. And in fact, we had an epiphany. We had a local business that would come up to us and say, Doctor, my health insurance premiums are skyrocketing. All my employees are seeing you as their doctor. I see what I'm paying them. I see what the insurance company pays you. Why am I paying so much money for you to provide care and they're keeping everything? So the epiphany was, why are we inserting so many middlemen between the doctor and the patient? Why are we creating so much burdensome obstacles and barriers to care? And so our epiphany was, we're going to walk away from it. We opted out of Medicare. We canceled our commercial insurance contracts. And we said, we're just going to sign a contract directly with our patients and work directly. We very quickly learned that health coverage is not health care.
Innovation. Chad, you are, well, first of all, we've got to say he has a shiner. And he was not in a bar fight last night. You want to?
I just found out, actually, I'm allergic to yard work. So I need to get a note from my physician right here that allows me to tell my wife that I don't have to do yard work anymore. But it's a chemical allergy.
Yeah, okay, so that's all it is. But Chad, you are pretty much the American archetype. I mean, you are what we all would love to be. Super Bowl champ, Air Force Academy, you're a successful entrepreneur, and yet your family succumbed to the healthcare system, and you found something else. Tell us what happened.
My healthcare experience with our family and our insurance experience predated Obamacare. When I was playing for the Cowboys, my son Chase acquired an autoimmune illness, which caused us to seek physician and medical care outside of our typical network. But having the insurance plan that I had with the NFL, with the Cowboys, it wasn't just a Cadillac plan, it was a Lamborghini plan. Phenomenal insurance that we had. But then, when I retired from the Cowboys, we still had a network of physicians and doctors that we needed to see, so I had to find an economic alternative in insurance, traditional insurance, that served us, which was fine, we did. But my wife and I learned several lessons going through that experience. One, insurance, like medical care, is personal. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution, and that we as individuals have to take personal responsibility for our healthcare, diet, exercise, eating the right foods, to be able to do that.
Skin in the game, yeah.
So with that, then Obamacare comes along, and as a small business owner, our premiums soon skyrocketed. Our deductibles sometimes went 2-3x of what they once were, and my wife and I were looking at that experience, or going through that, saying, you know, we're paying thousands of dollars a year to have the right to have insurance, and we'll never be able to capitalize on any of that because of the deductible expense. So with that, we looked for alternatives to traditional insurance, and we researched with the Christian Health Share networks, and we became members of Liberty Health Share. And with that, it was a phenomenal experience because it fit with our philosophy on life. One, as Christians, we are called to serve and to help one another in a community, be a part of the body of Christ. Secondary to that, it also fit within our mindset, our philosophy of personal responsibility and accountability for our own healthcare needs. And then when we do need help, we have others that would then step in to help us if needed. So from an economic standpoint and from a philosophical standpoint, I mean, it was a great alternative.
How long have you been doing this?
We've been doing this for 4 years.
And that's great news. Congresswoman Van Dyne, I'm going to ask you, you are actually now, the ball is a little bit in your court because Devin Nunes just appointed you to be part of the Republican version of the health care reform that you guys are working on. I know that's not the exact title, and you can clear us up on that. But tell us what you plan to do. What can you do as part of the minority right now? What can we do?
Well, there's lots of things. What Republicans are trying to do in the House is that when we take the House back in 2022, We want to make sure that we have a plan moving forward. You know, we're not just saying no, no, no. We want to make sure that we are empowering families, that we are giving people opportunities, and that we're giving people choices. We're identifying them as individuals, understanding that people have different needs, different budgets, different priorities. And instead of just looking at the one-size-fits-all federal government program, which is costly, lower access, and lower quality, we're saying we need to come up with solutions that empower people and give them more opportunities to be able to do what they need to do within their budget.
Do you feel like you're going to have things that Republicans can actually run on in 2022?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to have solutions, which is what we're focused on right now. But you had asked the question, what can everybody in this audience do? Obviously, you need to vote, but it's more than just voting and getting involved in presidential elections. You need to get involved in your local elections. What we saw the person who ran against me on the Democrat side, she had come in and she got elected on the school board. And that all of a sudden she quit halfway in her first term, but it gave her a platform. So what you're seeing with critical race theory at school boards, what you're seeing happening at cities planning and zoning, what you saw at our county level in Dallas this last year, it is crucial, vital that not only do you get involved and vote, but you run and you support candidates that know that we have the same philosophies and principles.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, Beth, that's awesome. I always like to use sports metaphors. So, ladies and gentlemen, my message to you is it's time to get off the bench and get into the game. We can no longer be apathetic to think that we have individuals that are willing to step in harm's way to be public servants. It's up to each and every one of us. So my challenge to you is, what can you do? And it's not a solo. Lock arms. Look at everybody in this room. Lock arms, and you're part of the conservative movement. Get off the bench and get into the game.
There are so many things that they've said that really we can build on. You know, as you mentioned, we're trying to increase quality, increasing choice, and decreasing cost. The government can only do one of those things at the most. Maybe if they're really trying, they can do two. But the only way you can get all three of those done is with a fair market competition and capitalism. If you try a one-size-fits-all approach, that just will never work. A top-down approach will never work. And every time you try a top-down approach, every time the government has a solution to something, it creates more bureaucracy for the system. So when they put fixes in, what happens is you burn out your physicians. You know, physicians are hardworking people by nature. We're not dropping out of medicine and committing suicide in record numbers because we don't like to work hard. We want our work to be meaningful, and the bureaucratic nightmare that's being created around the practice of medicine is absolutely unsustainable. So for us to step away from it, now what we are able to do is we're able to increase choices. When you pass Obamacare and you create this one-size-fits-all approach, you drive consolidation of physicians into these large hospitals and corporations. You increase the cost and you decrease the choice, which is the exact opposite of everything that we're trying to accomplish. So the best way that we've done is we work the doctors directly with the patients. We limit the middlemen. Anytime somebody gets in the middle of that relationship, they need to get paid and they make decisions, and they just don't need to be involved in that. And we went and put price tags, so we want people to be responsible consumers. So we have somebody that's in a health share, and we say, well, we want you to be a good steward of your healthcare dollars and shop around for your MRI. We're expecting them to shop in stores that have no prices on them. How is that possible? So we've done in our practice, so we've went around and we've put price tags on everything. An MRI through our practice is $220. A CAT scan is $175. A chest x-ray is $25. Blood work is $45. You need surgery? We've negotiated cash bundled prices, inpatient and outpatient in surgical facilities, and we make the predictable care affordable for absolutely everybody. Let's let insurance be insurance. That's what they're good at. They're horrible at the day-to-day management of healthcare.
Very good. I'm going to ask you real quick, what are you hearing from your patients who've come off of perhaps the government plans or one of the other big insurance plans? What do you hear?
Yeah, so when you give somebody a health insurance card, you think, oh, they have coverage, therefore they have access. But what they don't have access, if you give somebody a card with an $8,000 deductible, they're uninsured for all intents and purposes. They have nothing. And so what I found is that our patients, they found that they were just frustrated and out of choices. They had this card, but they couldn't use it anywhere, and so they found that it was more expensive to have the insurance. It became a barrier to care, and so they dropped it and sought out other options, like health sharing ministries, like direct primary care practices.
And okay, Chad, I'm going to quote something from a book that How Government Works. It's a terrific book, came out in 2020, and Chad, you contributed a chapter. And in it you say, our philosophy is rooted in a belief that individuals, families, and communities do best when left alone to exercise their God-given freedoms and to provide for themselves and for one another. And that is pretty much the conservative mantra. It really is. In what you ended up choosing, health sharing, I know that there is a belief, and everyone has to commit, that they're going to take care of each other. They're going to take care of themselves physically. They're going to eat right, do their best to stay healthy, and they're held accountable to do that. So there's truly skin in the game. How does that feel? I mean, to be part of a community where at least you know everyone's trying.
You know, it's common sense, it's natural law. You know, where the individual rights and freedoms are guaranteed to the individual, and the purpose of government is to protect and preserve those individual rights. That's what distinguishes us from every other liberal democracy out there. We acquiesce certain rights to the government to give them to protect and preserve, whereas Western liberal democracies, it's the government that dictates the individual rights. So for us, we can make our own decisions for ourselves, for our families. It's not a government's one-size-fits-all solution. We need personal responsibility and accountability. And I've been in men's ministry for many years, and that is what keeps men and communities together, is when you accept, affirm, and hold each other accountable to that, you can accomplish any mission that you set your mind towards.
And you do it through mass customization, not mass production.
It's personal.
Empower the individual. Personalized healthcare is what we're supporting.
Congresswoman Van Dyne, tell me, what are the representatives saying to each other behind closed doors? Go ahead. give us what the scoop is on healthcare right now and what you plan to be doing.
If you think about it, healthcare should be nonpartisan. And I think whenever we start coming up with these massive, comprehensive plans is when we start to lose people, because everybody will find a red flag that gives them an excuse to vote against. So where I have, look, I was mayor, I'm very pragmatic. Get things done, at least moving in the right direction. So does that mean just passing smaller bills that will help immediately? Is that increasing your health savings account limits? Is that allowing it to be portable, right? When I left my job working for the Trump administration under HUD to run for Congress, I didn't lose my homeowner's insurance, I didn't lose my car insurance, but I lost my health insurance. I ended up having to get a plan that me and both my kids had $6,000 deductibles. And to exactly your point, are you really covered at that point? It was the largest bill that I paid for a service I never got to use. And I think that's important that we're looking at those kind of solutions. But we all agree that there's things that we could do. Let's see if on the other side of the aisle that they're in agreement and they will actually pass these small bills that we're at least moving in the right direction that could help solve the problems and alleviate some of the pains that we're all feeling right now. We're optimistic that we'll be able to do that by coming up with solutions by 2022.
That's good. Chad?
I was just going to add, we all have anecdotal stories we can share about family members or friends that have lost their insurance due to Obamacare. I have a family member that was able to pay, a successful small business owner. Unfortunately, her plan was no longer an option for her. She had to go on to Obamacare, and just the stigma affiliated with that, it was almost like the government was trying to condition us to get to that one-payer system, because not forcing the capital market and the open market to be able to get a plan that suits you. And it was a nightmare for her. And she had to wear that stigma for quite a while, but that's not the American way.
And I find it in most situations right now, my patients that have traditional insurance use or pay more out of their pocket every time they pull the card out of their pocket. Every time they use their insurance, they pay twice as much for a CAT scan, they pay twice as much for an MRI, and there's always somebody in the middle of that relationship telling them they can't have the service. So what are we ensuring if the insurance actually drives up the costs and limits your access to services? The health shares and services like that allow the doctors and patients to work directly to become partners instead of adversaries in a very broken system.
And I'm curious, how do your patients find out about what you have to offer?
Yeah, so if you want to find a practice like ours, you look up direct primary care. Direct primary care are the key words. If you want to find somebody, of course, health sharing ministries are something important. You can kind of talk a little bit about that. I'm playing host now.
I'm getting filibustered. Go ahead. No, but I think you were saying, yeah, how did you find out about what health sharing ministries were? Did you already always know about
Well,
liberty?
a lot of the media, radio ads, et cetera, you hear all these things of Christians coming together and individuals coming together to share one another's burdens. It piqued my interest, and then going online and doing the more research, it just makes so much sense. And literally, my monthly costs, were cut by a 10th.
Wow. Okay, before we go, I do have a really big question. When are the Cowboys going to be Super Bowl contenders again? Because, I grew up here, and I'm a SMU girl, and I'm like dying here. Come on, Chad.
This is my favorite time of year to be a Cowboy fan. Cowboy fans are full of optimism and hope, but then the season starts, and unfortunately, it goes all downhill after that. But this is the year for the Cowboys. Dak Prescott's there. We'll be there.
We're good to go. Dr. Gross, anything else?
No, thank you all very much for having us. It's really been a pleasure.
Well, and I think right now you've gotten some great ideas, and we all know, and we have to ask ourselves exactly the question, what kind of America do we want to be in the next 10 years? What kind of America do we want our kids to grow up in? Because it really is all up to us. Thank you all so much for being with us today.
Well, the discussion was health care, and obviously that was one of the most important issues going for a lot of people today is how do you afford health care and the many alternatives that come with it. And obviously these were some entrepreneurial ideas that take the healthcare system to a new level, and that's certainly something that a lot of the people who are at Cpac want to know about the future of healthcare. I mean, insurance driving up the cost of healthcare is certainly a major concern for a lot of individuals, and so these alternative opportunities, finding a clinic like you heard from the doctor that basically charges flat fees and puts the cost right up front is where most Americans are hoping that we can drive the healthcare system into. But the issue has been what has come of it is that Obamacare has driven us into socialized medicine. And it is not quality. They highlighted the fact, the promises made by President Obama that you can keep your health care, you can keep your doctor, and all of those things turned out not to be true. So the solution again is not government. It is free market. It is finding opportunities or unique solutions to the healthcare system that you never may have considered before, and the insurance companies obviously and are driving a lot of the cost and a lot of the necessity to find alternatives out there. What's interesting is for me is that if you go to a hospital today, you can't be turned away for emergency service. If you are a critical issue, if you're in need, a hospital will see you. And the problem in I think in Dallas, the big city of Dallas, is a lot of people use the emergency system like a doctor's office. All right, we're moving to the next issue.
America. Please welcome your panel. From the White House, appointee for the Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, Jack Brewer. From Florida, Congressman Byron Donalds. From the Independent Women's Forum, Inez Stepman. And your moderator, from the American Principles Project, Terry Schilling.
So congratulations, you've just arrived at the coolest panel at Cpac, Texas. But we're going to be talking about some things that aren't so cool, like where America is right now. America's kind of upside down, right? If you look at, in 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that the Our Father or the Lord's Prayer couldn't be said in public schools anymore, right? Separation of church and state. They didn't want to indoctrinate children into religion. So you fast forward 60 years to today, and what are we teaching in schools? What's allowed to be taught in schools? Racism. That the color of your skin actually matters, that it determines the content of your character. We're able to teach kids that men can have babies, all types of crazy things. But it's not just our schools anymore. It's the whole country. So we're going to talk about how to fight back, how to organize, how to engage, and what we do from here. So I'm going to start with Congressman Byron Donalds. You've been making a lot of waves. My man. This week, you had an incredible editorial, and I want you to talk about it. You talked about the divisive and harmful nature of critical race theory, but why did you write this article, and give the audience some background for what was going on there?
Well, first of all, it's good to be in Texas. What's going on, Texas? I mean, look, the reason why the op-ed got written is because I was pissed. I was pissed off. I think the biggest issue we have right now, let's take a step back from critical race theory, is that for the past about 20 years, it's the political left that is creating the culture war. Conservatives, we're just like, look, just leave me alone. I just want to, I want to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I want to watch sports. I want to go have dinner with my family. Don't raise taxes. Have a good economy. I want my kids to learn. Like, that's it. Like, that's kind of all we want, right? The left is constantly pushing the culture war, and they're doing it in our schools. And they're doing it in some of the most insipid ways. They're doing it in teacher diversity training programs. They're doing it with our military. They're doing it with our kids. And so it's important to pen this op-ed to help people understand that, as a black man, I don't want my sons learning these things. I don't want white kids learning these things. I don't want Hispanic kids learning these things. I want them to have respect for the greatest nation in the world. And so that's the purpose. And, by the way, I probably pissed some of the left off, but, that's okay. We don't mind that too much.
Inez, you do so much work on education policy, and I consider you an expert. What's the word
here?
It is a dirty word. What's the solution here, though, for our schools? Like, how do we put an end to this critical race theory garbage? Like, do we just stop at banning it from schools? Like, what do we do?
Look, I mean, where we are now, not to be negative, but is a direct result of the conservative movement and the Republican Party ignoring education for 30 years and focusing on, look, I love low taxes. I like keeping more of my money. But the reason that we're in the culture war that you're talking about is because we allowed the left, as part of a long march through the institutions, first and foremost, to take over the academy. And because they took over the academy, they took over the K-12 schools. So that's where we're at. And I think the left's favorite word is systemic, right? America's systemically racist. It's systemically terrible. We're going to have to think systemically. It's not going to be enough to ban critical race theory on the legislative level. I'm all in favor of that. Legislatures have been setting curriculum for a long time. Don't allow anyone to tell you that this is new or extraordinary. However, you're putting that curriculum through a system that on every level is drenched in, let's call it the narrative, right? Right now we're talking about critical race theory. Before it was political correctness, identity politics, social justice warriors. Go back and back. It's all the same narrative about America, about our racial divisions, about dividing people by race, class, sex, gender, right? That didn't start a year ago. So we have decades to undo. And so it's not just going to be one policy like banning critical race theory, which I'm all in favor of, but it's going to be looking at those teacher trainings. It's granting parents leverage through school choice so that when they show up at those school board meetings, they're able to say, you know what, if you don't satisfy us, your salary is going to be cut. We pay your salary. These are public servants, and they need to start acting like it.
Can we just get a special boo for teachers unions? They're the worst. Boo!
You know, Randy Weingarten is one of the best advocates for school choice in the country. So, you know, every time she opens her mouth, more people are convinced that they don't want to send their kids to her schools.
Jack, one of the things I love about your work is your focus on God and getting back to the basics. And, you know, we're all conservatives here, and I'm sure a lot of you know who Russell Kirk is. And he once wrote, "There can be no brotherhood of man without a creator, the Father." Talk about the insanity of our public school system and how they kicked out God and replaced him with racism, this insanity of men having babies and boys and girls sports, and just Marxism. Like, is it just a coincidence that we kicked God out and that's what replaced him, or is there something more here?
First off, my mom's here, okay? I want to start off by saying that. And I grew up right down the road in Grapevine, Texas. So in our house, we call it flesh talk or spirit talk. And as conservatives, we know what flesh talk looks like, and we know what spirit talk looks like, right? So when you talk about cancel culture, I want everyone to change your language. When man tries to control and dictate wrath, it's ungodly. James 1:20 tells us that if man calls wrath, that is unrighteous before God. And so it goes back to the spiritual element here. We are one nation under God. So we can't put our flag above God. We can't put our families above God. We can put nothing above God. And in our school systems right now, we are literally putting the doctrines of man before God. So what we're doing is we're putting a curse on our kids. We're putting an evil spirit upon our kids, which is right now, we're feeling the wrath of God. And so we're all here concerned. We talk about cancer culture, but we're really standing up against Satan. And so we have to call the devil by its name. And we can't stop saying hallelujah. We can't stop giving glory to God. We can't stop speaking in the name of Jesus. That's the only name. That is the only name. This country was founded in the name of Jesus.
You guys thought I was kidding when I said we had the coolest panel. I told you. I told you. Inez, you know, going back to the schools, some parents are actually like giving up on their kids' schools. They're pulling them out, they're putting into private schools, or they're homeschooling themselves. Is this a long-term solution that's gonna last, or do we need to do more?
It's gotta be both. I'm all in favor of homeschooling. I think it's a wonderful option. I'm all in favor of sending kids to private schools that reflect the values that parents have at home. But we can't fool ourselves into imagining that we can Benedict option our way out of this, right? We can't withdraw from the battle in these schools. We have to continue to care, because between 80 and 90%, depending how you count things, between 80 and 90% of kids are going to continue to go to public schools for the foreseeable future. And there's a great exodus happening right now. But still, those kids are going to learn the narrative, and they're going to grow up and they're going to vote. And that's what we're seeing with my generation and with Gen Z. We're seeing poll after poll, people no longer are proud to be in this country. They don't have any context of how bad things can get. They have no context for America's sins. They're vastly, their place at the center instead of within the context of every civilization in the history of the world. You cannot live in a country where the public schools are actively anti-Americanizing children and expect that you'll be able to keep your homeschooling and your private schools. So we have to care about what's happening in the public schools. But that doesn't mean that, you should sacrifice your kids, right? You need to do the best thing for your kids. And as a policy person, I feel like it's my responsibility, it's our responsibility to give you the power and leverage to do what's best for your kids. But we can't give up on this fight. We can't just cede the public space to the left, because that's how we've gotten here. So I'm in favor of all of those options. I love them all, but we can't give up this fight. We have to actually, the whole point of the public school system in America was to create patriotic education, was to create the citizens of a republic who would be able to preserve the freedoms of this country. That's the whole point. That's why we pay for it. And I don't think we should be ashamed to say that.
Congressman Donalds, let's talk federal level. The left has gone absolutely nuts. It's not just defunding the cops or the pregnant men thing. It's everything. There's like a handful of Republicans, and I would consider you to be one of them, that are actually fighting back in meaningful ways. Give us some hope. Like, what can we do at the federal level, and how do we give it, stick it to the left on this?
I hope I'm a fighter. I'm in a bad room to be in, I'll tell you that. Listen, the first thing I would tell you is elections have consequences. We have to take back the House. Let's be very clear. We have to fire Nancy Pelosi. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you have to start sending people to Washington who actually want to get D.C. out of our schools. D.C. has been involved in the public school system for too long. This is the responsibility of state governments. I served in the state legislature for 4 years, so I know exactly what we're talking about when it comes to curriculum. That is the job of state governments to actually put the direction forward for public education in the states. The federal government needs to come out of that role, and you got to have elected officials who believe in that and are going to do that. That's number two. Number three, and this is the most important of all, we have to start spreading our ideals and our values across the country. It's great here at Cpac. Cpac, I love you guys, but it's got to be more than just us. It has to be in inner cities. It has to be in the corridors of communities across our country that you typically don't go, because those are the people who they want to see the issue in their life solved. And where the left, frankly, beats us is that they're constantly pushing their narrative in their agenda as the only thing that will fix their ills. They've been wrong every time. I mean, they're constantly wrong, but they're the only people talking in these communities. And we have to do the job of talking in those communities and bringing our value set and our principles to those communities.
Jack, as a former NFL player, these professional sports leagues are out of control too. I mean, the wokeism has just infested them there. It seems like that, they're not encouraging players to disrespect the flag or, celebrating Pride Month or wanting to put boys and girls sports at these even the WNBA, by the way, supports those efforts. Why aren't more players speaking up? I mean, these professional athletes understand discipline, they understand honesty, they understand integrity. So why aren't more people speaking up against these woke professional sports leagues?
Again, spirit talk, not flesh talk. The love of money is the root of all evil. That word love means God. So when you put money before your God, you see what's happening to our nation. I played in the National Football League. My little 8-year-old son's right here behind me backstage right now. And I can't let him watch half of these athletes today because they put the love of money before God and they're willing to sell their souls. In the leagues that they're playing for, including the National Football League, is right there doing it. When I saw the ad that said the NFL is gay, can you believe they are sexually perverting our children right now before our eyes? They are teaching our kids at 5 and 6 and 7 years old that the God-ordained statement of marriage is between a man and a man, or a woman and a woman. And we had the first black president ever to walk that this great country elected to draft that. So my black son now has to look up to him in these antichrist doctrine. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We can't continue to stand for this. Black, white, green, purple, black, brown, blue, I don't care what color you are. We are one blood according to the word of God. Acts 17:26 says we're one blood. When they call these the United Nations, we have to live by that. But don't let them forget, we're the United Nations under God. And that's the most important thing.
Thank you, Jack. And as one thing that you and I have partnered on, and this is really crazy, okay? We work against putting boys in girls sports. Seems pretty, non-consequential and non-controversial. But we got, we ran a bunch of ads on Facebook last year with voters educating about the Democrats' efforts. Facebook shut those ads down. They said that it was missing context to say that letting boys compete in girls' sports would destroy girls' sports. So they shut them all down. So not only can we not, fight back or oppose this, we can't even fight back against it in a meaningful way. And as you're involved in the big tech world too, how do we square this circle?
It's a complicated question, but what I would say is that I think there is no more foundational and obvious truth than the fact that men and women are different. And if we can't admit that in our society, then there's nothing for us to build on top of. We have nothing in common anymore if we can't all agree on something that's so obvious as to see that if you put a man in a ring, in a boxing ring with a woman, the outcome is predetermined. But I think it comes from, again, decades of denying that men and women are different, and therefore they will make different choices. They will live different lives on average. It doesn't mean that we need, something coercive to force people into conformity with what's stereotypical for their sex or anything like that. But it does mean we should expect it. Something like the wage gap. We should expect a wage gap. That means that women are making choices that are better for them and for their families. It's not discrimination. It's not a bad thing. It's freedom in action, plus the fact that men and women are different, and we should expect that. But there's a darker side to this, I think, and that is if you can make people deny something that is that obvious in front of their faces, if you can make people say that men and women are the same in the boxing ring, you can make them say anything and you can make them believe anything. There is a totalitarian edge to this, and that's why this issue is important beyond just women's sports. We have to have a society where people can speak the truth that's in front of their eyes. Otherwise, we've lost everything.
No, it's exactly right. And it's not, I just want to be clear, this wasn't just like an election rigging thing where they shut us down to keep voters from hearing this. Just yesterday, the Medane Foundation that launched, they're set up to save women's sports. Their ads were censored. It's absolutely nuts. It's out of control. All right, we got just a little bit of time left. We're going to do a rapid fire, one round. One round, three things. You could do three things overnight to fix America. What would you do, Jack?
I'm going to save you time. I'm going to do one thing first. I'm going to end the mass abortions of our unborn. Sorry. And listen, I'm a man that was fooled once. I used to believe it was okay until God gave me salvation and I understood that he knew us before we were in the womb. And I'm going to tell you this, the resources we put into abortion, if we would put into our fatherless crisis that's ravaging our nation right now, the first thing we would do is the 71% of the kids that are dropping out of high school are fatherless. You know that? There are 20 times, when you see run-ins with law enforcement officers, 20 times more likely to be fatherless. We will save all these crises that we have in our land if we would just get our men and women to be unified families in America again.
Jack, you know, there's a pretty big event happening in 2024. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's called a presidential election. I don't even, that's what I'm saying. Congressman, 3 things.
You want me to follow that?
I'm sorry, I should have had him go last.
It's your turn.
Come
I
on,
can.
man.
That was
Come
a
on,
big,
man.
big mess.
All right, 3 things. I got 3 for you. The first is term limits for every elected office in the United States. Hold on, man. I got 2 more. Hold on, everybody. I got 2 more. The second is, and this is important, you touched on it a little bit. We have to actually engage in the education of our children because they truly are the future. That's not a catchphrase. That's the reality of every nation. We must fully engage in their education. The third, man, I need Jack to do the benediction for Cpac. That'll do everything. You need to come back and do the benediction, man. I mean, the man got the hand of God on him. Ain't that right? He does.
All right, Inez.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to have to bring it down to the level, energy level. No, I think the 3 most important things are to fix the education system because we're graduating rank after rank of woke cultural revolutionaries into every institution in this nation, and it starts in the education system. And if we fix that, a lot of things downstream will start to become better, I think. And the second thing, all of these are downstream effects, but we have to deal with them now. We have to get control of the unelected bureaucracy in this country that is making decisions. It is politically weaponized. It is making decisions that are rightfully left to we the people, and they never have to stand for election. That's not a republic. Fire the bureaucrats. Right now you can't. It's illegal. You can't fire them. They have jobs for life. All right. The third thing is we have to find a way to get a hold of the woke power of corporations now in America, and it starts with big tech. And I'm a conservative, and I'm a free marketer, but I think we have to acknowledge that these corporations are playing a political role. Again, the problem is that when there's an attenuation between the power of the people and the policies that come out of Washington and D.C., that's a systemic, to use that favorite word again, that's a systemic problem. So, but we need to make every actor who has this kind of institutional power, we have to make sure that they're accountable to the American people and that they can't ignore the voices of all the people who are here and all the people who are attending the school board meetings and all the people who are going out to vote in their local polling places. They can't ignore your voices. They have to actually listen. So that's the kind of reforms that we have to do.
Guys, can we give it up for the coolest panel at Cpac? Come on.
Wow, what a commentary, what a group. That when he said this was the best group at Cpac, well, he sure wasn't lying about that. That was outstanding discussion. And so I'm glad that we stayed with that, because that was certainly some of the best one of the best panels that we've seen. So it looks like we got another panel. I'm going back to it. This is good stuff. Hang with us.
Julio Rosas, and your moderator, the pollster for President Trump, Jim McLaughlin.
Thank you. Hello, Cpac. And by the way, we've got an incredible panel here, and I don't think it's any accident with the folks that we have on this panel that they made this the last issue panel. Not because, I mean, I have American heroes to my right now, but the importance of the whole immigration issue. And where you think about where we've gone, I'm a pollster, so I always love talking about polling numbers in terms of what's going on out there. And if you look at it right now, you've got about 80% of Americans are telling us it's a serious problem. And oh, by the way, only 16% of Americans agree with Joe Biden that we're not in an immigration crisis right now. And because this is Cpac, we're about solutions, we're about problem solving, we're about reform. How did we get here? You think about it, I mean, basically, I'm going to start with Congressman Nunes. You guys had the problem solved with, you had the problem solved with Donald Trump, and look what happened. How did you solve it?
Well, first of all, what's going on? First of all, thank you all for being here. I know you're all here just for us. It's not for President Trump, right? You guys are. But thanks for your kind welcome here. But you have to understand that the Democrats want this immigration problem to happen. Everybody thinks, well, why would they want this? Why would they want this? They're going to get into this country over 2 million new people that they believe will ultimately be their voters. That's what this is about. So when you see Kamala Harris not go down there, she's not going down there because that's what the leftists want. They don't want her to go down there. And that's why she did what she did by pretending to go down there, because ultimately you've got 20% in this country who are extreme left, but you've got the rest of the country who are now waking up to the fact that, whoa, maybe we shouldn't move in an entire city the size of, you know, any major city in this country. And I think that's what people have to understand. This is a narrative that they created. It's a narrative that they want. It's policies that they want. And only now, because I think you just can't hide the fact that it's doing damage to communities, and Brian can speak to it, but you're starting to see Hispanic Americans begin to vote Republican.
Yep, without a doubt. Which, by the way, we were fortunate enough to do Texas for President Trump. He got 41% of the Hispanic vote. They think this helps them with Hispanics, but the truth is it's going to backfire on them. Now, I want to turn it over to Congressman Babin from the great state of Texas. Again, Congressman Babin, you guys had the problem solved. What did you do to solve it, to solve the immigration problem at the border?
Thank you, Jim. Great to be here at Cpac. First time in Texas. Really proud to be here. The Trump administration did not go without having its challenges. 2019 was a terrible year of the caravans. People were piling across the border. And I'll tell you, through a lot of homework, through negotiations, hard work, dealing with Northern Triangle countries, with Mexico, the President of Mexico, President Trump, and his administration did a bang-up job of meeting that challenge, and not only meeting it, but defeating that challenge. In 2020, we had a relatively very secure border. And I can tell you this, you know, elections have consequences. And during the transition period between the Trump and the Biden administration, the Biden administration was being told repeatedly, I've got very good, close friends that worked in the Department of Homeland Security for Border Patrol, and on. And some of them, I talked to them routinely. They were telling the Biden administration, do not undo these policies. Do not undo policies like the MPP, the Migrant Protection Protocols, the Safe Third Countries, asylum cooperative agreements. Don't reverse this. Don't stop construction of the border wall. My goodness, that was the thing that was really working. And, you know, if it didn't work so well, why didn't the Democrats thought it was so you know, immoral? Why did they put up a double perimeter of wall around the U.S. Capitol? You know, that made no sense whatsoever. Unfortunately, and also Title 42, the public health protection directives and protocols, where they could, during a pandemic, they could turn these individuals back across so they wouldn't be infecting American citizens. Unfortunately, they did not listen. as Devin said, they want to replace the American electorate with their own people. That's exactly what this open border business is all about. And quite frankly, Joe Biden and his border czarina, Kamala Harris, who took 100 days to get down to the border and went down for a photo op, and quite frankly, they are violating their oaths of office to protect and preserve and defend the U.S. Constitution. They deserve censorship. They deserve this. And they are simply falling down on the job, refusing to enforce the law, refusing to protect not only Texas and Texas citizens and their property, but all of Americans. Because every state in this country is now a border state. I'm very, very proud of our state government, who is now stepping into that gap left by the Biden administration to start trying to build the wall, at least close these gaps, and start turning these people back. And only a truthful media and you folks out there and those of us giving that message, informing the American people that this is a renegade presidency that will not enforce the law. And before long, folks, a sovereign, if you don't have secure borders, you're not going to have a sovereign nation. Our nation is at huge risk right now on every aspect, whether it be terrorism, crime, you name it, drugs, from 70 to 90,000 overdose drugs of Americans every year, because fentanyl is up about 1,000% right now. It's out of control. The cartels, folks, are in de facto control of our southern border. And it's got to stop, and the message has got to stay. And elections have consequences, folks. We've got to change the House leadership. We've got to change the Senate. And then 2 years later, we've got to change that White House as well. Thank you, Jim.
Julio Rosas is an investigative journalist, and he's actually just recently been to the border. And Julio, by the way, one of his badges of honor is the mainstream media hates him because he actually reports the truth. Now, the mainstream media and Joe Biden are telling us right now, there's no crisis. I'm not a journalist. You tell me, is it a crisis, and what is the crisis?
It absolutely is a crisis. I've been down to Texas multiple times in the McAllen, Rio Grande Valley, Del Rio, El Paso, Arizona, even California. And I've been traveling to the border pretty consistently since 2019 when it was under President Trump, and it has been a complete 180. You know, I was on a ride-along with then CBP Commissioner Morgan back in October, right before the election, and he was showing the border wall, the new border wall that was being built in El Paso. And the difference was between what was the old wall, which is just a barbed wire, and the 30-foot wall was just absolutely just staggering to see in person. And then all of a sudden, you know, we have this new administration that has open border rhetoric and policies, which does matter, and it has completely changed. And now we're seeing hundreds of people crossing in the Rio Grande Valley specifically. And I actually brought an example with me. These are different types of wristbands that the cartels use to mark the kids, the women that are coming across the border, just because they want to make sure that they actually paid at least some of it to then cross the river. One of the most disturbing bunch out of the one that I have in my hand here, this gray one, we specifically seen come with females. We're not exactly sure what that means, but it's real. And these litter the banks of the Rio Grande and the trails that they use. So you would also think environmentalists would be up in arms about it, but they're not. But it is a crisis, and the thing is that these are people that are being taken advantage of. I always say the first victims of illegal immigration are the migrants themselves. The tremendous abuse that happens there, the sexual assaults, the physical abuse, and oftentimes they just disappear. It's not uncommon that they just disappear into who knows what. And so I don't see how that's a compassionate border policy that we're seeing. And then on top of that, we have unaccompanied minors coming across. And just recently I saw two special needs kids cross in a single night. And Border Patrol is saying that they're seeing a dramatic increase in kids with special needs, sometimes by themselves, coming across the border. So this is a problem right now, and it was self-inflicted, which kind of makes it the worst part of it.
The next time the left tells you how they're for women and children, tell them about the gray wristband. Right. Congressman Nunes, I have a question for you. You're from California, but not the border part of California. Why should this issue matter to people in middle America that aren't involved in border states? Why is this issue of immigration so important?
Well, look, it's not just like I said in the opening, where we're going to move in an entire major city this year, and they're going to be flooded out all throughout the country. And look, there's a lot of people that we want to let into this country. I mean, that was one of the things that President Trump said. Let's build a wall, let's stop the wall, and then let's go out and recruit the best around the world. We want to be that shining city on a hill, like Ronald Reagan said. But I just want to give credit where credit is due, and we should all give a round of applause to a real investigative reporter who you don't see this type of work being done. But it's work like this. I always say that the left, they control 95% of the media. But look at what we do with less than 5%. We do all the investigative work. We bring out the truth. And now the problem is, as I know we've had a lot of discussion over the last few days, it's the social media companies censoring. But we're going to get through that problem too. But let me tell you about my most recent trip to the border. So I was down in Texas on the Rio Grande Valley, but I also went to California. So this is not just about it's horrible what's happening to the kids. It's horrible what's happening with the drug cartels. But you have another cottage industry going. I was going along the border with Congressman Issa. He had a delegation down there, and we come up and there's two young families, 5 young kids, an older gentleman, and I didn't really think they looked like they were from Central America, and so I went up in my pretty worthless Spanish, and I started speaking Spanish to them, and I realized they didn't speak Spanish. Well, it ends up, then they start telling us a story where they're actually Roma, they're from Romania, they're gypsies. And so they're speaking some broken English, and we're communicating, and they were mad. They were all dressed up fancy purses, I mean, everything. And I'm like, man, how'd you guys get across like this? Well, it ends up, they took a direct flight into Mexico. Cartel then picked them up. They had just left Romania 2 days before. So clearly there is a sophisticated operation of human smuggling and human trafficking that's bringing over, I'm sure it looked to me like these people actually had some money. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on out there, not, from the small kids to the women that are being horribly treated, all the way to, what are people being smuggled over here from Romania for?
We're about solutions. We're about solving problems, taking action here at Cpac. Congressman Babin, I have a question for you. What can we do in the short term? What can we do to help the Border Patrol? What can we do? We know that, unfortunately, right now, we've got people that are encouraging basically open borders, the reversing all the policies that you and President Trump did. What can we do to make the situation better?
Thank you, Jim. Number one, don't cut the border security's budget. The president has basically flatlined our border security in this budget. Billions and billions of dollars for Green New Deal policies and what have you, take over our election process, on and on and on, but not increasing the border security budget. That's incredible to me with what we're seeing down there. And quite frankly, I'm the House Border Security Caucus co-chairman. I've led 3 groups down to the border this year alone. I've been to every state on the southern border. And I remember those stories about the cruelty and inhumanity of the Trump administration with the kids in cages built by President Obama's administration, by the way. And I was in Donna, Texas, looking at a CBP facility that had a maximum capacity of 250 children. There were 5,700 kids in there. 5,700 stacked like hardwood. A couple of weeks later, they were issuing photographs from that facility with empty pods, saying that, look, we've got everything under control. Like Vice President Kamala Harris, she said, we're having extreme progress down at the border. Well, when asked, that progress is processing migrants across the border and releasing them into the country. What they're doing is a shell game. the Biden administration is taking them out of CBP facilities, putting them in HHS facilities, and taking a picture and say, look, we got it all under control. What the solution is to re-implement these policies, and it's not real easy. I was with President Trump down on the southern border in the Rio Grande sector a couple of weeks ago with Governor Abbott, and I can tell you it's not going to be quite as easy as just re-implementing these policies because it took so long to negotiate some of these. But for goodness sake, start rebuilding the wall. Start closing these gaps. Don't get rid of Title 42 during a COVID pandemic, for goodness sakes. Be able to have some tool in your tool chest to be able to turn people back and protect the people of the United States of America. And our Constitution, whether a lot of folks don't realize it, but in Article 4, Section 4, our federal government is mandated to give us a Republican form of government and protect us from invasion and protect us at the border as well. And if they don't do that, our states can fill that gap in. And I can tell you, God bless Texas for standing up. And God bless Florida, South Dakota, North Dakota, Idaho, all these states that are sending people to help our state regain its secure border. It has to be done. And then again, elections have consequences. Don't vote for open borders Democrats, folks. You can't. Talk to your friends, your neighbors, your relatives. Don't vote for the folks that are giving you open borders. Let me tell you, Texas is filling up with Californians, New Yorkers. People are moving down. They're getting out of those places.
I was happy to be here today.
I'm glad you're here, Devin. Glad you're here. Anyway, that's how we solve the problem, Jim.
And just real quick, and by the way, I've never seen a reporter get a standing ovation at Cpac. So, Julio, that was a first. Real quick, you're going that as an angle where you're not in office right now. But what do you think we can all do to make the situation better at the border in the short term?
Well, I think it's just to really pay attention to what's happening. I'm not saying just focus on my reporting. There's a lot of other great reporters that I've been traveling with. Just keep yourselves well informed, because this crisis doesn't stop in McAllen or Del Rio or Roma, Texas. It goes farther beyond. I just came back from northern Los Angeles County, with 200 miles, give or take. And the cartels out there with their illegal marijuana farms are terrorizing the residents in northern Los Angeles County. It's basically cartel land out there in the remote desert areas because they are stealing water, they're harming the environment. There was a couple that was talking about that they were hiking in their areas that they've hiked for years. A cartel member came out and threatened them and said, if you come back out, we'll kill you. And so they're very scared. And you might say, well, it's Los Angeles County, you vote for, you vote what you get what you vote for, which, okay, but these are Americans. This should not be politicized. We shouldn't tolerate, drug trafficking organizations threatening our fellow Americans. So just pay attention. This issue does reach every single community. I know the Midwest has the opioid crisis still, and where does that come from? A lot of it comes from the South. So just stay informed. This crisis is ongoing, and just pay attention to what's happening.
Thank you. And what a panel. Congressman Babin, Congressman Nunes, Julio Rosas. If I make President Trump late, he'll yell at me. Let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cpac Communications Director, Ian Walters.
All right, we're going to do this fast, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to hear the results of the Cpac straw poll? Let's bring out our friends Naomi Ito from Liberty Ecosystem, powered by Number One Solution. Our pollsters, Ryan Muntz from Coefficient, and Travis Smith, also with Coefficient. Come on out, folks. How many of you voted in the Cpac straw poll? We got it sample, and I think this is accurately going to represent where Cpac attendees' heads are at. First thing I want to do is turn it over to Naomi. We had an interesting blockchain question on the poll this year about whether that's a good or bad idea about how to secure ballots in future elections around the world. Naomi.
Thank you. So in the existing election system, many frauds have been committed through falsified data. And in particular, the last US presidential election has brought that reality to the attention of many people all over the world, including Japan. So as for a solution, Liberty Ecosystem has been in progress to develop a system that is accessible online, which is fair and transparent. So we're very happy to see that 362 people have participated in this blockchain portion of the straw poll. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naomi. We'll turn it over to our pollsters now, Ryan and Travis from Coefficient. Fellas?
We have some really interesting data. I'm sure you're all eagerly anticipating the results. Thank you so much for participating. First slide here. We asked, what are the most important issues? Ryan, why don't you give them the results?
Absolutely. The top three, selected by over half of you, were voter ID election integrity, constitutional rights, as if those things were different, and finally, immigration and border wall, securing America.
Second slide will come as potentially no surprise to anyone in this room. This is Joe Biden's approval rating.
It was close.
Among these people. Now worth noting, 3% of you graciously only said they somewhat disapprove.
That's right, very gracious.
We're going to work on that for our next event, folks. I want to remind everybody these next two questions, we asked it in two different ways because we don't know. What if Donald Trump gets into the 2024 presidential race, and what if he doesn't? So we asked it two ways, one without him on the ballot and then one with him on the ballot. First one we're going to do is without Donald Trump. This is the scenario where he says, no, I'm not going to run. Well, tell us what it looks like, fellas.
Go ahead, Ryan. Ron DeSantis, 68%. Secretary Pompeo at 5%, and Donald Trump Jr. at 4%.
And now let's take a look at what it looks like when Donald Trump is in the race for 2024.
Are we ready?
70%.
It was not
Governor
close.
21%. Go ahead.
All right, and finally, we asked an approval question of Donald Trump. Across the conference, there was very, very little disagreement with a 98% approval rating for Donald Trump. Thank you all very much for participating. This was a tremendous project. We appreciate it. We got tremendous input from all of you, and thanks for doing it.
Thank you to our partners from Coefficient, Ryan Muntz and Travis Smith, and also to Naomi Ito from Liberty Ecosystem, powered by Number One Solutions. Stick around, folks. You know what's coming next.
Okay, so Donald Trump is going to be the next major thing that happens here at Cpac, and I am going to stop this broadcast, and we'll be broadcasting from another link on my YouTube page. So I've got a page specifically, or excuse me, a slot specifically designated for Trump's speech, and which will start at is scheduled to start at around 3:30, and so something tells me that he might be on time. That's what I'm gathering, but I don't know that for certain. Let me look and see. Yeah, I have not. Do we know if he's going to be on time? Do we know if he's going to be on time? We don't know. But we would not. I would not be surprised. I'm not sure what else he has to do in Dallas that would make him late. But I am going to end this broadcast here, and then go back and you can find the next broadcast. Just go back to Bunker Bob page on YouTube, and I should be starting momentarily. So until then, we'll see you in just a few minutes.
They were sending us a very clear message that it was time for us to leave.
How's Cpac doing? Good? My man, stand up, please, will you? He's the one, he said you should run.